Giving all praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. You know, due respect to the Prince, men, mothers, and Israel, brothers, I put you on the tongue of our forefathers. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Leka.
Shabbat day, which comes in 52 days, 52 weeks, 52 times, which is 52 weeks in 1 year. Every week. This is to be observed by one who claims, okay? One who claims, because no one knows who the true seed of Israel is, because they have been wiped out. We're going to go into that later. We're going to get to the bottom and put everything in perspective. And the only way to do that is to go word for word what is in the Old Testament in the King James Version, 1611. Any other book beside that you read, according to the Old Testament, is going to throw you off. They have modern words in there that will blend you and culturize you into religions, into the walks and ordinances of another God. That's why the Most High commanded the children of Israel, only them, because of Abraham. He gave Abraham a promise. He said, you walking this way and you doing this, I'm going to hold your seed down. And I'm going to give them the same land that you're walking on. Okay. We'll give them the same land that you're the same people walk on. Okay? And your seed is going to inherit this land. Your seed. But you're not getting something for nothing. You're not going to get a whole country. You ain't got to plant vineyards, plant olive yards. The only thing you got to do is destroy altars, groves, and images, and the names of idol gods out of the places out there. That's everything else. That's all they had to destroy when they went into the land. They had to utterly destroy the inhabitants of the land, meaning they had to wipe out the people. Then wipe out all signs of worship of pagan and idols and images. Yeah.
So they were.
So that they exist no more.
Exist no more. Whenever Israel, they exist no more.
That's right.
And I'm glad with that.
That's right. He said, so wipe them guys out.
It's a number of Hebrews, right?
No. Israel.
Ignorance.
Anyone could be a Hebrew.
Anyone could be a Hebrew.
See, yes, this was given to a certain people called children of Israel, children of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They got this special privilege to serve the true and living God and know what it is to not walk in the ways of sin and iniquity. They were the only people in the earth that got that privilege, and that's because of the promise and covenant that God made with Abraham, aka his friend. The only person that
Those are the only people that God explained what he
said.
Nobody knows. Nobody
knows. Everybody said, oh, that's it. Don't nobody know what that is. And even later on, the children of Israel, the same people that acquired these privileges, these special privileges to get close to God, to be different and holy to everybody, and get closer to God and the real and true and living God, the only Most High God, be their God.
Mm-hmm.
They say the people, everybody all over the earth was into polygamy, polytheism, which is the worship of more than one God. They say the Israelites were the only one that their commands forbid them to only serve one God.
Monotheism.
Right? Monotheism. Monotheism. So now, and then on top of that, being the only people to serve one God, this is the true and living. This is the true and living God. It's not an idol. So this was a privilege. You're not going to get all this land and all these countries and all this good stuff and all this good soil you could plant things on and well protected for nothing. Now, okay, I made a deal with your father Abraham. Okay, that this is but the only way to deal with me, you gotta deal with me the way your father Abraham dealt with me.
That's right.
That's why I'm gonna give you these commandments. Because you see, you don't know. I'm gonna give you that. You don't know. Moses, give it to him, teach him, show him, guide him. That's what went there. But first, I gotta get y'all out of Egypt. How they wound up in Egypt? How they wound up in Egypt? Through Joseph. Through Joseph. Famine went down.
They would get food.
They get food.
And they got stuck.
And they got stuck there for 400 years. Joseph, right on.
Yeah.
He wound up going through some stuff with his brother. His brothers was jealous of him. They said Jacob loved Joseph more than all the rest of his sons because what? That was the son of his old age. You have to understand something. He was the youngest from his wife that he loved, who he worked for. He got gypped, working trying to get her, and then worked again for her, and still did. He loved her, and she died on the way, leaving from out her father's land. Okay.
I asked myself by the time, but look, I read about the Israelites in the book, right? And look at if their brother, the son of the same mother, same father, read about Acts 2, they won't waste no time in pushing the big time. So why do we always talk about that? My brother, you must be able to see. You ain't to see other people. You got too much emotion. You can't bug your brother. You can't bug your son. Push yourself. There was a fact that. They bag the priest, they bag the brother, bag the son, bag the babies in a minute. So where the hell are we coming from?
Even in pagan worship,
Yeah.
these people offer up their children.
The children. I don't do that.
And even Israel did it.
Israel did it.
Even Israel
Israel
did it.
did it. Bag their own children, bag the babies, bag the brother. You need to get back, bag him. Oh no, that's my brother. That's my brother. That's your fucking that's a girl or something, y'all. What else? Not me, man. Ain't one of my son I was asleep. You got that. You see, when they started to call, listen. He said, where's John? I don't know, man. I haven't seen him 6 months. And under the ground, man. I'll teach you. About time.
Well, Jacob wound up in Egypt. He grew up in his father's house, got snatched up by his brothers, okay? Left for dead, got picked up by heathens, sold into Egypt, stayed in the dungeon, did a real stretch. When he got out, he became second in command in Egypt. Before he
I
died,
really need that, another part of him. Because he had the talent and the skills and
training, which none other has.
nobody
He had
has that.
special skills
Especially
that God gave him
that God
that
gave
made
him.
him unique,
That's
that
right.
made him set apart.
That's right. He can translate any type of
Anything. It tell you your dream.
That's right.
He's like, that's how Daniel was. Daniel had that
That's
later
right.
on.
You dream. I remember what I
And you don't remember.
You think.
You don't remember. He'll cause you to remember your dream and then interpret, tell you what your dream is.
That's right.
Most of the time, back then, the dreams that they got interpreted was not nice.
That's right.
It wasn't not nice. Only one person got an interpretation that was not right or wrong.
Yeah.
They didn't get that.
No, you like that, man.
They didn't get that. And Joseph did all of that in the dungeon. And that, later on, when that butler got out, he remembered. He remembered Joseph because now problem come up. Pharaoh don't have a crazy, strange dream, and he know it means something. He know it means something. And look, and Pharaoh, he worshiped idols. He worshiped the sun. That dream came from God. They pulled Joseph up. Joseph interpreted the dream. He wound up becoming second in command and running Egypt. He ran Egypt. Joseph ran Egypt. He lived in Egypt, and then he died in Egypt. Henceforth, after that, his bones was carried out 400 years later in the time of Moses.
He Jacob's son,
Yep.
Joseph, and then like what he was doing, dreaming and carrying on, like he was doing for other pushes.
The dream of
Bullshit. You ain't no son of Jacob. You ain't no descendant of Israel. You ain't got no heart. You ain't got no cojones, you bunch of cowards. You can't take your own brother. That they done with nothing. Anybody in that book did it like nothing and the rest. Sleeping. No, I can't do it. That's my brother. Talking that weak point talk. Talk that weak point talk, son. If your brother needs to die, he has to die. He said, well, he dies. If my son has to die, he has to die. Oh, that's my son. It's on my ass, nigga. I'm the father. I want to see you walk around and say, that's my father. You know that?
Right.
Mom said, that's my son. You know, I'm on bullshit, man. I'm on bullshit.
In Genesis 39, it said that Joseph was brought down to Egypt. Y'all know what happened when he got down there. He was under Potiphar. He ran Potiphar's house. His woman, Potiphar's wife, tried to seduce him, attacking him. He had to run away from her. She lied, got him put in jail, what we call jail. That was the dungeon. After that, he came out, he became second, worse than that. He became second in command after that, and he died in Egypt, right? And his bones stayed in Egypt for hundreds of years until the Most High brought the children of Israel out of Egypt with a mighty hand. And then they took his bones out. And his bones was put where? In the cave of Makeda. Yeah, Canaan.
Close to the cave.
Yeah.
He's the only one better close to the cave. One month that cave where everybody can get up. Wow.
Right.
So he was very close to the cave. He's the only son very close to the cave.
Right.
Yeah.
It didn't stay in Egypt, right?
No.
And from Egypt, it didn't go nowhere else. It didn't train. It didn't parade body around.
No.
They said, well, let's take the body to China first,
No.
and then over here, and across seas to another continent. They didn't take them nowhere. All right.
Put it in there,
Straight.
and bring straight to Canaan land.
And that and bury them.
Yes,
That's it.
Jacob too, even Jacob.
And then
I mean Jacob, look, they put Jacob up in the cave.
they can go in the cave, right?
He can't go up in there. They got messages on Jacob, look, the three top brothers.
Right.
Three top brothers. He said, there's so much of a top brother. God said, listen to me, my nigga. I will always be known, nigga, as the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. That's it, my nigga.
That's right.
That's it. Now he got these got Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Okay. Those are the only ones that got that right. They never said.
Yeah. That was it. And that's it. Knew that too. And that's it. Said that too. He said, this thy servants, not to sin. Abraham has been. And that's the whole point of doing these commandments. That's the whole point.
Didn't know Moses sinned. Moses.
Yeah, everybody.
Yeah.
We want to know that.
So that Moses didn't go to the land. He didn't have that. Yeah.
Right.
Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob really stopped over there. Stop one. In order to get that bracket, you have to be on who? On yourself.
I have to do it.
We can't be concerned about people rebuking. You get to hell with the word, to hell with that nigga, to hell with my son, to hell with my daughter. They're on their own. They're grown men. You know that? You don't come and make me help you spend your damn money. So guess what? I ain't gonna help you pack your sins, nigga. You're on your own. Look for me to rebuke you. I rebuke myself. If you ain't qualified to rebuke yourself, then you don't need to be doing that. So all they did, brother, they rebuked their damn self. You're going on. You ain't gotta repeat me. I don't need you to repeat me. That's one rough I know. And if I don't pick it up, God will show it. That's the contact that I have with God.
So, they have a lot of stuff, people call it information. You gotta be careful. Don't go reading or watching videos out, bunch of videos out, thousands of videos out. Everybody has their version of the Old Testament. Everybody has their version of the commandments. Everybody has their version of the history, which is not written in here.
That's right. And they're doing it already.
They're doing it now.
The only group of the version of the Old Testament is this right here.
That's correct. Word for word.
Anybody outside of this is out the damn mind. Anybody outside of this is out the damn mind.
Correct.
If you hear and you leave, you flip. Your mind gonna flip. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
You hear a member of this congregation and you leave an A, B, C, D reason, your mind gonna flip. You will start doing things that you didn't learn here, nigga. We don't do abominations. I want to go away.
So Joseph, I seen a video the other day. They said they found Egyptian hieroglyphics and a whole bunch of idols, and images and symbols from Egypt in the Grand Canyon. They said got Joseph's name on it.
That's crap.
Joseph never been there.
Joseph never been there. That's right.
That's what you gotta be careful to stick to because you don't read it in here.
It ain't in
You
there.
read Joseph's whole life. He only been to Canaan and Egypt.
That's it.
And then back to Canaan.
That's it. That's it. So Joseph came to America. His name, he would have been in that book.
It would have been in here. It would have been recorded in here that he went to the expedition or whatever the case may be.
And he came to America.
But then he had to come back.
He came to America.
For that to happen, he had to come back.
The person believing that, you have to be a real jackass. You have to run with your damn mind for you to go believe in that. But yes, you came to America. At that time, America was woodland.
Nobody here.
Was nobody here.
You was running around here, buffalo and wild turkey.
That's right.
Wild turkey.
America was woodland. All the Jacob Joseph in Egypt and all that.
Yeah.
America is woodland.
Nothing happened.
Ain't nothing happening here.
No civilization.
No civilization.
All civilization was in the east.
That's right. That's when civilization
And it
started.
spread it out from there to the point in the Persian captivity. Israel.
That nigga, I'm gonna curse you, man. I'm gonna curse you out. I don't listen to foolish. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I listen to foolishness. I'm grand door talk. Nigga come tell me that, I'm gonna curse the nigga out. Simple as that. Any nigga.
So, Dad, don't believe these things if it's not in the book. You gotta stop doing that.
That's right.
I heard so many stories in Israel, coming up in Israel, that is not in the book. And I used to always wonder, where? And Israelites are saying it.
Of course.
Israelites are teaching it. Okay? Unqualified.
But they're not even Israelites.
Yeah, and
That type of people that is
yeah, and it's not in the book. So you gotta stick to what's in the book. Joseph never left and went nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Canaan land, Egypt, then his bones, he died in Egypt. That was it. He didn't go nowhere else.
He came to America.
No.
Talking stupid.
Right.
When a nigga start talking that, you know the nigga's cut off. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Nigga gotta be cut off. Just atrocities when it comes to your mind. These niggas go and draw all kind of niggas in the Grand Canyon. You know what I'm saying? You draw niggas and chisel out niggas in the Grand Canyon, say this, this, this. And you gonna believe that. But damn go for
You got Christians that don't believe
it. Go for it. Damn Grand Canyon, son. You better not mention that to me no more. Damn stupid. If it ain't in that Old Testament, man, don't even mention it to me, my nigga. Don't even mention it to me. I didn't want to hear it, nigga. I don't want you to hear it. You go talk that with your peers. People that think like you, act like you, and is very docile. The mind is very docile towards the knowledge of God. You can take that. Stupid.
We're gonna go to the book of Deuteronomy. Deuteronomy chapter 8.
Stupid.
Chapter 8.
Mhm.
When the Lord thy God shall bring thee into the land whither thou goest to possess it, he shall cast out many nations before thee, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations greater and mightier than thou. And the Lord thy God shall deliver them up before thee, and thou shalt smite them. Then thou shalt utterly destroy them. Thou shalt not make with them a covenant, nor
No
shalt thou.
deal. No deal. Covenant is a deal. A bargain. You get a deal. I keep my part of that deal, you keep your part of that deal. You can't do that with them. That was one of the commands of the children of Israel when they went in. It was the conquest and utterly destroy all of the Canaanites out of the land. This is the same land that Abraham walked on, and the Most High promised him he's going to give to the seed. But there's people living on it. You feel me?
Yeah.
There's people living on it. People who serve idols. People who 400 years earlier, God told Abraham, the iniquity of the Amorites have not yet been fulfilled. In other words, their time is almost up, but not yet. Their time came up then, and these were the orders. He said, when you come down here, you're going to take out many nations before you, the Hittites, Girgashites, Amorites, all of these guys. 7 nations. There's a whole bunch of them. There's more of them than you. They're greater and mightier than you, meaning that they're greater warriors than you. They will outclass you in skills of fighting. He said, but when God delivers them to you, you shall utterly destroy everything. He said, make no covenant with them and show no mercy. Don't make any marriages with them, right? He said, thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter thou shalt take unto thy son. In other words, if they kill all of them up, I ain't got to worry about my son marrying her. Right or wrong? 7. Right or wrong? 7. If I kill all of them up, if they obeyed the command of the Most High, but this command was put there, because the Most High know we're going to keep some of them alive. That's why he said, I'm going to keep them there to be a snare unto you now. Since you left them alive, and since you want to follow them, this is going to prove whether you're going to keep my commandments or not. Now, we're not wiping them out. Now you're going to live amongst the heathen. But we're going to see if you're going to follow them or you're going to follow me. That's why he put that there. Don't show them any mercy. Now, if I show them mercy, that means I let them live. If I let them live, they're going to be under my hand. They're going to be my servants. They become tributary. And that's what happened. They made them pay to stay in those cities. And by doing that, it angered the Lord. And he sent the angel, and the angel told him, he said, because you did this now, I'm going to keep them amongst you to be a snare unto you. Meaning, you're going to be tempted to follow how they live. You're going to be tempted to worship their God. We're going to see now if you're going to keep these commandments or not. Because I told you already to wipe them out. What they
tempted?
you're going to do it. You're going to do it. You're going to be tempted. He said, I'll be driven to worship. So you're going to do it. He said, but if you wipe these people out, they're not around for you to marry your sons into their daughters. Because if they're around and you marry your son to their daughters will turn the hearts of your sons away from me. That's what the Most High said. Their heart is going to be turned away from God. So your heart is who? The Most High God.
That's it.
Only. He said, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy what? Heart, with all thy strength,
Heart, soul, and might.
with all that what?
Heart, soul, and might.
Might. That means everything.
He also young too.
Nah.
He tell you that.
Nah.
He tell you little babies
Nobody.
too.
Nobody.
But he told them, eat your babies. Babies don't mean nothing to God.
Right. Give it to
It
him.
means something to us. Men today weak, not woman weak. Babies don't mean a damn thing to God. Says the young. Righteousness is what means something to God. I want goddamn babies. I want damn brothers. Listen, God, I ain't got no damn brother. I ain't got with so many sons that will come. Come.
Neither shalt thou make marriages with them. Thy daughter thou shalt not give unto his son, nor his daughter shalt thou take unto thy son. But they will turn away thy son from following me, that they may serve other gods. So will the anger of the Lord be kindled against you, and destroy thee suddenly. But thus shall ye deal with them.
He said, this is how you're going to deal with them. This is what to do. Destroy their altars, break their images, cut down their groves, burn their graven images with fire. He said, but thou art a holy people. He said, the reason why I want you to get rid of those things is because you are a holy people unto the Lord. So you have to be separated from everybody else. Everybody else deals with images and groves. All of these things worship to idols. Sun, moon, and star worship. Idols of man, woman, child, beast, creeping things, fowl. All things that move in the waters. Okay? They make images out of these things. They make idols out of these things, out of the people, and out of the stars and the moon and everything. And they have a system set up with a lifestyle and an order that goes with it. Dress code, food dishes, holidays, where all these holidays come from. That's why the Most High said, you are to be a holy people unto me. So when you get in there, you can't keep these things around. You have to destroy them. He said, for the Lord thy God had chosen thee to be who? A special people unto himself. So if you want to be special, you gotta make yourself holy. You gotta separate and go towards the Most High God. That's the only way to be special. That's a special person. That's it. That's what a special person is. A special person is one that has separated himself to serve God. Tells you.
The Lord did not set his love upon you, nor choose you, because you were more in number than any people, for you were the fewest of all people. But because the Lord loved you, and because he will keep the oath which he has sworn unto your fathers, has the Lord brought you out with a mighty hand and redeemed you out of the house of bondage, from the hand of Pharaoh, king of Egypt.
He said, the Lord loved you, and because he will keep the oath. In other words, he said, I didn't just come out of nowhere and start loving you guys. He said, and I didn't choose you because you were the greatest of all the people. You had more numbers, a whole bunch of y'all. He said, because you was the fewest in number. He said, the Most High made them great in number. Okay, while they were in Egypt. He said, but because the Lord loved you and because he would keep the oath which he swore unto your fathers. See, he's keeping his word that he gave unto Abraham. That's why. He said, that's why I'm showing you this love. And the love is the commandments. Tamshi.
Know therefore that the Lord thy God, he is God, the faithful God, which keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him and keep his commandments for 1,000 generations.
He said, which keepeth covenant and mercy with them that love him and keep his commandments. He said, in other words, for generations, as long as you guys keep loving me and doing my commandments, that's how you love God. You can't hug him, you can't buy him nothing. You can't rub his back. He doesn't have a back. Well, the most you can do is obey his word. That's how you show that you love God. Tamshi.
And repay them that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not be slack to him that hated him. He will repay him to his face. Thou shalt therefore keep the commandments and the statutes and the judgments which I command you this day to do them. Wherefore it shall come to pass, if ye hearken to these judgments and keep and do them, that the Lord thy God shall keep unto thee the covenant and the mercy which he swore to
Then
their
I'll keep
fathers.
my covenant. You gotta do this, and then I'll keep my covenant. Go to Deuteronomy 8, verse 20.
As the nations which the Lord destroyed before your face, so shall you perish, because you will not be obedient unto the voice of the Lord your God.
He said, as the nations, okay, which the Lord destroyed before your face. He said, all them nations, because they seen it, they was the one that did it. He said, all nations that got destroyed, you was a witness to that before your face. He said, so shall ye perish. He said, the same thing gonna happen to you, right? Because you would not be obedient to the voice, unto his commandments, the voice of the commandments of the Lord thy God. He said, you wasn't obedient to the voice. Now them, every time you notice it says the voice, right? Of the Lord thy God, you know why? Remember, the Most High said, only ye heard a voice. Only heard a voice. You not listening to that voice. So because of that, you're going to perish just like the nations that was destroyed. Okay? Now you could get the same thing. Tamshi.
As a nation which the Lord destroyed before your face, so shall you perish, because you will not be obedient unto the voice of
So
the
you
Lord
won't
your
be
God.
obedient to obey, to follow the orders of, the command of, to follow the expectation of. Okay? It doesn't even have to be a worded commandment. You already know what's expected of you.
I mean, one thing they say, obedience
Uh-huh.
is better than sacrifice.
It's better than sacrifice.
Better than law.
That's right.
Better than sin.
That's right. Yes,
Better
it
than
is.
people.
Good.
Be obedient.
You know why? Because you ain't gonna sin if you're obedient. You ain't gotta sin up nothing.
Ah,
You good.
you good.
Ain't no sin off. Ain't gotta sin up nothing. Nothing.
You have a son or a daughter that's real obedient, man. You will love and cherish the ground they walk on.
Yep.
Not a bunch of disobedient bastards, man. These bastards that need to die. Disobedient son. Don't need them for children. Kill them. You must go right here. Yeah?
Yeah.
Talking to you. Don't eat my stuff right here. Struggle with this.
We're in Second Chronicles, chapter 29, verse 17.
Chapter 1.
First Chronicles 29.
Say, most in hate. They say hate is not good. But you can hate. God tell you and David tell you, hate the evil. So if you have an evil ass son, an evil ass daughter, evil children, you have all right to hate them. Hate the bastards. Hate them, nigga.
Second Chronicles.
First Chronicles chapter 29.
First Chronicles, chapter 29. Furthermore, David the king said unto all the congregation, Solomon my son, whom alone God had chosen, is yet young and tender, and the work is great. For the palace is not for man, but for the Lord God.
We was looking at a video, and they found the foundations of the city of David in the palace, the same palace. They found that, right? And guess what? Big, man. Large, huge, wide. Even the walls go down and cover up. This is the same palace here, right? And the stones are still there. A lot of the stones to the foundation of this palace, right, that was being made. He said, Solomon is still young and tender. He said, the work is great. He said, for the palace is not for man. That's why the work is great. This takes time to be made. We ain't gonna just put this together 1, 2, 3. But he said, because this is for God. Okay? But for the Lord God, he said, Tamshi,
Now I prepared with all my might for the house of my God, the gold for things to be made of gold, and the silver for things of silver, and the brass for things of brass, the iron of things of iron, and wood for things of wood, onyx stones, and stones to be set, glistering stones, and of divers colors, and all manners of precious stones, and marble stones in the
And
water.
about this, he said, look, with all my mind, I got gold, silver, brass, all right, iron, wood. Now, this is where Israelites go off, okay? Onyx stones, all right? Glistering stones. These are stones that shine and what's the word? Glimmer, glistening, look like water, you know? Drip, drip, ice. Then they call it ice.
And the next thing, you don't see how baby? No.
He said onyx stones, stones to be set, glistering stones, diverse colors, and all manner of precious stones, right? They were not to be used in any spiritual way.
No.
Those stones did not have imbued power within them because it was put within the house of God. See, people use that and say, oh, because David made this, these things have certain properties, and certain energies, and spirits that augment the user. All of that is what you call a talisman.
That's the word to talk about there now.
Right.
You know, the energy.
The energy,
Everybody talking about the energy.
that's devils. The energy is the devil. The devil.
Even Israelites, you
Yeah, energy. Leave that alone.
the hell away from me, man.
Leave that alone.
Me, nigga.
There's no such thing as meditating. So you said Isaac meditated in the field, right? That's the word at that time of King James that was used. That's the best way that they can explain this term because only Isaac
What you
was doing it.
You was saying me God.
They were saying main
I
God.
think it was around evening time.
Right. He was
He
praying.
was going on. He was deep.
He was praying.
Mm-hmm.
Saying minka, the evening prayer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? He was not sitting down with his eyes closed, okay, and his fingers in his hands in different, I'm not gonna do the positions. Y'all seen people do the positions. Y'all probably do it. You don't pray to the Most High like that. Okay? We're gonna learn how to pray to the Most High.
Documentary with Star Trek.
Right.
Today, people put their fingers like minnow when they're praying.
Right. That's right. That's the Vulcan sign. That's the Vulcan sign.
Israelites do it.
Vulcan, and they're going to the Illuminati.
Mm-hmm.
Deep devil worship. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
These stones did not have anything to do with special powers. The Most High did not put special energy, or it's not doing nothing. They were just precious and pretty stones, make it look fabulous and good. That's as far as it goes. It had nothing to do with nothing else.
That's it.
They said, moreover, because there are stories about this,
Mm-hmm.
that tie into Solomon.
Yeah.
They said David gave Solomon onyx stones. Because onyx stones are also used in devil worship.
Yeah.
You know that, right? People wear onyx stones for good luck, for protection.
Mm-hmm.
These are what you call amulets and talismans. A talisman is supposed to be something that has energy in it.
Mm-hmm.
Say like this shofar, this horn, this ram's horn, right? This horn was used by Elijah. Okay? I'm showing you for example.
Mm-hmm.
They say this horn was used by Elijah, and everybody's gonna treat it like, oh,
Yeah.
you're gonna hear this, oh,
Yeah.
this bright light come out, oh, and whoever is the holder of this, whoever blows is gonna become holy and special. No, that's what you call a talisman, that's devil worship. In devil worship, they take these stones and they do stuff with these stones. And you get all that stuff people call energy and all that is devil worship.
Yeah. There's no energy.
Now the person that's wearing that stone, he got spirits with him, demonic spirits with him. Okay? And rituals are done with those stones. David didn't do that, man.
Nah.
And he damn sure didn't give his son some ritualistic, he didn't take those onyx stones and those precious stones and do some magic ritual with it and then pass it down to David.
To give it energy.
These come from the stories of the Bedouin Arabs, ancient Bedouin Arabs. These are the sons of the Sabians, of the Arabians. These are people that are nomadic and they go around raiding everybody. And everybody who they raid, they take their idols and they serve their idols.
Hey, you see how it is now, right? That you, me, you, me, my wife. I love it like this. I love it like this. Nigga, if you ain't down, don't come. If you ain't down 100%, don't come, nigga. I love it like this. You don't need no crowd to serve God, son. And this is acceptable before God. But the rest of them are evil congregation. This is good.
Tells you.
The rest of them was
Hold on. And the stones that were used in the priest, the breastplate for the priest, they are there to just identify the tribe. They're there to identify this stands for the tribe. This stands for the tribe. They are not birth stones.
No, they're not.
Okay. It said according to the birth, right, of the children of Yaakov, of the sons of Yaakov, meaning the order that they were born, not their birthday, because they didn't celebrate their birthday. So watch it, because people walking around with marble, you got marble, green marble, blue marble. These things are supposed to give good energy to you. Chief Shaman, here, take this blue azul ring. This is gonna bring good spirits around, bring good positive energy around. Leave all that alone.
That because you have a voice, your voice have a specific color.
No, that's where it come from. Gender revealing. Gender revealing.
That's a bunch of crap.
Baby name it. They say, oh, we don't know what it is. They're not gonna say that today. They're not gonna say what it is. Just the mother and the father know what it is, because they got sonograms now. They can tap in and look at the baby and tell what it is. So they keep this a secret, right? And throw a big bash, big party. It doesn't have to be big. There could be 4 more people beside them. There could be 2 more people beside them. And you got balloons, and the color is blue. If it's a boy, it's always blue if it's a boy. Always blue. And baby shower.
Men do that today.
Yeah, the men have blue.
Men like women today. They don't men. They're not a woman.
It's not just a woman. That was a woman thing. When I was a kid,
well, men are women today.
Now the men are into it. So the husband and the wife, they have people together, they gathering or whatever, or just the family or whoever. And they have what they call a gender reveal. The blue stands for the boy, the pink stands for the girl. Some people put a twist around it and put other things to represent it, but it still means the same thing. All of this comes from spiritualism and magic, okay? From Egypt, deep within Egyptian culture. So let's make this clear. This has nothing to do, those stones that was the breastplate of the high priest, it did not, they didn't separate. I mean, it's separated. That's what I mean. It was separate because the man that's wearing it, oh man, he's separate. He said, before the high priest become the high priest, he has to get consecrated. Okay? So that's how that goes. He said, moreover, verse 3, moreover, because I have set my affection to the house of my God, I have my own proper good, gold and silver, which I have given to the house of my God, over and above all that I have prepared for the holy house. Even 3,000 talents of gold, the gold of Ophir, 7,000 talents of refined silver. Yeah. And he had the blueprint. David gave him the blueprint. Most High told David, yo, man, what you got in your heart, man? You was thinking about me like that. He said, the only thing is, that's no blood in the hand. David was a warrior. Warrior.
Was he murdered, bro?
No, he was a warrior. He didn't murder nobody. Oh, but what in the matter of what matter? God said, what? That iniquity has been what? Erased. So it didn't happen. We know about it because it was told to us. For you to learn from that.
Mhm.
That's why you get to see how the Most High get down with his servants.
Because the king sit in the state of God. There's no iniquity on that king. Leave the king alone. You know?
His daughter, the king's daughter,
Mhm.
told the king's son,
Mhm.
you don't have to rape me. You don't have to do this. You can take it to our father, the king, and he will let you have it. And who gonna say something?
But in the law, it speaks against that.
That
Brother, but the king, nigga, the king sitting instead of God.
That's why I said Nabo was supposed to give that up.
That's right.
You're supposed to give that up.
Mm-hmm.
If the king wants, it's not on you if you gave your inheritance up, if you gave that vineyard up to Ahab.
Mm-hmm.
No curse on him, no iniquity on him. Because he's under, that's like your mother and your father. It's the same thing.
Give it up, man.
That's your mother and your father. Anything they tell you, just do it. Don't worry about all of that, what they're telling you to do. These are the examples of a servant. This is the example of obedience. High obedience. Meaning without question, without thought, without hesitation, without feeling away. And didn't do any of those things. When he was told to take his son, strap him up on the altar. I see on the videos, they're saying that the pastor, that's what he said. I heard the pastor say that. He said, oh, he had to have feel some way because he said, God, God just gave him this. All of that they don't think about, man.
They don't think about it. There's no feelings there, man.
They just obey.
Now you hear Israelites are supposed to kill us. Like they're stone ground killer. Nigga kill a brick and put a piece of iron in the hospital, but he's so emotional. He's more emotional than his woman, man. I don't want that niggas around me, son. I'm good right here with y'all too. That's it. When y'all start getting emotional like that, you get your hell away from the farmer. Get your hell away from me. I don't rock with them kind of emotions. I look for the emotions like that. I'm her. I'm my wife. I'm a bitch ass nigga, man. All sweet and soft. Emotional about the children. Emotional about this. Nigga, I will kill my children any day. You violate, you will die. Is that what God said? You know what God said?
That's right.
You see your mom, you say eat them. Eat them. They have to kill them and cook them. So what they ask people worship the babies.
And that was the woman. The woman had to deal to eat each other's babies. And one did the switcheroo.
Eat her baby today. I'm trying to eat her baby, she stashed it.
The mentality of the people. When that news hit the king cried out, rent his clothes. Look what we have been. Look at the standards. Everything gone. Yeah. So look what we become. Ain't even got no armor.
No armor.
Tell sheet.
Moreover,
Verse 5.
the gold for things of gold,
Uh-huh.
and the silver for things of silver,
Uh-huh.
and for all manner of work to be made by the hands of artificers. And who then is willing to consecrate his service this day unto the Lord? Then the chief of the fathers and princes of the tribes of Israel, and the captains of thousands and of hundreds, with the rooms of the king's work, offered willingly, and gave for the service of the house of God of gold 5,000
Okay,
talents.
go down to verse 9.
Then the people rejoiced, but that they offered willingly, because with perfect heart they offered willingly to the Lord.
They held nothing back. They gave up everything to this. Once they seen David set it off, everybody seen David do it, they followed David. Give up everything. That's why he said, well, all my might, I give up everything that I got. All my treasures, all of this, all of that. I conquered this king, took his diamond mines. I got 31 tons of diamonds. I'm not keeping one diamond in front of my feet. Okay, I'm gonna keep one diamond in front of my feet, and the rest I give it back. Now, he gave it all up to the Most High God. He gave it all up to him, He gave it all up to him. He gave it all up to God. That's why he said, with all my might, with all thy soul. That's what you do, everything. You don't hold nothing back. You do this immediately. These are examples. You want examples of how to be a servant of God? You can look at Abraham and you can look at David.
But people can't serve God today, son. You know why? Your thought is dead. Your thoughts, how you feel, and your that you like though is sick.
You gotta dead that.
You gotta dead all of that
Gotta
and just rock about God like.
That's it.
That's why no niggas can't serve God. You can't serve God. You gotta worship God. You can't serve God. And I don't want no damn weak niggas around me. That's why I see God clear this place out. I've got a lot of niggas around here with me. But he cleared it out. I only have a few here with me, which is good. But I don't like weak niggas, son. I'm not with weak niggas. You keep that weakness to yourself, son. So that God clear it out. You don't see?
Yeah.
I like it like this. Oh Lord, heal my prayer, oh Lord God, my Father, Abraham. This I love. This I love. Few men here, but the few that are here are dedicated. I don't need no one else. This is good. And wait to hear on time. Not like niggas from 3 or 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. Then when they come to, they have 1,000 words to say. Shut your damn mouth, man. This is beautiful. I love it like this, oh Lord God. I love it. Let's keep it. Just a few men in that right. Few dedicated men. The place is at peace. It's at peace. Total peace. I don't want nobody else talking about. This I love.
Verse 10.
We don't get like with a big crowd.
Right.
This is good. A few good good. I don't need nobody else. Anybody else come here, turn them around. They don't go somewhere else.
Verse 10.
This is how we started out originally. That's it. When we're going you, and you, we always have what's a peace.
Right.
Always have peace, oh Lord. But them about my God, my son, they all could die as far as I'm concerned. But them about them, I don't care for one. And the one that I care about, really even coming. Just like Joseph care about me from my master.
Right.
My master worship every day. Joseph care about it. Can't tell that man nothing about son. My young bitch.
Verse 10. Wherefore David blessed the Lord before all the congregation, and David said, Blessed be thou, Lord God of Israel, our Father, forever and ever. Come she? What's the name?
Thine, O Lord, is the greatness and the power and the glory and the victory and the majesty. All that is in heaven and in the earth is thine. Thine is the kingdom, O Lord, but thou art exalted as head above all. Both riches and honor come of thee, and thou reignest over all. And in thine hand is power and might, and in thine hand it is to make great, and to give strength unto all. Now therefore, our God, we thank thee, and praise thy glorious name. For who am I, and what is my people, that we should be able to offer so willingly after this sort?
He said, who are we, who am I, who are we, that we're able to offer up so willingly all this great stuff here that we got here? How were we able to deal with the true and living God in this fashion? He said, for all things come of thee. In other words, the same stuff that we given up, you gave us. You gave us the might and the power to conquer these nations to get this stuff. He said, for we are who?
For all things come of thee, and of thine own have we given thee. For we are strangers before thee, and sojourners. As we were all fathers, our days on the earth.
You see what he said? He said, for we are strangers before thee. At the end of the day, David that said that. That's David that said that. That's there with him. And he's even saying, he said, we are strangers before thee. In other words, my background is a stranger, a heathen. That's my background. And sojourners. I'm a traveler. Yeah. I ain't stay in one spot. That's how we move. That's how Abraham moved. He ain't stay in one spot. Move around. You know what I'm saying? That's how our forefathers moved. They came from a perfect praise. It said, and they turned their backs on their ancestors and served the God that hated iniquity.
That's me.
That was a big blow to the family
That's
of
me.
Abraham. Trust me. I know for a fact, when Abraham started going towards God, the rest of his family was looking at him like he was crazy. You know why? He was the only one doing it.
Same thing my family said to me.
You
Sisters,
crazy.
brothers, everybody.
You don't do what? You been eating this on you. You been eating fair meal. That's what roast pork, right? You've been eating roast pork all your life. Now you don't eat it. You've been doing this. Saturdays was your best of the day. You picked to do this. Now no Saturday. Winter, never. You get all of that from your family.
That's right. Sisters, brothers,
You
all of
look
them.
funny. Why don't you shave your
I'm the
beard?
only one.
Why don't you shave your beard? You got your beard too long, too grown. Fix it, grow it up. Take it up. Why are you dressing in those clothes? They're too big. They're too long.
Oh, they're funny clothes.
The kids come over, having a birthday party for such and such.
Or we have an agenda choosing party.
Or we having a come through because we have an agenda revealing party.
Agenda
Or a baby shower. It's about me and my wife's 35th anniversary.
Yeah.
It's my birthday.
Yeah.
It's Lincoln's birthday. How about that? It's Abraham Lincoln's birthday. Any of those days, any of those occasions, you go somewhere, you go on vacation on those days.
Yeah.
That's the occasion. That means that's what you're celebrating.
That's what you celebrate, and that's what they celebrate.
When you go to your family, the time of Thanksgiving, okay? At that time, there are rules to all holidays. Let's make this clear. There are rules to all holidays. There are rules to parades. There are rules to these things. And the rules is the celebration of. And the celebration is, our forefathers don't call it celebration, they call it worship. Worship of another God. Right? Worship is where paganism comes from. Paganism. Paganism started with Nimrod. That's where paganism comes from. The Trinity, aka the Triad. That's where it started from. Baal worship, Ashtoreth worship, Momo, all of them dudes that they call God. The children of Israel followed people who worship, served also. And when they did that, they attained strange habits. They attained the filthiness of the heathen, which were how they dress, how they eat, what they celebrate, how they party, how they do in the bedroom, okay, in the bed, how they get married, how they get divorced, if they get married, a whole bunch of things. They did everything different. That's why God said, look, this here, you gotta be different to do this here. You gotta wipe out now. I know you coming from all walks of life. You coming from there. This one was a Muslim. This one was a Catholic Christian. This one was a Methodist Christian. This one was a Baptist. This one was nothing but a street dude. He did anything that came to his mind, whatever was right in his own eyes. Okay? This guy came from Japan. Yeah. Oh, you ain't know? Wait a minute. Anybody can do this. You know that, right? Mm-hmm. The Most High gave it to them and they messed up. Plain and simple. That's why in the Apocrypha, in the book of the Maccabees, the Most High told Jeremiah, hide the ark. Take the ark and the tabernacle, go hide that. And it's still hidden.
It's still hidden.
It ain't in the Vatican. That's not in the Vatican.
And it's not in Ethiopia.
And it's not in Ethiopia. And nobody found the ark.
And Disney niggas, bunch of Disney niggas in Ethiopia. They walk around with a little box or something like that.
Yeah, that's the ark. That's the real ark.
Niggas
The real ark.
Yo, niggas them blacker than black things.
That's right.
And they're dizzy in their head.
Yeah.
That ain't the ark.
That ain't the ark.
They keep it in a room, and nobody goes in that room.
Nobody goes in the room.
Look, bunch of idiots.
When the Philistines snatched the ark, God allowed the Philistines to snatch the ark. right? To show Israel something. It was time for Israel to get hit up. Go ahead, snatch the ark. I got something for you too, because y'all don't even know y'all carrying a bomb with y'all.
Right.
All the way into their temple. They carried the ark in there. This is what you call conquest. Anytime somebody conquests another king, whatever that king had, I take, and I take it and I offer it to my God. That's what they was doing. That's why they put the ark in the temple of Dagon, which is the fish god, the god of the fish, the god of the waters, aka Nep, T, all right? One of the names of the planets. Again, another name of the planet. See, these names of the planets are named after the Greek and Roman gods, which come from the Persian gods, which come from the Babylonian gods, which come from the Syrian gods, which come from the Arabian gods, which come from the Egyptian gods. It was a pass down. Whoever conquered who, I just get my version of the same thing. God
didn't give names to those planets.
And give names to those planets. They tell you the host of heaven. They're just part of the host of heaven. Sun, moon, stars, the host of heaven. Everything else, the host of heaven. Man started giving stars names and constellations. This is where the idea of coloring books came from. You knew that, right? You didn't know that, right? Coloring books. This is why for years, we were the only ones that didn't have coloring books. Now you're going to see why. Because the constellations, which is where the zodiac signs originate from, right? They're the outline of stars, a group of stars that when you outline, you put a trace on it, you get animals. You get a bull over here, for Taurus, the bull. You get two fish over here for Pisces. You get, I don't know the rest of them like that. Cancer, that's the crab, right? All these things were written and drawn in a book, okay? And these people have children, and they teach their children their worship of their gods. Yeah. And this is the idea of toys and coloring books and accessories and action figures and dolls and little horse carriages and little baby bottles, baby bottles. All of that came from the idea of worshiping idols.
Newborn baby in the crib, getting rid of the little toy, the little knick-knack, a little dog. Little dog with shaker. Yeah, that little dog.
That's
you can't get down in that.
That's what idol worship comes from.
Right. You don't get down in that.
Because the same heathens, that's what they gave. They gave their kids the image of who or what they worship.
That's right.
They gave them a little clay. Yeah, my image is made of gold. Yeah, my little daughter, she got her little clay image that she walk around.
Yeah.
Big head ash. Yeah. They were showing pictures of it. You seen a video, and they were saying, "This is how Ash to rep." Okay, the same one that you read in the book. They got her face. Because these are idols, so you get to know what the idols look like. She ugly. That's why I said, King Asa's mother made an image, and it was monstrous. It was a demon. Baal, B-A-A-L, that the children of Israel also worship, which is supposed to be the husband of Ashtoreth. He represents the sun. Ashtoreth represents the moon. And in their story, they had children. This is where the zodiac signs come from. All of these were depicted in books and given to kids. Right. And all they had to do was put the stars together, trace it, put it together. You remember, I know a lot of people remember in school, they give you these things. One, there's a point here, they got one. Another point there, they got two. And you got to connect the dots. Yeah. This is where connect the dots came from. Because that's what the science of astrology. Yeah. That's where it comes from. So they gave their children these things. And they take different colored dyes of clay. And they color it. This is where coloring books come from. Mm-hmm. And it advanced. And you still got it today. This is why you're not supposed to give your kids anything that has images on it. Nothing. Pictures. Okay? No, not even a truck. Well, this is not in it. That is a toy. A toy comes from idol worship.
That's right. Christmas.
They had chariots. The Egyptians made chariots for the kids to play with. Guess what they put in chariots? the little figurines of idols that they had.
Mhm.
What do you think Jacob's sons had? When Jacob told his sons, he said, "Yo, get the teraphims out your ears and change your garments.
Put away your idols.
Put away the idols." They played with it. The kids played with it.
Say your hearing.
Right along.
That little images on the
And the
earring.
earrings. And then that puts them into what? Ventriloquism.
Yeah.
Because now the truck, I go vroom, vroom with the truck. I mean sound, right?
Yeah.
I got Transformers. I got G.I. Joe.
Mhm.
And I make the sound for each one of them. All that is idol worship.
Idol worship.
That's where it comes from. This is how the children of the heathen played.
But you can't serve God today unless you're strong and very courageous.
That's right.
That's the only way, my nigga.
That's right. That's why on your birthday, you get what? Toys.
Yeah.
On the Xmas day, you get what? Toys. You got a good report card, you get what? Toys. They don't want, the kids never wanted clothes. They wanted toys.
Toys.
It's something about the toys because they're images.
Mm-hmm.
They're idols. That's why it's culminated within birthdays.
Yeah.
Okay? And within the X day.
Yeah.
And Easter also.
Yeah.
Easter comes from Ishtar.
Yeah.
Ishtar is Isis, and they're all married. All of them are married.
So you got the Easter egg.
That's where we get the Easter egg. The Easter egg
Easter
represents
bunny.
the fertility
Easter bunny.
god. A bunny
Easter bunny.
that had an egg.
Yes.
A chicken egg.
Yeah.
That was a chicken.
Yeah.
I know chickens to be used in devil worship all over the
All
world.
over worship is chicken.
All over the world.
Chicken.
They don't even use turkey.
No, chicken.
They use chicken. You have to use chicken or chicken blood or eggs and a lot of devil rituals.
You can give somebody a blood bath, and that word of blood bath, take away or put on evil, is always use chicken blood. To keep the chicken over your head. Chicken blood, son.
Hanukkah ain't got nothing to do with toys. Nothing to do with toys. Nothing to do with gift giving, period.
Nothing to do with
There's no day that's commanded by God to give gifts. The gifts that you gave your fellow was food.
That's right.
They sent out portions. They said portions. It was food. I mean, look, in Solomon time, he took gold ball, big balls of silver and gold and just threw it out there. But it was no toys. It wasn't a bunch of kids out there. Hey, come on, y'all, let's go, come on. I got turkeys for y'all. Everybody get out turkeys. Turkeys wasn't out there.
Yo, big, let's keep it real, son. This Israelite group right here, known as the Maccabees.
That's right.
We are the only one.
Uh-huh.
And you can come to our house, to my house, you don't see no toy.
We gonna see that.
I don't know, but nobody else's house that come in. What we know. But in this house,
That's right.
1504 blocks was where I.
Now to the kids know. They say, oh, that's abomination.
That's right.
It's Abby, look, abomination. There's abomination under there, Abby. Not in there.
No trucks,
That's right. None of that.
no bulldozer, no crane. None of that, nigga.
Oh, trucks.
Get it out of here.
Everybody, you know why I say
You don't like it, you can
Hess
go
truck.
with it, my nigga.
The Hess truck.
Go on with it.
See the Hess truck? They only get that Hess truck out in Christmas time.
Only Christmas stuff.
You only get that. You want to get that journey here, you're going to have to find it online. You're going to have to go online and get that. See, this is what God, I'm going to tell you what God means now. When he said, ye shall be holy. All that stuff you got to leave alone. All that stuff you got to leave alone.
You can't explain it to the people.
All that stuff you got to leave alone. This is some man. You feel empty. You feel empty because wow, I'm so used to this. I'm doing this, and this was my enjoyment. This was our rejoicement. This is the kids. The kids, how are they gonna have fun? There is no fun. The whole purpose of life is to do God's commandment and then die.
Look again.
That's the whole thing.
To have fun It's wicked.
It's wickedness. Everything you confront is
Anything what
wickedness.
is going, there's some wicked stuff going on, sir.
The only thing that's rejoiceful is what God said. When he said, ye shall rejoice. Right? Okay? We shall rejoice before the Lord in 3 appointed times. Nobody can go there now. Nobody can make a pilgrimage there now because there ain't nothing there to go before. Okay? The Dome of the Rock is there.
The only one make pilgrimage
The Arabs go there.
That's right.
But Dome of the Rock, they make their pilgrimage.
Go ahead.
Jews pilgrimage, they go to pilgrimage because it's split up. Jerusalem split up. Temple ground split up. Where the Jews be at the Western Wall.
Yeah.
The wall, that Western Wall is just a wall. Just like this wall. Just like this house get burned down, and only this wall gets saved. Right?
They go there and worship the wall.
They worship the wall.
God and church do nothing like
We
that.
don't do things.
And that wall, that didn't Solomon.
It becomes a monument.
Is this Solomon wall?
No. It ain't even Solomon. Babylonians burnt that down. You see, that thing started with 586 BC. He said, to the Jews at that time, there is no God. He said, because their temples getting burnt down. That means what? God moved away from them.
Moved away.
Because he gave them so many chances, man. He said, you know what? All right. I'm you know what? You need to get rid of the idols and everything. All right. Just do this one thing. Don't have your brethren in bondage. Set them free. And I'll stop them. I'll stop them just on that. And these guys was burned into other gods at that time. The Most High was like, wow, really don't. You know when you don't really want to do it to someone, you're like, I really want to do it. Push it. He said, I'm going to give you this one little thing. Do this. They did it. They said, oh, okay, sorry, we do it, Jeremiah, we do it. We'll let their brethren go. Their brethren was the same Israelite brothers. Right? Okay? They're the same Israelite brothers from out of the tribes. When they let them go, they got halfway out. They ran down and snatched them back and put them back into slavery. To be a bondman is to be a slave. You don't get paid for your work. That was the last straw, what they said, the last straw, right? That's when the Most High said, okay, y'all ain't even going to do that. He let the king of the north, which is Babylon, come through. This is why the Most High allowed heathens to be mightier and get the victory over you. He said, there's many nations that perish before you, so shall ye perish. The same thing can happen to you. Stop thinking that only you are vulnerable to these things because you don't follow God's laws. You pick and choose what you want to follow, or what you pick and choose is still not correct according to the word that's in here.
And that's the Israelites. The people that call themselves Israelites. You don't keep God's commandments. You keep it in portion. You do what you pick and choose.
Pick and choose.
And you go and marry a young woman that is a heathen, and you side with her and make her do her deeds.
It's supposed to be the other way around.
Let us still observe and worship her God. When she come to you do Shabbat, she still worship her God.
So Nehemiah told the people, he said, y'all got Moabite wives, I got wives of Philistine. He said, this is why the Most High hit us up. This is why we coming back now from a spell. He said, look at Solomon, man, King Solomon. He married wives of Egypt, of Ashdod, of this, of that, of this. That he married many foreign strange wives. Didn't convert them. He allowed them to still praise their idols in the land. He said, and that's why it went down like that. Because David didn't do that.
Nah, didn't.
Right? And when Solomon came at the end of his reign, he did that. He set off something when he did that. Because I noticed after that, Rehoboam followed.
No.
After Rehoboam, Abiam was good. Abiam was good. He made a statement to Jeroboam. Rehoboam died. Rehoboam used to go to war with Jeroboam. Rehoboam died. He's the one that didn't listen to the counsel of the elders. And he said, appease the people, take the heavy tax that your father had on him. And then he's the one. Yeah. And he died. Jeroboam still living. Jeroboam lived through Solomon and Rehoboam. You don't see his father, son, and the son's son. Mm-hmm. Now he got war with Abiam. Right? Abiam said, yo, before we go, you trying to ambush me. Let me tell you something, man. I serve the true and we over here, we serve the true and living God. He said, these guys that are priests, They are out the house of Aaron. These are the true priests. These are the guys that are supposed to be doing this stuff. He said, we have everything set up here according to the law of Moses. He said, you trying to come here and ambush me, you're not going to win. That's what Abiam told him. And then after that, for most of the kings after that, they didn't walk in the footsteps of David, their father. So that was what Solomon set off. So by the time we get down to Zedekiah was doing the same thing. The same thing. And he got overcame Babylon's king and snatched them up. Now they in the captivity of Babylon for 70 years. We came back now. They're coming back. So that's why he said, yo, man, what set this off was Solomon. And David didn't do that. David didn't go. Saul didn't do that. Saul didn't serve no idol. Saul didn't follow the commandments of the Lord, the direct orders. He couldn't wait. He couldn't wait for the prophet to come and set up the offering. He wasn't supposed to do that. He wasn't supposed to bring back Agag and the best of the sheep and the best. He wasn't supposed to do that. But he stopped the people from eating with the blood. He also saved the people of Jabesh Gilead from having to walk around with their right eye being struck down. Okay, let's talk about what Saul did. Saul did many great things. The Spirit of the Lord jumped on Saul. All Saul had to hear was, what? He said, what? All Saul had to hear was, he said, what? They said, what? You want to take out your right eye? He got inflamed. He said, and the Spirit of the Lord came upon Saul. And he turned around, he told everybody. He took a plow and broke it up. And he said, this is going to happen to everybody, oxen, all y'all. Y'all don't come to help me to do this war. He said, this is what's going to happen. And when they liberated the people of Jabesh Gilead. And yo, years later, after Saul got killed by the Philistines, and his body and his son's bodies was hanging up on the wall, the men of the valiant men of Jabesh Gilead. These are the same people who Saul helped, and they remembered that. And they went down in there and got them out, got their bodies out. Okay, they remembered that. So watch your mouth when you talk about Saul. The Saul didn't set up. He didn't worship with the sun and the moon and the stars. Okay,
He didn't do that.
He didn't have those stars. He didn't have He didn't go towards Baal and Ash. He didn't give up the seed to Momo. He didn't do that. Okay? David didn't do that. Okay, so that's why Nehemiah mentioned Solomon. Because the kingdom got tainted when Solomon allowed his wives to serve their own gods and still keep their festive days. And he built places of worship for them. He built what they call today temples, synagogues. All of that is come from the word ziggurat.
Right.
All heathens, their place of worship is called a ziggurat. All ziggurats are in the form of a triangle. The triangle represents the triad. The triad is the three-head God. The three gods, the head of that people worship or religion, which is the sun, moon, and the stars. That's where it comes from. So you don't wear anything with a triangle, okay? Because that's what the 6-point stars, the hexagram. When you double it up and invert one triangle, you get what people call today the Star of David, the Star of Solomon, the Seal of Solomon. But what it is, Solomon, David had nothing to do with that. It is a seal also. It's just using devilism, okay? And it represents, before anything else, that thing, which is the hexagram, it represents the planet with the rings around it that people in school teach you, and they say it's called Saturn, okay? That star represents that planet.
That word alone,
and that word
seal.
Seal.
No that word is used as an highly word in witchcraft. That's the word I came from.
That's right.
I told where that came from. They make a seed, put the seed on the floor, and then the people are gonna jump around it, jump around it. You know what they call that? You're working the seal. You're working the seal.
Invoking.
That's right, you're working.
You're invoking spirits.
You do that. You work it. And then you work it all day, all night. My sister, in one of them seances, she dropped dead. She dropped, bust her heart in one of them seances. Are you doing that? The devil is there. She dropped and bust her heart, bringing up blood to her heart, ambulance come, and then they came, she was dead, son. That same thing but seal. People do things, they don't even know what they're doing, son. That word seal come from devil. Ain't no seal in there.
No seal, there's no seals here. There's no seals.
Ain't no, what you call it,
Gender reveal.
no gender reveal in there. I think she was saying right to reveal gender for Isaac. What's up? What up, man? You just can't see me. You can hear me, right? Good. You can't see me, but you could hear me. And anybody who stayed in here with us, you hear me?
Right.
Worshiping with us and stayed there, and
Right.
they left out.
Right.
And they left out. They lost their cotton picking mind. Start doing things that is not in the Old Testament.
Right.
Once you're doing things that is not in the Old Testament, you don't lost your bloody mind, nigga.
That's right.
You crazy, your wife crazy, your damn children crazy, and everybody around you is bald. Self-made teachers. You know how many self-made teachers we got? Me, I was made a teacher by Nasi Dako.
Right.
I didn't make myself this.
No.
And I'm recognized anywhere I go, my nigga.
He said, "For we are strangers before you." David said, "We still strangers before you, man.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna get big-headed with you, God.
Oh, God.
Thank you for the privilege that you've given me here, and I will never get big-headed with you. God, I'm still a stranger before you, because I forget my past background." So and look. He was born in Israel. He was born in Israel. He didn't convert to that. You know what he's talking about? He's talking about the very beginning, Abraham. That's what he's talking about. That's why he said we all strangers before you, and sojourners, especially if we don't do this long, yeah. Okay? He said, as we're all our fathers. See, our days on the earth are as a shadow. You know what that means? Our days on earth is like this.
Yeah.
Shadow don't last long. He said, our days on earth is quick. This is nothing. This is nothing. He said, and there is none abiding. O Lord our God, all this store that we have prepared to build thee a house for thy holy name coming out thine hand. He said, all this stuff that we using to build a house and put your name in, it came from you. You gave it to us. He said, and all is thine own. He said, everything belongs to you. Everything is yours. He said, I know also, my God, that thou triest you now. This is the key here. This is how David knows what is required. He said, I know how you get down, God. I also know, my God, that thou triest the heart. He said, I know how you get down with us, man. We're all men, we're all over everybody. You go in the heart. You see what's going on. Wait, what's going to follow? You see not? Oh, this baby here is going to be evil. Oh, well, I ain't going to make it. He going to get right down. I might have to cut him down. 20 years old, he got to die. You look in the heart. That's what God do. He said, I know that's how you get down. And has pleasure in uprightness. He said, you look, because that's what he's looking for, to see if there's any uprightness. Uprightness is when you're subservient to God's law.
That's it. You're not subservient to your woman's law.
No.
Nigga.
To God's law.
To God's law, nigga.
Humble is when you are subservient to God's law.
Not to your woman. Not to your woman. You don't never humble yourself to your woman.
Hey, I'm loud. I'm a loud guy. I make a lot of noise. I follow all those commandments, word for word.
Yeah.
I'm humble.
You're humble.
But people they listen, man, no, he ain't humble. He always making noise. He always but I follow God's will. So your definition of humble is against what God says is
It's
humble.
not humble, really. Your definition of humble ain't nothing but butt kissing. It's in your butt.
God said
Look
humble.
at Judas Maccabee.
Right.
He said it was ruthless in war. It was godly. What?
He was ruthless.
So you could be ruthless and godly.
That's right. He ain't had no mercy.
No mercy. You could be
None.
ruthless and godly.
You know, they say, oh man, you could have let that one live. No, not Judas. But what? It's godly.
It's godly. So
So
when God talk about mercy,
uh-huh.
talk about mercy to your brother.
And who's your brother?
Your Jew brother, your Israelite brother.
One that served
The same God you serve.
God you serve.
That's it.
And the same
Not about these niggas out there, man.
No,
And you
no.
go out there and want to worship.
That's not my brother. That's not my brother.
And I said, your
Hey,
brother.
what's up, my brother? I don't call him my brother. You're not my brother. You don't serve the same God.
Nah.
That right there, that's what provides the difference to how I treat you now. I don't have to. When you said all that stuff there with your brother, that was because they lived amongst each other.
Live amongst each other.
That's because they had their own land and they lived. They had
Community.
every city you go to was Israel.
That's right.
Every block, every meadow,
That's
every
right.
country was Israel.
That's
So
right.
all these people are your neighbors. All these people here around here, your brothers. Now
So
they
they didn't go around feeling sorry for people that
No.
hated God. That's
No.
not their God.
no, they didn't.
I got worship us, feeling sorry for them.
What did he
Get
say?
the hell out of here.
What that dude said in that movie? He dies, he dies.
If he died, he died.
He dies, he dies. They only cared about their own.
Only
You
your
hear
own.
the prophets crying, and they talking about this, that. They only crying for the people, for Israel. They only did that for Israel. They only asked God questions about Israel. They didn't ask or were concerned about the world.
No.
Because they want to know, yo, why we was put in this position with everybody else.
Right.
A lot of the questions Ezra asks is because he was like, yo, I'm trying to understand, I just want to understand, God, what is going on for us to be living like this now?
Like them damn
Like
going.
them. That's
Going
what got to
bastards.
man, that's what got to him. That's why he said, yo, man, I gotta go on. And he had to ask these questions. And even the angel told him, he said, yo, man, you asking these questions, he ain't gonna come up. Right? He said, but look, Ezra was on the road.
Yeah.
He was at that moment, he was doing the right thing. He's to the part where he was fasting for 7 days, fasting for weeks. He said, look, man, fast for another 21 days, come back to me. And I'll give you that answer. If you really want that answer, do that. If you're serious. And he was serious. He did that. And the questions that he asked, man, we're gonna read a couple of the answers to those questions in a minute. He said, as for me, this is David talking. Verse 17, as for me, in the uprightness of my heart, because he knows that he's right with God, so he can talk like this. He said, I have willingly offered all these things, and now have I seen with joy thy people which are present here to offer willingly unto thee. He said, O Lord God of Abraham, Isaac, and of Israel, our fathers, keep this forever in the imagination of the thoughts of the heart of thy people. Keep this thing here we got going on.
That's right.
Keep it in our hearts.
That's right.
Let that be our battery. That's what
right.
David asked for.
That's right.
He said, because I already know this is what you look when you look in us to see uprightness.
You're
And
upright.
you're only gonna get that by following these commandments.
Straight command.
That's it. He said, and prepare their heart unto thee. He asked the Most High to prepare the people's heart. He already cleared himself. He said, the uprightness in my heart, I'm good. He said, now the people, he said, prepare their heart, God. Help them out. Prepare their heart, okay? To do what? Unto thee.
I'm no monkeys to be sick, you hear me?
Uh-huh.
They won't take off their job to go to the doctor. Oh, you need the money. But when the Sabbath comes, nigga take off the Shabbat, can do whatever. And I don't feel good, man. I feel a little weak. What kind of bitch shit is that, son? What kind of punk business is that, son? I'm being very sick. And I don't take off for Shabbat. I don't take off for Shabbat. And the Shabbat, I get up, went to the bathroom. Come back, sit down. Sit down. But I don't take off for Shabbat.
That's with all your strength. That's what it means by with all your strength.
With all my strength.
With all your might.
With all my might. That's why God maintained me. And I will continue with this strength until I die. I never get weak like you guys out there do the same thing your woman do. Your woman is a heathen. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I will never get weak. I will always walk with God in this law. I'm not doing anything outside of what's in that book. Nothing. And my wife ain't doing it, and nobody that lives in this house is doing it.
That's right.
Nothing. Now, who was living here? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And you start with that junk, God moved you out. God kicked you out. Get out of here. You don't belong here, man. Not with them type of realistic ideas, you know, huh? So know what we got. We got 3 left. Yeah? We got 3 left. And there ain't 3 musketeers.
It's not even a skeleton crew.
It ain't even a skeleton.
It's just a backbone.
It's just a backbone. Mikael, my firstborn. Shama, my secondborn. And me and my wife. That's it. You can't even count Abraham because he goes in and out. That right or wrong?
Right.
In and out. When his wife sick, we heard. No, her head coming back. Her head coming back when she got punched. In and out, yeah, a seesaw. You don't see he here today? He was here last week. Late, he came in late too. Look at that. This is a seesaw. A nigga like you can't tell him nothing. Okay. When you rebuke him, you have 1,000 words. 1,000 words. You got black as the night. So guess what? Don't say nothing to him. He's a nigga gonna let him crash. You say, brother, you gotta rebuke him. No, I ain't gotta do a damn thing. What God says. Rebuke not what?
So, scorn.
A scorner. A softness. Well, no, you saying you have to. That's why I know you're a big bastard. You can't serve this God, man. You have to put your thing to the side and just adhere to what God said. That's it, nigga. You can't do that. Now you hold yourself too much, man. You hold yourself too much, and you hold your children too damn much. Your children ain't. God told you what they ain't. And he told them to do what? Eat them. Eat them. You find men today do the same thing. That's why Jeremiah, God told Jeremiah to tell the people, ye are what? Women. And that didn't manifest today. Look at the men. Right. The men are like broads. They're just like broads. You can't control the woman. Can't rule her. You know what I'm saying? He being controlled.
Second Ezra. We're going to the book of the Apocrypha. Second Ezra, chapter 1, verse 24. He said, what shall I do unto thee, O Jacob? He said, what I'm going to do with you, Jacob? He said, what I'm going to do with you? You won't listen. I did all these things for you in the wilderness. I still held you down when you was blaspheming in the wilderness. So what shall I do unto thee, O Jacob?
Second Ezra chapter 1, verse 24.
Right.
What shall I do unto thee, O Jacob? Thou, Judah, wouldest not obey me. I will turn me to other nations.
Wait. He said, you, Judah, he said, you won't obey me. You won't listen. He said, I'm going to turn to other nations.
You said that never.
Right.
One, huh?
One. You know what that means when he said, I would turn to other nations? The same way they turn to other gods.
That's right.
In other words, abandon you. I'm going to leave you out there. Okay? He said, and unto those will I give my name. He said, I'm going to go to those other nations. Nations. He didn't even say one nation.
Nah,
He said, those other nations, he said, and unto those will I give my name. So that's why you have a bunch of people springing up. They saying that they the true seed of Israel. All over the world. Look.
And we can't say no more than
that. Nah. Because the Most High said already.
Turn to other nations.
Right. He said, I'm going to give them my name. Right? Verse 24. That they may keep my statutes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He said, since you don't want to do it, I'm going to turn to these nations here, give them my name, and they're going to keep my statue.
You're gonna keep your statue.
They're going to keep it.
That must have been Jewish.
That's the Jewish people.
Yeah.
Okay? He said, see.
I heard Israelites over here. He said, yeah. He said, that's us.
No.
That's us. Yeah, man.
No, it's not.
That ain't you. You're a nigga.
It's not.
Don't you realize that you are a nigga?
See, when the Most High give you His name, you got holiness in Jerusalem, in temple grounds. If these people, the Most High give His name to, guess what? They're gonna own Jerusalem. Do you know? You understand where I'm coming from with that?
Yeah.
Because that's who's in Jerusalem right now.
They're holding it
And
down.
that's who He gave His name to.
They're holding it down.
The Palestinians and the Jews. Because they're fighting over the land. It's called holy war. It's been going on since that day.
Palestinians got half and the Jews got half.
Right. And at the borders is war.
The Palestinians is straight up Ishmael.
Yeah. And they got the Dome of the Rock.
Don't know what they're doing.
On the other side, where the Western Wall at, that's the Jew side. He said, I will give my name to these other nations. He said, and they're going to keep my statues. He said, seeing.
You have forsaken me.
Uh-huh.
I will forsake you
He
all.
said, well, I see how you getting down with me. I'm going to get down the same way with you.
Chapter 1, verse 25.
It's only right.
Another Jewish man told me one time.
Uh-huh.
He said there's a spot in Jerusalem. Because God said he loved Jerusalem. He said there's a spot in Jerusalem where God do that. He said there's a spot in Jerusalem where God be at. He said, boy, that squat. This nigga that he trying to find it. You understand? And I believe that, man.
Yeah,
Because in the book, he said he loved Jerusalem.
he said he talked very good about
The nigga said there's a spot in Jerusalem where God is, where God is. You want God come to Jerusalem. He was here.
it. In that video, the guy said, he said, everybody knows one thing. Everybody in the world will find God.
Come to Jerusalem.
That's what the man said. And I've heard that before
Yeah,
for years.
yeah, he is.
He said, go to Jerusalem. I know a rapper from Flatbush. And went to jail, did time, came home, and he's a Jew now. He lives out there. Lives in Jerusalem. Yeah, man. This is what God was talking about. Because ain't no children of Israel running around no more. They're not around.
They don't exist.
That's why he said, I'm going to leave you alone. And then I'm going to turn to other nations and give them my name. See, he had say you also, when he desired me to be gracious unto you, he said, when you're looking for me to give you good grace, to give you pardon, to look out for you and hold you down, he said, what? I shall what? I shall have no mercy upon you. He said, read.
Whensoever ye have defiled your hands with blood, and your feet are swift to commit manslaughter, ye have not as it were forsaken me, but yourselves, saith the Lord. Thus saith the Almighty Lord, have I not praised you as a father his sons, as a mother her daughter, and a nurse her young babes, that you will be my people, and I should be your God?
You're supposed to be my people. Did not I do my part? Did not I hold you down like a father to his son? Okay? As a mother her daughters, and as a nurse with young babes. Okay? The nurse, look, that ain't even her child. But it might as well be the way she nurses it. Okay? He said, that's how I dealt with you guys. Come, she.
That ye will be my children, and I should be your father. I gather you together as a hen gathereth her chickens under her wing. But now, what shall I do unto you? I will cast you out from my face. When you offer unto me, I will turn my face from you. For your solemn feasts, your new moons, and your circumcisions have I forsaken. I sent unto you my servants, the prophets, whom ye have taken and slain, and torn their bodies in pieces.
Man, look, I don't care how much feast days and new moons you do, you circumcise, it don't mean nothing.
It means nothing.
He said, because it's done. I'm over with it. It don't mean nothing. He said, I sent to you my servants, that do my bidding. Right? The prophets.
Chapter 1.
Okay. Whom ye have taken and slain. You took my prophets and slain them, man. Tell she.
Whose blood I will require of your hands, saith the
Oh,
Lord.
and you're going to pay for that blood. All you guys that slain all my prophets. Anybody that slain a prophet, that blood is required of you. You're going to pay for that. He said, thus saith the Almighty Lord, your house is desolate. Desolate means empty. Okay? I will cast you out as the wind doth stubble. Your children shall not be fruitful. They have despised my commandment and done the thing that is evil before me. Your houses will I give to a people that shall come. He said, there are people that is coming. I'm going to give your houses to them. He said, which not having heard of me. He said, they didn't hear me. They didn't heard of me. They never heard of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They never heard of a Shabbat day. They never heard of these things, right? He said, yes, shall believe me, like Abraham did. Because that was what happened with Abraham. Abraham never heard of the Most High God until the Most High appeared to him and said, walk before I am the Lord thy God. Walk before me and be thou perfect. And everything after that, Abraham believed it. And the Most High said it was counted to him to righteousness.
Just because he what?
Because he believed him.
Believe God.
So he said, I got more people coming down that's going to come and get your houses. Right? And look, they ain't never heard of me, but when they hear, they going to believe me.
But again, you believe it. People are calling something that you believe God. You will take you
to everything because I believe
you believe what you read in nigga.
So I'm not going to say anything that's not what I'm reading.
Nah.
If it's not there, I'm not going to say it because I believe what's there.
That's right.
So,
believe what's there. I always say, honor your father and your mother. Like you believe that. You will never lift up your ears against your father, nigga. Because you believe that, but you don't believe it. So you're not righteous. You're wicked. I don't care when you come and say, Shabbat, nigga, you're wicked. The righteous, you believe God. And you act on those things.
Oh, see?
Your houses will I give to a people that shall come.
All right. Your houses, he's talking to the children of Israel. The land of Israel. We're talking Beersheba, Bethel, Shiloh, Megiddo. Okay? All these cities and these towns, these houses. Most I said, I'm going to give it to the people that shall come. Who got those houses now? Who's in those cities now? That's who the Most High was talking.
The Jewish people.
Okay?
You know right?
That's right.
Not niggas.
No.
Not no black nigga.
No.
Not no nigga from Yugoslavia.
No.
Not no nigga from Germany. The nigga from the Jewish people, they're Jews. And when Russians go over there, they pin him immediately and convert him. Oh yeah, you got him and convert him.
Right. You're going to do this.
You're going to do this.
It said, to whom I have showed no signs.
You showed no signs to those people.
I showed you signs. You still didn't believe.
You still won't believe.
I showed you the evidence and the proof. But you still didn't believe.
That's so hard we are.
He said, to whom I have showed no signs, yet they shall do that I have commanded them. He said, they have seen no prophecy. No prophet came and talked to them. He said, yet they shall call their sins to remembrance and acknowledge them. So you got to think about yourself.
We ain't seen no prophecy either.
No.
But guess what? We don't call our sins to remembrance more than him.
And we don't acknowledge it.
And we don't acknowledge it. We acknowledge idols.
People, when they read that, people think it's talking about young people.
Nah.
That's not what you're talking about.
Nah.
That's talking about. That's talking about.
Ain't no more Israelites, man.
No.
You're an Israelite.
Hey. Second Ezra chapter 2. Roughly begin.
Thus saith the Lord, I brought this people out of bondage, and I gave them my commandments by my servants, the prophets, whom they would not hear, but despised my counsel. The mother that bare them saith unto them, go your way, ye children, for I am a widow and forsaken. I brought you up with gladness, but with sorrow and heaviness have I lost you. For ye have sinned before the Lord your God.
You sinned before God, so you gotta go. This is a sad situation. You're gonna learn sorrow and happiness for me. But you won't stop. You keep sinning before God.
Won't stop, nigga.
And done the thing that is evil before him. But what shall I now do unto you? I am a widow and forsaken.
Mm-hmm.
Go your way, O my children. Ask mercy of the Lord.
Go your way and ask mercy of God. It's the best thing to do right now. Get yourself together. Gather yourself. Don't try to gather the people. Okay? Gather yourself. And if you have a house, set your house in order.
But we got the people together. People are here.
That's right.
Not here.
And you shall not be reckoned among the nations.
Not be ready.
When they was an independent nation and God was with them, he said, you guys are not going to be recognized among the nations. In other words, they're going to always have a problem with you. They're going to hate you. They ain't going to like you. They're going to want you to join them. They ain't going to want to join you. Yep. Just remember that. Right. He said, as for me, O Father, I call upon thee for witness over the mother of these children, which they would not keep my covenant, that thou bring them to confusion. Now these people, as they getting kicked out of the land and going to slavery, never to come back, right, and get replaced by other people. This is what goes on with them. Confusion. Confusion of what? Who you are, where you come from. Confusion of what? The laws of God, the Hebrew. Okay? Confusion of what? Oh, is this unclean or not? How you get this, all that confusion. Oh, you can cut your hair. Yeah. It says it in Leviticus 19, huh? That's confusion. I don't think it's anything wrong if I go to a birthday party. Confusion. I don't think it means that what it say right here in Exodus 20. Confusion. But it's clean.
I don't think it's anything wrong if I go to this 4th of July.
Confusion. That's what they got hit with. That's why it was nothing for the ones who lived. They said, okay, we'll live these laws of the land. We come for them. Matter of fact, give us a paper and let me sign it so I can have permission to be a servant of your religion now, aka today clergyman. Tell she.
And their mother to a spoil, that there may be no offspring.
Their mother is Jerusalem. God always talked about Jerusalem as a mother to his children.
That's right.
This is where he chose to place his name there. Right. This is the 3 times in the year where all males appear before the Lord in Jerusalem and rejoice. Once you can't do that, you ain't observing those days. The most you can do is the Feast of Unleavened Bread, get rid of all leaven, and feast on unleavened bread.
We don't observe those days.
God.
You're going to command it. That's supposed to be doing.
Really not.
You're supposed to be.
You're supposed to.
Well, you don't listen, man. You're wrong. This is not Jerusalem, nigga. God commanded to go to Jerusalem. This is not Jerusalem.
You know why?
What the man said that? He said the only day you could go over here is what? Shabbat, that's it. White man said that.
He said the Shabbat, the only day you can do anywhere.
Anywhere.
That's right.
There's other days,
you don't like
be like you, I ain't sinning.
That's right.
I ain't sinning. Right. Only Shabbat. I give me Yom Kippur.
Shabbat, the only one that you are commanded to observe in all.
When you do Yom Kippur, you don't get forgiven for a damn.
Nothing happens.
For Aaron.
You're the same corruptible dude you was.
You're the same corrupt bastard. You're still like babies. Yeah. You're still like little boys, nigga.
That's right.
They're out of here. You're still a queer.
You see, all of that comes from Judaism. So now, people who wants to follow God, you gotta do this word for word. Tell she.
Let them scatter abroad among the heathen. Let their names be put out of the earth.
Okay.
They have despised my covenant.
Okay. Let them be scattered abroad. Why? That means all over the earth. That's why we had to come here. That's why you gotta come here. That's why you had to hit Australia. Okay? It says, let them be scattered abroad among the heathen. Let their names be put out of the earth, for they have despised my covenant. Talking about the children of Israel. So there are no more Israelites. What you can be, okay? What you can be is a Hebrew. A Hebrew is one that has converted from to the Most High God and His commandments. That's what Abraham did. Abraham set this Israelite thing on by being a Hebrew. See, they only was called Israelites because they were the children of Israel. Israel. That was a lineage thing now. Their names were put out. The children, children. They messed up. God wiped them out. He said your name is going to be put out. So everyone, really, if you're not supposed to be calling yourself Israel, you're supposed to be calling yourself Hebrews. Because nobody came on the slave ships looking like this. Nobody. You really think about it. Slave, and you dressed in robes, and turban, stuff. No, they were naked when they came over here. With torn rags around them. Filthy, torn rags around them. They came over as Africans, man. I keep telling people, you can be a Hebrew today, but you can't be an Israelite because their names got wiped out. How their names got wiped out? They got killed, burnt, massacred, and tortured to death. The ones that were kept alive were put to slavery until they died. And the other half that were kept alive, they conformed to wherever they were taken to. And they lived like the people where they were taken to. Then their children, right, was Israelitish. Became Israelitish. What we call interracial. They call that interracial. Two different breeds of people from two different nations get together and have a son. You get together, oh, look at this, so cute. They got Indian hair with white people eyes and black people lips. Okay, that's integrating, interracial. That started. Now that child is a mixture, and then that child has a child. When that child has a child, there's no more mixture. It's that people now. That Israelite. All right, I'm gonna put it to you like this. I was one of the ones that conformed, right? In Greece or Rome or in Capernaum, right? Where any one of them places out there. But they got the Jews that sent all of these places right back to Egypt, like it said in Deuteronomy 28. Mind you, when it says in Deuteronomy 28, we shall be sent away by ships again into Egypt. Not talking about here, America. Okay, it's talking about Egypt again. That happened in 70 AD. That was the entrance to most of Israel being integrated into Africa. All the rest got spread out through Europe. And when they conform, I now, and my wife, have a child. She's Syrian. I'm Israelite. We have a Syrio-Israelite child, a mixture, right? That child is not going to marry an Israelite like me. He's going to marry the Syrian. Now, when they had that child is a Syrian. That's how it goes. That's how it went. My grandson, my son's son, he's not going to be Israelite like me because I don't have a mixed baby. I don't have a baby with a Greek woman. You know what I'm saying, Chief? Or Moabite. I don't have a baby with Moabite. So the baby now is Israelitish Moabite, just mixed. And then now, my child grow up, he's not going to marry an Israelite. They ain't around no more.
Ain't around no more.
They got right now.
Don't exist no more.
So who you going to marry is heathens.
The most you can be right now is a Hebrew. Other than that, you're straight up nigga.
You can only be what?
Hebrew.
Can you be an Israelite?
No. They don't exist.
Sound like the
They
name
don't
out.
exist. Number niggas.
Only be an Hebrew. So
Nigga.
you gotta do what Abraham did. It's back to that.
Nigga.
Back to that set.
Back to that shit.
You gotta treat yourself like you Abraham.
Right.
And now today is an extra with it. You got imposters. You got imposters. Verse 8.
I'm verse 11 that the one. Huh? Okay.
Verse 8. Woe be unto thee, Asher, that thou hidest the unrighteous in thee. O thou wicked people, remember what I did at the son of the Gomorrah. So now Asher is Assyria. He said, thus said the Lord unto Ezra, tell my people that I will give them the kingdom of Jerusalem, which I have given unto Israel. Their glory also will I take unto me, and give thee the everlasting tabernacles, which I have prepared for them. They shall have the tree of life on them sweet savor. This is not now. This is later. These are the ones that stick to his commandments. This is part of what you get ready. Okay? Verse 16. All those that be dead will I raise up again from their places and bring them out of the graves. For I have known my name in Israel. You know that? He said, everybody that is in the grave, everybody that's dead, he's talking about his servants. Okay? And he said, I will raise up again from their places and bring them out of their graves. So he's talking about dead people. Only dead people are in graves.
That's right. That's right.
He said, and those that be dead will I raise up at 16. Those that be dead will I raise up again from their places and bring them out of
the grave.
Oh, see, all this is not, it's for to come. Okay?
For I have known my name in Israel.
That ain't no metaphor.
No, that's straight up. That's straight up. He said, fear not, thou mother of the children, for I have chosen thee, said the Lord. He's talking to Jerusalem. He said, for thy help will I send my servants. Isaiah and Jeremiah, after whose counsel I have sanctified and prepared for thee 12 trees laden with diverse fruits.
It has many fountains flowing with milk and honey, and 7 mighty mountains, whereupon there grow roses and lilies, whereby I will fill thy children with joy. Do right to the widow, judge for the fatherless, give to the poor, defend the orphan, clothe the naked.
Of your people. This is only for Israel.
Only for
Israel. Remember I said earlier, Israel lives together.
That's right.
Okay? So the person next door to you, under you, above you, around you, they live just like you. You serve the same God. All right? So because we serve the same God, there is going to be a love there.
That's right.
I'm not going to see you naked and not clothed.
That's right.
I'm not going to
serve
see
the
you.
Same God.
We serve the same God.
You serve the same God that they use Shabbat. And me, I'm in Coney Island, nigga.
No.
I'm in Coney Island.
No.
I went tomorrow, come then I go to church.
No.
No.
You don't serve.
He ain't your brother.
No. Come see.
Do right to the widow, judge for the fatherless, give to the poor, defend the orphan, clothe the naked.
You know why? Because the nations don't do that with their people.
No.
They don't do that with their people. Okay? Come see.
No, you gave me rough right now.
You can't do that, period.
Well, you have to make sure she's a widow. A lot of women, the husband died, no. And she's sneaking around, son.
Make sure she was born a woman first.
And she's sneaking around.
And she's getting down. Right?
She's getting down.
Hidden secrets.
Hidden secrets. Once the husband died, you know what I'm saying? And when I go to the Jamaican joint to get my little essay, she in the back.
The dread. Chilling with dread.
Chilling with dread in the back.
What up,
you ain't no widow. I know them dreads get down.
No.
You ain't no widow.
Dreads pray to weed, man. That's it.
Yes, they pray to weed.
Everybody's idolatry.
Yeah, they pray to the weed. I seen them stuff.
Some shit.
Well, get praises, get praises, get praises. It says some crazy prayer over the weed before you smoke it.
Some shit.
Heal the broken and weak. Laugh not a lame man to scorn. Defend the maimed. And let the blind man come into the sight of my cleanness.
He said, heal the broken, weak. Heal the sick, messed up. Broken spirit, weak spirit. Strength. Give him some strength. Say, come on, man, you can do this, man. Strengthen yourself. Start doing right, do these commandments. Blah, 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 blah.
You listen? Laugh not a lame man.
Man, scorn. Don't do that.
And when you get a break, you put the word lame. I'm quite sure it don't mean only one that's crooked.
No.
Yeah. You should laugh not a lame man to scorn. You know
Once
that?
you lame, you missing
Never.
something, man.
My sister, my goddamn brother, you think I see? They laugh at me. And my eyes, nigga,
Mom.
they mock me. They mock me. And they're dancing for me. I look at him. When she called me my goo, I looked at him. Nigga set it up right there, yeah. You don't laugh there and that. You laugh there and that. The same bird person you mock, you won't come and take it out. Actually, need people come here. I told him no. Nobody coming in. And you just come to your house and they want to order you around. I've been here before. Everything gotta stay here, man. Yo, man. Even the one that called us an Israelite, I'm busting. Busting, man. Laughing at me, mocking me. How you gonna do it? How you gonna do it? They didn't do that. That's why you see they call them saints. They didn't do that, man. Once you got, you know that they didn't them angels. You didn't know them, you know they were men. But you didn't know they were angels, right? You know they were men. And they came to his house. And he said, no, this man come to my house under my protection. No, they're under my protection. Under my rule. Well, we don't do that today. Nah.
Keep the old and young within thy walls.
You see?
Whatsoever thou findest dead, take them and bury them. And I will give
That's what Tobit used to do.
The old and the young. No?
Right.
They ain't put them in that place. They put that place now.
Nursing home.
No, the other place. You know, hospice.
Hospice.
Yeah, they were bitch with my mother in there. Hospice. You call it hospice?
Hospice. And you're gonna die indefinitely. Put you in there.
That's cold, brother, man. That kill you, Francis.
Yeah.
That's cold, brother. Hospice, no?
No.
That's cold. They didn't even have that there.
No.
Home, nursing home. The nursing home was your house.
Yeah. See, at this time in the book of Ezra, was in the time of Babylonian captivity.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And this was a pronunciation of the children of Israel, 10 tribes.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's why the Most High said their names, he's gonna wipe their names and let their names be put out of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then right after that, he talks about Asher. He said, woe be unto Asher. Asher is Assyria.
Yeah, seriously.
He said, woe be unto, he said, trouble for you too. He said that thou hidest unrighteous in me. You know what I'm saying? Oh, thou wicked people, remember what I did at the Sodom and Gomorrah. Listen, after I get Israel hit up, use you to get Israel hit up, I'm hitting you up then. He used the Most High did use Babylon and hit Assyria.
Yep.
Okay? And then what? Babylon got hit up by the Persians.
Yep.
And then the Persians got hit up by the Greeks. Then the Greeks got hit up by the Romans. And the Romans didn't get hit up.
They're still standing.
The Romans split their kingdom up.
They're still
And
standing.
every country and continent in this world is under the banner of Rome.
Rome.
Their customs,
They're
their
still
ways,
standing.
their architecture,
That's
some
right.
of everything.
Rome.
Rome adapted all paganism. All paganism.
That's right. They're still
All,
standing.
all idols. All of it. The pantheon gods, what they call the sky gods. which is the sun, moon, and stars. They incorporated all of that with the astrology and with the holidays that we observe today. All of that is wrong. Okay? Wrong. If you read, you know that Rome, 10 nations came, 10 nations, 10 provinces came, countries, 10 countries came out of the standings of Rome. Rome split up. And their influence, Roman influence is in those 10 countries spread to Europe, spread out to the world. Okay? Come sheet.
Abide still, my people, and take thy rest, for thy quietness shall come. Nourish thy children, O thou good nurse, establish their feet. As for the servants whom I have given thee, there shall not one of them perish, for I will require them from among thy number. Be not weary, for when the day of the trouble and heaviness cometh, others shall weep and be sorrowful, but thou shalt be merry and have abundance. The heathen shall envy thee, but they shall be able to do nothing against thee, saith the Lord. My hand shall cover thee, so that thy children shall not see hell. Be joyful, O thou mother.
See, all of that is to come. That's only for the ones that separated themselves. Come sheet.
Be joyful, O thou mother, with thy children, he said, Lord. Remember thy children that sleep, for I shall bring them out of the sides of the earth.
Only the ones
And
that
show
are
them,
Serve God.
yeah, separated yourself.
Separated themselves to serve God. Only. Right? These are the only. It said they serve a God that specific. You use the word specific, right? Meaning there's details to this. And that's what it is, the commandments are. Okay, we're gonna go to Ecclesiastes, chapter 27.
Ecclesiastes chapter 27. Many have sinned for a small matter. He that sinned.
You sin. Look, you didn't even have to do to lie. You didn't have to steal. You didn't have to do this. You didn't have to do that. You don't mess yourself up for a small matter.
Yeah.
You sin for small. He said, many do that. For small, for nothing. They sin for nothing now. That's how easy it is. Tell she.
And he that seeketh for abundance will turn his eyes away.
And he that seeketh for abundance, I'm looking for a payout. I'll turn my eyes away. Give me some. I'll turn my eyes away that you're stealing, that you don't took some of Sarah's stuff. Sarah not here to see it. I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna say nothing. These are the type of people that God don't like. He said, he that seeketh for abundance will turn his eyes away. One that's always looking for something. Person that's always looking for something, you can't trust him.
What the Negro that color first call it
The come up.
Come up. Bastard.
He want PC off the come up.
PC up.
I ain't gonna say that.
You can't trust him.
Some shit.
You can't trust a nigga.
No.
And a nigga is anyone who don't live by God's commandments.
That's right.
Who don't respect everything God says. You are a nigga. Don't care if you my son. You just a damn nigga. And I can't trust you either. I only trust people that fear God. And I could trust you. And you could trust me. But that ain't gonna do
That's the only way it's gonna work.
That's the only way it's gonna work.
The only way it's gonna work. Between God and man, between man and wife,
That's it.
between parents and children.
That's it.
You know? That's the only way it's gonna work. Tell she.
As a nail sticketh fast between joinings of the stones, so does sin stick close between buying and selling.
He said, as a nail, stick it fast between the joinings of the stones. You got heavy stones that they use to make the walls, fortifications. And they use big giant nails. Their nails back then, not what we use nails today. Their nails was big, like what we call tent nails.
Yeah.
Big. And they will put this in the spaces, like when you put the stones up, there are spaces in between the stones. They would wedge big giant pieces of nails in there. Okay? Plaster that. Okay?
There's just a piece of iron with a point.
Just the wall stable. You say, so is that nail. That's fast. That's fast, meaning stuck in here. They moving, right? He says, so does sin stick close between buying and selling. He says, so watch what you buying. What you buy? You buy stuff to what? Eat and what? Right on. You have to be careful that what you eating is under the law and what you're wearing is under the law. Because it's sin in buying and it's sin in selling.
You can go and buy some stuff that is corruptible.
You may buy, like, oh, you know what, man, give me a size 4. But the guy I'm giving an order to, he's a scammer. He's not even boosting. Boosting is fake out. It's high tech now. It's fade out. I know when you're coming in my store to grab something, and I got cameras, and you got security people that know how to run. And I've seen it on Facebook, on TV, people trying to steal, girls trying to steal hair, right? And they stop, close the door, lock the door. Now they can't get out. They're trying to get out. And the glass is foolproof for a thief like you.
Yeah.
So now, in order not to go through that, you just go in, like you find something, pull that card out. Wow. Boom, 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 boom. Go through. If it goes through, that means the card, they call it a piece. If it goes through, they say the piece is hidden. Meaning you got it, you banked out. I've seen people use cards, come up with $9,000, $10,000 out of somebody else's account. Checks, all of that stuff, you cannot involve yourself with if you say you follow these laws. No, right? So there is sin in buying and selling. Okay? You can't take somebody's social security number, okay, and put cable on them. No. It's a false matter. He said, unless a man holds himself diligently in the fear of the Lord, his house shall soon be overthrown. The house that you have is going to be overthrown. Somebody's going to take over. It ain't going to be you. 9 times out of 10 is who? The woman. That's who's next up in line. He said, because why? You didn't hold yourself diligently in the fear of the Lord. Meaning, you didn't fear God. Ecclesiastes chapter 27. Yes. Yeah. Right. Verse 4. As one sifted with a seed, the refuse remain. You know, when you sifting, what you doing? You're refining that flour. You're also cleaning it. With any little bugs, or not bugs, stones, there'll be bugs in there too, you find. Right? Yeah. Anything foreign is going to come up in that stream. That's the seed. And that's right. It's going to stay back. Be held back. Right? He said, now check this. So the filth of a man in his talk. So it said, that is compared, that filthiness, when you filter that man out, you filter everything he's saying, you see all the filthiness in him. Yeah. You see the wickedness in him, all right? All right? That's what the filthiness is, the wickedness, the evil. You see his evil intent. You see his evil character. You see these things. You know? Right. Uncle, I don't know you. Okay? Right. I don't know you. You don't know me. You're not my son. If you find yourself up there, a lot of trouble, nowhere to go, sleep in the streets. And me, I take you in my house. I don't know you. But by me taking you into my house, we became friends. Right. I take you in my house, and you stay in my house for 20 years, 25 years. Huh? Right. Could you have anything here to say about me? Right. Could you have anything here to say about me? I may have something to say about him. In the same situation, that same situation with you, I fall back. How you gonna do it? Can't do it. And every nigga that still in my house, I never did crap to say about me, son. Okay. Never live in my house. But why the nigga live there? You have to give me a nigga to buy bread. I supplied everything. Whatever I had, we shared it and we ate. So how could you have negative crap to say about me, man? You know what I mean? You ain't no goddamn good. I will never do that. You hear me? Sure. I still remember the lady in Panama. You hear me? Yeah. When my father died,
And I didn't even know it was my wife's grandmother. We talked, she said, I said, what? She said, yeah. She looked out for me and my mother. Many days we hungry. We so hungry, yo, we go to school crying. Hungry. My mom said, go over there, she'll give us a cup of rice. Give a cup of damn rice. My mom cooked everybody get a spoon. A tablespoon, son. I will never forget that lady. I tried to find her, man. So my wife to find out where she at. How did I find her? I will never forget that. Because she did me good and did my mother good, nigga. I won't forget she, nor her children. Bastards. You live in a man's house for 20 years, then you have all kind of crap to say about it. You ain't no goddamn good. You ain't no damn good while you living there, nigga. Nigga was ain't working. You know what I'm saying? The food you ate came out of this house. Some of you have negative things to say about this man. How could you? You ain't no goddamn good. And this I see today. So I say today, you, that's all we need. We don't need nobody else, son. And you chama, you cry, and me. You shaya, you come in now, all right. Don't need nobody else. Don't need nobody else.
And when one sifted with a seed, his refuge remaining. So the filth of man in his talk. The furnace proveth the potter's vessel. So the trial of man is in his reasoning. The fruit declareth if the tree had been dressed.
Verse 13.
Okay.
The discourse of fools is irksome, and their sport is in the wantonness of sin.
He said the discourse of fools is irksome.
Yeah,
Fools are annoying.
annoying.
What we call clowns, idiots, dummies, buffoons, morons. People that say things, they don't know what they're talking about. People that say things that's not in the book.
That's not in the book, son.
You see, when you start talking at it, it becomes irksome. You know what? It irks my nerves. It irks me. It bothers me. He said these type of dudes are irksome. They're bothersome people. Nobody wants this guy around. You're a fool. He said, and their sport.
There's a problem.
That's right. Their sport, their entertainment is the wantonness of sin. Their entertainment always leads to sinning. Being against. Thomas Street.
The talk of him that sweareth much maketh the head stand upright, and their brawls make one stop his ears.
He said, the talk of him that sweareth much maketh the head, and their brawls make one stop his ears. He said, when this guy's swearing, I swear this, I swear. Everything he said, he swear. You ain't even being judged, you ain't on trial, you ain't on nothing. Nobody even asked you to take a oath. Why do you keep saying, I swear?
Listen, you don't have to say, I swear. Just confirm, yeah, that's what it is.
That's what it is. You swore. You swore.
You don't swore to confirm it. Yeah, I seen it, we was there.
You swore. But that was coming out of thy mouth.
Thou shalt
perform and do. So when you confirm certain things out of your mouth,
you don't swore to.
You swore to. When you agree, you swore to.
You don't swore to.
When you promised, you swore.
You swore to.
Okay?
Even if you tell me, well, I'm gonna call you, tell me to go that low, to go that simple, right?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna call you at 2 o'clock tomorrow.
I'm gonna call you at 2 o'clock tomorrow. If I don't call you at 2 o'clock tomorrow, all right, I'll call you at 3 o'clock tomorrow. I said.
Well, we talking, right? And I tell you I'm gonna call you back. Right back in 5 minutes.
Right back means immediately back.
Right back in 5 minutes. You don't hear from me until the next damn day.
I lied.
You lied. Bastard. That's why I know the niggas ain't real, son. I do my best to stay out of that zone. You lied. You mean if I call you back for 1 minute, you gotta call me.
You gotta call just to say it. We can hang up after that. I cleared myself because I gotta perform that which came out of my mouth. Other than that, you gotta start. Like Solomon said. Say shit. Yeah. the things at the time. So you speak.
That's
Hey,
right.
wait a minute, let me not commit myself. Because this may happen, this stuff, crazy stuff happen, and it may hold me back. I may not be able to get there at the time that I say. So don't commit yourself to that. This is now when you're on the road being truthful now. When you're on the road to making sure that everything come out your mouth is not a lie.
And if you commit yourself, everything come out your mouth, you gotta do it.
You have to do it.
Even
Because
if
you have to do it.
You have to break your back.
Because you have to do it.
You do it.
You have to do it.
That's why I ain't got no problems with him. Because I'm with it.
That's right.
I'm with it, son. Because I believe God. You believe God, He's coming to you and what?
You as righteousness.
Now you gotta do is believe Him. It's the first step in the right.
That's right.
Believe. The niggas don't believe. Because they believe that you will do them commandments. And yeah, you'll be afraid to go out to violate them. You read and you see the damn pastor and you know what it's gonna do to you. You'll be afraid. But ain't nobody afraid today. You're afraid of police, detectives, CIA, FBI, they're afraid of the gun. You know what I'm saying? They ain't afraid of the father, they ain't afraid of the mama, they ain't afraid of God, they ain't afraid of a goddamn thing, son. That's the world today. You know,
That's right.
today a father got to hold himself tight like he's a gladiator. He's a gladiator fighter. Yeah. And everything you go on his goddamn son, he may have one son or two sons later on. You have to put him down. Don't put that nigga down. At that point, he ain't your son. Just an object to devour.
Absolutely. All right, go to verse 22. Verse 22.
Well, no.
He that winketh with the eyes
Well, no.
worketh evil, and he that knoweth him will depart from him.
He said, he that winketh with his eyes worketh evil.
Oh, yeah.
When you winking with your eyes, you're doing secret stuff.
Some games going on there,
Yeah.
son.
And
Somebody looking to get it.
the person that know you will get away from you.
Yeah.
So you know you be playing games.
You playing
You
games.
can't trust him.
Yeah. You winking with the eyeball.
He just seen you smile with one guy,
Yeah.
and then you winking behind his back.
Behind his
Saying
back.
and doing stuff.
Ain't that
So
something?
now what's going on? I'm gonna stay away from the guy like that because he could do that to me. I just watched him do
Yeah.
that to that guy.
You don't see him do the job, huh?
Right. I seen him winking at me, doing this behind John back. I'm not gonna trust that guy because I see what he did to John. He gonna do the same thing. So I know what to expect from this guy.
That's right.
Okay? Tom Sheet.
When thou art present, he will speak sweetly.
When you're around, he gonna speak good.
And will admire thy words.
And he gonna admire your words.
But at the last, he will rip his mouth and stand against saying.
He's gonna be behind your back. He's gonna rip his mouth. He's gonna push his mouth up. He's gonna suck his teeth. He's gonna get tight, and he's gonna slander all your everything that you say. He's gonna slander you and everything that you say. Anything that comes from you, look. Once I'm mad at you, you can't say nothing good or do anything good. I got it in for you. I got it in for you. And everybody around you, they didn't do it, but you set it off now. I'm on them now because of you. That's what that is.
No.
Shamsi?
I have hated many things, but nothing like him. For the Lord would hate him. Whoso
See,
cast
guy like that, he said, I hated many things, but nothing like him. I ain't never hated nothing like I hate a guy like that. He said, for the Lord would hate him. Why is God gonna hate him? Why? Because he's a slanderer. Because he's a liar, he's not being truthful. Shamsi?
You don't want God to lead you. Last thing the world is.
Whoso casteth a stone on high, casteth it over his own head, and a deceitful stroke shall make wounds. Whoso diggeth a pit shall fall therein. He that setteth a trap shall be taken therein.
People like to set up traps, spy on people, prey people, snitch on people.
Mm-hmm.
That same trap you set will be back waiting for you. Shamsi?
Mm-hmm.
He that worketh mischief, it shall fall upon him.
Any mischief that you work up, any evil that you do, that you work up, is coming back to you, Shamsi.
And he shall not know whence it cometh.
You ain't gonna know when it's coming. Guess what? it comes when you least expect it. When you go like this, I'm good. Because it said, say not, I am good. People who do that and say, yeah, I'm good now, I'm set. Don't say that. Some shit.
You don't say that, man.
Don't say that.
I heard about
Don't say that. I don't care if you got $100 million. Never say these things out your mouth. I'm good now.
I heard about said that one time.
Because you're not good now.
Brother said that one time. One of our kids, man.
He was up with his money, right?
Yeah, he was up. A lot of money. After he said that,
Okay, down for him.
took a point to the worst. Went all the way down. Not then, I lost all the money. Not the end.
Right?
And that happened, I thought about that fire we did, I saw it.
You say not, I am good.
Sure.
Don't say that. You are never good. The only reason why you're saying you're good is because of the money. You just got riches, or you got a house, or you got a car, or you got a nice, good government job in the PhD, 3 cars in the house. I got money in my pocket. I got bank accounts. Every credit card I got is over 25,000. I'm good. No, because that doesn't make you good.
No, it don't make you good before.
But now, when you get like that, you're going to get pride.
Mm-hmm.
Proud and haughty.
That's right.
Because you're good. You feel good now.
You can be a reproach or from proud. But
Mocking, any type of mocking. People who mock people are proud people.
You ain't got
Right?
a proud person ain't got a lot of money now.
You don't have to, no.
You're not broke.
Don't have nothing to do with money.
Dead ass. Ain't
Most
got no
proud
money.
people are broke.
Well, like that.
That's right. Reproach, mockery, all these things come from people who are proud. So a proud person is a person that's all about themselves.
Yeah.
I'm better than all of y'all in this. I'm better than you in this. Always want to compete. Always want to do want to be the best. I want to be seen. It's me. I'm the best. I'm the best. Spotlight on me. I did it better. And if I didn't, I'll take his credit. I'll take his credit. Brother, I gotta be in that position.
Yeah.
That's this guy.
That's a proud dude.
He said,
but vengeance as a lion shall lie and wait for it.
so that's what a proud person, that's how a proud person acts. That's the character of a proud person. And then in order for them, for everything to be about them, it can't be about God. So they're going to break God's commandments. And for their sake, whenever they're ready, that makes
can't
you
be
proud.
about God, right?
Nah.
And be about yourself. Huh?
Right.
There's no link.
No link. You ain't going to connect. Because you're about yourself. You ain't giving room to give to God his glory and his credit and his due. Yourself whenever you're ready. He said, they, all of the righteous, shall be taken in the snare. And anger consume them before they die. These are, okay? He said, and the sinful man shall have them both. The sinful man, the man is about sin, he's going to have malice and wrath always. He's going to have it in him, and it's going to be upon him. It's going to be always malicious. Always have a personal vendetta for no reason, right? And, what he said? And wrath, always going to be wrathful. The smallest thing, it's going to make them wrathful. These things are in, man, now don't get me wrong. Nehemiah got wrathful on the Shabbat day. But God, you can get wrathful for
on any day.
All right? And he did that on the Shabbat.
Niggas in bringing in shoes, buying fish, buying fried
yeah,
fish.
You're gonna get mad. That's like it had that type of action going on right here.
Yeah.
Right, you know what I'm saying?
We was buying fried fish and then I tried to eat.
Right.
They didn't wasn't no fish market buying no raw fish.
No.
That fish was already cooked. Sure. And I tried to eat and brought it in. I sold it to the Israelites.
That's right. You gotta watch what they got upset over.
That's right.
They didn't get set over what we call today petty things.
No.
Things that there's no law broken. There's nothing. Oh, we broke the jaw. Okay, no, we can get another one. It could be fixed.
Another one, yeah.
You know, this thing could be fixed. He said, sinful people get mad and be wrathful and get mad at you for that. But he said, these are abominations also. And what? And the simple man shall have them both. He gonna be stocked up with malpractice. And it ain't gonna be about the law. It ain't got nothing to do with the law. Why you mad at me, brother? Why you showing me all this animosity? I didn't say nothing. You showing me this. Guess what? The person that's giving that all, that's sin. Last stop, and I'm done here. We're gonna go to Psalms chapter 81. Verse. I'm just start from the top. Sing aloud unto God our strength.
81?
Yeah.
That was my song.
Make a joyful noise unto the God of Jacob. Okay? Now we're gonna find out what the noise is. What kind of sound. But not all noises you can get into the Most High about to glorify Him and praise Him. Can you put on fireworks?
No.
And someone hand the Most High, yeah, set the fireworks off. Yeah, let's You don't want that sound.
When you holler happy birthday?
You don't want that sound. No. No. It's not bells.
No.
Not chimes and bells. Songs that are made out of chimes and bells. Or songs that are made out of drums.
No.
This is what the noise is. The noise is, take a song, bring hither the timbrel. Take a song. The song is the songs of David.
That's right.
At the time of Hezekiah, said they praised God with the song of David. Praise God with any other songs. No remakes of R&B hits. No remakes or do-overs of a Motown hit. No rap, hip-hop beats, rapping about the Most High. You're not praising God when you do that. The Most High tells us how to worship Him, how to praise Him. Okay? You cannot praise God how you want to. You cannot worship Him how you want to.
Nope.
See, the heathen worship their gods how they want to. They're allowed to do that. They're allowed to do these things. He said, take a psalm and bring hither the timbrel, the pleasant harp with the psaltery.
Sure.
The pleasant harp, pleasant sound. No congas. That's a string instrument. All string instruments come from the psaltery and the harp. All right? The piano is a string instrument. It comes from the harp. All right? He said, blow up the trumpet in the new moon. This is what we blew. This is what we blew. This is a ram's horn. The horn of a ram. When you blow it, you get the sound of a horn.
Mm-hmm.
It's a distinctive sound. Okay? That's the noise that God wants to hear, right? He said, blow up the trumpet in the new moon, which is at the head of each month, right? He said, in the time appointed. What is the time? What is the time? We got 3 times that appointed, right? Okay, so that's Feast of Unleavened Bread, Feast of Booths, and Feast of Weeks. Blow this trumpet every day during those times, right? And our solemn feast day, which is the Shabbat. Solemn feast day. It's a feast day, but it's solemn. It's serious and it's very strict. That's where the word solemn comes from. We blow this, okay? This is, it's not the commandment, it's not the law. David did it. It's a Psalm of David, but this was a statute for Israel and the law of the God of Jacob. So what are you talking about? It's not the law. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. David said, this is the statute of Israel and the law of the God of Jacob. This he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out to the land of Egypt, when I heard a language that I understood not. I removed the shoulder from the burden. So this was set up. The blowing of this trumpet on the new moon, on the solemn feast days, was set up from the time of Joseph. But he said, this he ordained in Joseph for a testimony when he went out to the land of Egypt. Once again, I told y'all, Joseph never came to America. Went out to the land of Egypt.
No.
Died in Egypt.
You sure, man? You sure you didn't come to Brownsville?
No, I ain't come from.
You go to Brownsville?
No, you didn't come to Brownsville.
What's wrong with these niggas, man?
Come. Stop believing things you read and you see that it's not And
You know what happened? Now you have the smartphone, right? You have internet.
Right.
Niggas go on the net.
Anybody.
Everything they see, they believe it.
Everybody can
All
go
that
there.
there. Well, Joseph came to America, so you been to that.
Yep.
All that
it's
there
on
was
YouTube.
that Grand Canyon.
Yeah.
Grand Canyon got niggas' face. Who you put it there? Niggas put that there.
That's right.
When you come out like a jackass, believe in those things.
I didn't worship.
Joseph didn't come to no damn America.
Oh, no.
All the places where Joseph went is in that book.
That's right. That's
It's
right.
in that book. He left it. Canaan, and he went to Egypt, then he back into Canaan.
That's it.
No damn America.
He didn't even go to Syria.
You know, you know,
He didn't even go to Moab land.
what's wrong with you? Hey, if you're so much of a historian, you study and see that during that time, America was woodland. It was woodland, nothing over here.
Animals running wild.
That's right.
All the
Where you get that
bears.
from, nigga?
All the bears that be coming in people's houses, and they have to worry about nobody killing tranquilizing them. There was nobody here. Raccoons, possums, wild turkeys, and buffaloes was out here
That's right, woodland.
at that time. Shalom Aleichem.
So like,
1 o'clock. Next teacher will teach you indeed. Now see, that is out that week.
He said, why you come off the street, man, you damn bitch?
They got a song. They got a song called My Bitch.
Man, you bitch. Why you get wrong?
First name?
Because I'm not. I'm not sure that I'm not, right? Not. Yeah, no. I don't feel it. This is what I love. This is what I love. I'm going to praise to the eternal one, the one of Israel. I give my thanks and praise on this. On this holy Shabbat. But this right here is what I love. We started out with 3, ain't that right?
Right.
You, your brother Shammai and me.
Right.
Any combustion,
No.
any confusion. And that peace. You don't need no lot of niggas coming up in here, son. Even if you're my son, you hear me? All my family is niggas, and I recognize. I have a bunch of sons, but they're all niggas. The one that ain't niggas, this is him right here. You know, they got a little nigga in them still, you know. I'm like, hey, you still got a little nigga in here, but I should be dropped out. But at least on the right track. You know what I'm saying? You are here. You can't have this place here with the niggas. Niggas is no problem. There's a peace in there, right, son. 1, 2, me. And my wife. 8. Every time we was out these 3 years, we have peace in there, right, son. No problem. No compulsible. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's only 3 of us, it's all good. And look, my son-in-law come in. He comes in. The mother daughter. He's still good. He's still good. I ain't got no problem with him. I ain't got no problem with him. That nigga listen. That nigga listen to me like he was my son. The rest of my son, that team of bastards. That team of bastards. Because of God, you got find all of them, man. You got no business living. Yeah, and I know you're looking and listening to me. Yes, I know my son's looking and listening. You can look and listen. If you want to distract me in your heart, you go it on. But you're going to die. You're going to die. You distract your father and your mother in your heart. Is that you distracting, and that you're distracting God Himself. You're not my son. You didn't feed me and take care of me. I'll thank you and take care of you. If you got a problem with me, you go dance. I ain't danced in a long time. You hear me? I ain't danced in a long time. And I ain't dig somebody God's house in a long time. So if you got a problem with your father, you come see me, keep it quiet. Come take me to me, son, and I'm gonna meet you. And I guarantee you I'll dig up your liver. And I stay in the place. Stay in the damn place. You ain't no conqueror. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You ain't conquering nothing. The all while you are there, you're the one being conquered. You being conquered. Because you are there, you look like the people. You dress like them. You eat like them. You think like them. You do every damn thing like that. Nothing like what God said. Nothing like the Old Testament. Ain't that right? So you all been conquered. We're going to proceed today. Yo, we're going to start with what last night. Second Ezra.
Second Ezra chapter 7.
This one here first. Then I want to read about
15, verse 14.
verse 14, verse 24. Right? You know what I mean? Okay.
Second Ezra chapter 15, verse 14. Woe to the world,
He said, woe to the world.
and them that dwell
And
therein.
them that dwell therein, he said, the inhabitants of the world are in trouble. Ain't no jingle. God so loved the world, and He gave His only begotten Son to die for the world. Don't believe that. Those are games. God don't love the world. God don't love everybody. Oh man, you don't know me, a grown person, good. I'll get him. Be a child. Ain't there nothing. The book said foolishness is bound in the heart of a child. A grown nigga do it, I'm gonna get a nigga. That's what a nigga don't come back no more. You want me to let him slide like he was Noah. No, nigga. Noah can do that. Not you. Nigga, you're 60 years old, you old stinking bastard. We are him, son. We are saying be to him.
Woe to the world,
He said, woe to the world.
and them that dwell therein.
And then that dwell therein. Anytime you see woe, that's problems. Serious problems. Whoa. A lot of drama. God said, whoa, citizens of the world, the people that live in the world. He don't love the world. Give His only begotten Son to die. He don't love the world. He don't love wicked people. You don't care what you crippled and dragged on your behind. You don't love him because of that. God loves the righteous. So I have no business giving my bread to the wicked. I see a nigga out there, he crippled, he walking on his hips. His damn hips, sideways. Sliding on his hips. So I was going to be sorry for him and give him. It's first a woman, and then look a free because it's getting a blessing. You get a curse. God said to the wicked, give you nothing. That's what I read in that book.
Nothing to it.
Now you got other ideas, so you need to write your own Bible. You got other ideas, and anytime a monkey, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Think you come up and grew above his damn teacher, you lost. You lost. You could check them and see the position they're in. You lost your damn mind. You lost your mind. Because now you start doing days, but it's not written in there.
Right.
You call that thing there? Gentle revealing. Ain't that something? Down there they were doing naming the baby. Name it. Gender revealing. Where y'all get all these faggot days from? Those are faggot days. Where you get this from? Is it in the Old Testament? No. Did Abraham do it? No. So don't bring that crap to me. Don't bring it to me. And I don't want to hear nobody tell me say Abraham was sad when God told him to kill Isaac. Well, you read that.
No, he wasn't.
Don't bring it to me. I don't want to hear it. That's your ideas. You would have been sad. That's why you can't serve God. That's why you said it. You soft. You sweet. You can't serve God. To serve God, ain't no soft dude to serve God. You have to be hard. But you have to forsake and leave everything that you own, everything that you love. That's what Abraham had to do. When God told him to move on, he dropped everything. Everything. Don't know what he took when he was Sarah. Everything, son. Everything. And if you can't do that, then move out. I mean, drop everything and move out. I mean, when I said drop everything, that's what that. Your children. The same children that you worship, nigga. But today's people worship babies.
Talk
about the baby God.
Yeah, that's
the baby God. Today, you have many baby gods. We think running the world, and baby God, that's little baby. Babes. Babes shall rule over them. Ain't no babes ruling me. And I don't get freaked out about no babes. No, I don't. Men so freaked out beyond babies today, they want to put 60 souls. You hear me?
They want to tell the woman how to change.
One thing, woman how to change the pampers, and how to put the pin. How to put the pin.
The bank, boy.
I did that. Did you want me to respect you as a woman? You sweet. You sweet, nigga. I'm not putting on no diaper. I got 16 kids. I asked my wife if I ever put on a diaper. I still don't know how to put it on. These niggas have been babies today, they're not as better than me. I'm not having baby. I don't know if you know that. Ever put on a diaper, baby? Never. That's a true mom. All these diaper niggas, you can't serve God. You a diaper nigga. You put on the diapers when your wife don't be like it. You can't serve God and eat at a restaurant. You know what I'm saying? You can't serve God and go to the joint and go, oh yes, I'm getting a salad. You know, it's good, it's just a vegan. It's a vegan salad. What's wrong with that? God didn't give me no vegan diet. God didn't give me no vegan diet. He said, these are the foods that you shall eat. You know what I'm saying? Whatever you put, that's what I eat. Right. You know, vegan. All the fags follow vegan. Every faggot in town, right. Every lesbian, every tranny, every bulldogger, they all follow vegan. I crush vegan. The only diet I uphold is a diet in the Old Testament, nigga. That's the best diet in the world. I told her Israelite diet. You know what he told me? He said, I said, young man. Ain't that so? That's blasphemy. You don't blaspheme God's name. You can tell me this in my mind, my nigga. I got it out of the book. That's what I told one man called himself an Hebrew. You ain't no damn Hebrew, nigga. If you're Hebrew, you're whole what I said about God. That's the best diet in the world. That's the best diet.
That's right. That's
what we can rock with that diet. You don't buy things in cans and eat. You know what I mean? Whatever flesh you gonna eat, you make sure it's prepared. You prepare it. You know, right?
That's right.
You don't eat no corned beef out the can. You don't eat no fish out the can. We used to eat salmon in out the can. Not no more. With these books, I'm gonna only get better. No more salmon in the can. If you want salmon, you gotta go to the fish market and buy it off the dude that comes in on the boat. You buy that. No salmon in the can. No sardines in the can. No tuna in the can. That's not for this home. You see, when you become an Israelite or a Jew, when I say Israelite, all the Israelites are died out. They don't exist no more. And you make up your mind to live by God's commandments. Everything that you knew before you came up with God's commandments, you got to pray to God. everything behind you. The way you dress, the way you used to eat, the days that you celebrate, all of that you gotta leave it behind. Because when you come into the commandments of God, it's a new page.
Yeah.
You don't turn a new page,
Okay. Whole new thing.
a whole new page. So everything behind you has to be described. Throw it out. You used to eat stuff, meat in the can, ravioli and spaghetti in the can, you gotta throw that out. You go and buy fish in the can, you gotta throw that out. Not the Hebrews. God should follow Abraham. You know, right?
That's right.
If you could show me where Abraham went and ate fish in the can, beef in the can, or some damn ravioli in the can, then I will eat it. Other than that, forget it. Abraham prayed for a year to get his inheritance. Ain't that right?
That's right.
So God opened Sarah's womb. Ain't that right?
That's right.
And gave her Isaac. Ain't that right? Ishak. When she had Ishak, she breastfed. And the 8th day, they circumcised. Ain't that right?
That's right.
And she breastfed. After the breastfeeding, she gave her what? Yeah, I do it like peace. For the weaning, because the weaning was over. That's the only time they gave her light peace for the weaning. They didn't give no light peace or no celebration or no damn gender. What do you call it? Gender what? Gender reveal. Were you an idiot? Are you an idiot? The only thing I see in that book, 7 days she gave a light peace after the weaning. The weaning, after the baby's sucked on the breast. The baby don't get no more breast. But you can't do that today. Because most of these damn women, they're so wicked, evil, and God don't reverse their body. The woman making babies, and the body ain't shooting no more. It's backwards.
Shots.
You got the shots, you got the things you bring baby. That means you curse, nigga. You curse. And that's the generation. My woman there, she had to do that. She had to do that. You got milk. And these are the women, they gotta drink this tea. Drink this special mabutu. They have drink special mabutu tea to get milk in her breast. Or the breast, or get some pump. To pump it out, that she's an animal, that she's a damn car type. The people is curse. Curse not bad, son. Leave a piece again, brother. Right there.
Woe to the world.
He said, woe to the world. The world is in trouble. The world is in trouble. God don't love the world. Anywhere you turn, you see a fad. Anywhere you turn, you see a trend. Anywhere you turn, you see a bulldagger. The world is in trouble. Read.
And them that dwell therein.
And them that dwell therein. Which means that the people that live in the world like us, we in trouble. We in trouble. But unless you sanctify yourself, okay?
Right.
Unless you put yourself in,
Holy, to set apart to the service of God. Sacred, characterized by perfection and transcendence.
characterized by perfection and transcendence. Perfection with what? With the Lord. Not with your woman. When you're perfection with your woman, no, you're a damn bitch. Not with your woman. You're perfect with God's Lord. And by you being perfect with God's Lord, you'll be perfect in the people in your surroundings that deserve that type of treatment. Everybody in your surroundings don't deserve that type of treatment. You may have some sons that are nothing but bastards. You may have some sons, and you may say, well, if you call a man, I put a hit on him. You put a hit on your own damn son. So you can't abandon these bastards. Where are they? One, I know from another time, you don't worship him. You don't worship him. Worshiping this damn woman. Where is he? There's nothing supposed to stop you from coming out here today. That's how. Like your woman, like your baby sick, nigga, because you didn't carry the baby for 10 months in your butt. Alright? Your woman took it. That's her job. Like your baby sick, None of that. That you sick. I get every pound of sickness that will cause me to stay on the Sabbath. I got 50 years doing this. I never in the life of my day. You see? I never still myself talking about I'm sick. The most I've done is go late because I'm on my knees. Remember that day? I'm on my knees, boy. Oh. As soon as I get the first hurricane in the house, I'm puke. Puke. Stop for a little while. Stop. Let's go. I don't stay on my lay down and nourish myself talking about I'm sick. I ain't never stayed on talking about I'm sick. One time I stayed home, and I didn't stay home, I was in the hospital. Heart attack in the hospital or locked up in jail. I never got up on Saturday and talking about, I don't feel good, man. I'm going to the doctor. Well, nigga, if I don't feel good, this ain't the day that I'm going to the doctor. I go tomorrow. I go yesterday. And not today. But if you go to the doctor today, I got to drop. Bam! I'm not going to pick me up. That's the only way. I got a goddamn thing coming from this street. Not even me. You know what I'm saying? Men like broad, son. Men like women. You're right here. Look at this damn broad. You a Morocco man. You want to act like you're a man. You ain't no man, nigga. Men, we think you say man. Man endure. Man is strong. The strength that a woman has comes from a man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to the doctor today, sir. You gotta call the ambulance for me. Go down and drop. Block. You know, but he ain't going to call the ambulance. That's the only way. I never went to the damn doctor today. At the Shabbat. That's the only way. I don't expect you to be godly like me. Because I'm godly. When I was a Christian, I was godly with the Christian God. I thought that nigga was real. The nigga on the cross, I thought he was God. And I was godly with him. I walk on my knees, man. Bust up my knees, man, on bricks. I walk barefoot for 15, 20 miles. When I get back on my feet like this, my knees like this, I do that for the image. And if I could do that for the image, I could do anything for the God of Israel. Anything. Anything. Any goddamn thing. Anything. Anything. I could walk in this way. I could walk in this way. So I was young. This is linen. But I got some pieces that are cotton. I'm going to stop wearing cotton. Because he didn't give us cotton. In that time, in Abraham's time, cotton was not a fiber. It's not a fiber. So I'm going to stop wearing it. But I think that I have this cotton. I'm going to stop wearing it. Y'all ain't got to stop. That's up to you all. That's up to you all. Me, I'm going to do what God said. He said, sanctify thyself and do what?
Be holy.
That's the only time you become holy. You have to be a holy nigga. That's the only time you become holy when you sanctify yourself. So what is sanctify yourself? Separated from foolishness. Separated from everyday life. Separated from the idiosyncrasies of people out there. You separate. Oh, I'm gonna get me a French. You don't eat French. Because you're separated. And I'm gonna get me a burger. You don't eat burger, nigga, because you're separated. And I'm talking about this burger is clean, you know, it's clean. Yeah, these people soak their meat. And then get your head up, you little bastard. Show me where Abraham went to the restaurant and bought him a burger. You ain't sanctified. So guess what? If you ain't sanctified, you can't serve God. In your mind, you think you serve. You could take your mind any damn thing. Like the niggas out there. They take their mind to their woman. So they turn into trans. You know what I'm saying? The damn nipples like a piss. He's a man. He's a man. You could take yourself anything in there right now. Anything. But to serve this God, you have to do what? Sanctify. Yeah. He said, I put before you life and death. What I tell you. If you got to, again, good and evil, ain't that right? Good and evil don't go together. You do. You're not certain. All you're doing is living total bread like life. How do you become holy? You separate yourself from the things of the world. You separate yourself from the foods and the diet of the world. You cannot be a holy nigger and eat vegan. You're not holy. You eating vegan. Every package in town and bull dagger and lesbian, LGBT, nigga eat what? Vegan. So you're not holy. The diet in this book, anybody like it?
No.
They don't. They don't like it. There's no gravy here. No one put the gravy. What gravy?
No sauce.
No sauce, nigga. They roast the meat and ate it like that. There's no gravy. No sauce. That's everybody serve this God. They don't want to serve this God. They want to serve the God on the cross, isn't that right?
Yep.
They want to serve the God of Muhammad. We go for any damn thing. Anything, Muslim God.
Yeah.
Go for anything. And you got Muslims that are faggots.
Yep.
You got Arabs that are faggots.
That's right.
So we can't rock that. To serve this God, you have to be holy. Read the one.
Verse 20.
Yeah,
Yeah, finish that. Yeah, finish verse 14.
14, they'll put it 16 on.
Verse 24.
24.
Verse 24. Woe to them that sin,
He said, woe to them that sin.
and keep not my commandments.
Oh my God, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So not keeping the commandments is sin. So when you go on a 4th of July celebration or Thanksgiving celebration, you sinning.
Yeah.
That's not commandments. He said, woe to them that do these things. Woe to them that transfer like this. Woe to them that sin and keep not my commandments. If you don't keep the commandments, you're sinning.
Thanks, sir.
If you dress like the heathen, you're sinning. Like you dress and look like them. Look here, me son. You got niggas that was here, too baggy, you know? This is what God gave me. This is what he told Aaron. Put on breeches on your loins, you die. On the loins, you die, yeah. You got niggas that was be around here, they loose pants. Niggas just move out, no, they be not loose pants. They don't wear any tighties. You can wear your tighties. Because I know one thing. What's in a person, or what's in a man, or what's in a woman will come out. You know what I'm saying? If you got pumpkin, it's going to come out, right? If you got tea, it's going to come out. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
If you got gas in you, it's going to come out. Whatever is in you is going to come out. And I know what's in you. Godliness. Godliness. Because when I was in the church, in the Catholic Church, I was very, very devoted to that image. I was very devoted to that image. I was the only one in my mother's house that went to church. Not my brother, not my sister, not none of them bastards. You could put him up and shut and ask him. He went to church and he's the only one who should do it. Watch! Watch! Why I went to church then? All in the 40s and the 50s, I went to church. For the church communion, take communion, go and confess. Why I did these things? Because I was looking, what was I looking for? Looking for God, nigga. That's what I was looking for. Every week I went to the damn booth and confess. Every week I went to the confession booth and confess, nigga. Every week I was looking for God. But I was misguided in the wrong direction. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Misguided in the wrong direction. And I didn't run into God until, many years later, right on. 20, 30 years later. But that's all God knew. I was looking. Babylon and in the Central America and the 21st of October, I think it is, everybody make a pilgrimage to a place they call Puerto Velo. Puerto Velo. When you go there, you make a pilgrimage to the image The image stand though 25, 30 feet in the air. And he got gold all over him. You look at him, look at moving his head like this here. Look at moving his head like this here. And the image well decked out with purple robe, scarlet, decked out. And I went there every year, to pay homage to that image. Not knowing I was doing that, I was worshiping, every year. I had to walk it, 30, 40 miles and walk. When I get this, I today got to the high place. To get to the high place, I have to swim across 7 rivers. Walk and walk. Get again another river. Walk again. I seen a lot of people drown. I seen women with babies, pregnant women with their bellies. They're making vows to the image. That'll be some serious vows to the image, son. You hear me?
Yeah.
She walking too. And when she get there, she jump in the river to swim and she drown, man. She go down. I've seen that. I've seen people walk on their knees and gravel. On their knees to pay their vows to the image. I walk barefoot. My feet like this. You ain't finished paying all that homage. The ceremony is over. Going back home, there's no buses, son. You walking back. You walking through the woods and then you're walking back. You have to swim across the rivers. So if I go do this for the image and the cross, so there isn't anything on this world I can do for my God. Nothing. That's why I told my God that I would enroll myself in sackcloth, like my father David did. Yes. Go do this and more. Go do this and more. I'm just asking God for the strength right there. Give me the strength and the chutzpah so that will stop you. You hear me?
Right.
I don't have no problem fasting and dying. You hear me? I fast so hard, you know what I'm saying? I die. That would be beautiful. That would be a beautiful thing for me to do. If I could fast, die in me. That would be a beautiful thing before God. Fasting. That's it. You ain't so hard. You go down. As you fast so hard, I what? You drop. Ain't that right? You fell off. Shit. So for this God, I could do anything. Anything out of this world. But to serve this God, you have to be holy and sanctified. You cannot mingle him with the atrocities of the world today. No, you can't. You cannot mingle him with none of that. You can't say you're a servant of the living God, but you eat the food of pagans. You can't do that. I used to buy home fried bread and wonder bread and all this old wheat bread and stores, you know what I'm saying? But I stopped. When I hear Toby say that he has not eaten the bread of the Gentiles. How could I eat the bread of the Gentiles and call myself a servant of the living God? What the hell am I doing buying Italian bread? Costco bread, nigga. I ain't Italian and I ain't no damn Costco. I can't even relate to them. The only people I could relate to is the Jewish people. So I buy their bread. Well, I don't have it. My son did. My son made the 2 sons yet. They don't bake me no bread. Then I buy the Jewish bread, which is good. That's the only people I could relate to. Because they keep the same commandments and they feel the same God that I do. I'll be damned if I'm gonna buy some damn Italian bread. I ain't Italian, nigga. And they hate me. They hate me. I ain't buy no Costco bread. Nigga, I'm not from Costco. You know what I'm saying? What's up, son? I ain't buying none of that. If Mikael or Shama don't bake my bread, you get the only bread I would eat is the bread of the Jewish man. Well, I know right now this is Shabbat, right? The Jewish man is in the synagogue. He do Shabbat. He ain't like them niggas you go and buy that goddamn Italian and Greek bread. I don't buy Italian bread, I don't buy Greek bread. Those are abominations. I don't eat those things. Those things, abomination, separate you from God. You can't serve God eating abominable things. And those things are abominable. The way we eat today is abominable. Because he didn't give it to you. Whatever he didn't give you is an abomination. Read, my brother. Read that.
Verse 24. Woe to them that sin and keep not my
He
commandments.
said, woe to them. This is the Apocrypha, right?
Second Israel.
Second letter of the Apocrypha, chapter 15, verse 24, right? Now look here. The Apocrypha, right? Apocrypha is English. It comes from a Greek word saying apokryphos. It means hidden or secrets. Hidden or secrets. This is the Apocrypha. It was separated from the book, Old Testament, the Old Testament, separate canon. Separated. After the Old Testament, you go from Genesis to Malachi, the last book, right? After Malachi, you go into what? The prophet. Yeah. And there's a division between the old and the new. The 300 years division between the old and the new. Separation. After that, then you go into a Bible, which is this. And after the Apocrypha, then you go into the New Testament. It's not Old Testament, then New Testament. No. No. So the Apocrypha was here before the New Testament. It was here before the New Testament. So that's why I don't know what everybody else want to rock. I don't know my sons and everybody want to rock. Where they want to do is their damn business. Because I know who I'm going to rock with this God. I know what I have to do. On this God, look at me as a servant and give me that juice as a servant. If I am a servant, I'm going to do everything that he said in the right way. And I'm going to do everything, eat the diet that he said in the right way. I'm going to eat the way he said to eat. I am going to dress the way he said to dress. I'm going to do everything like he said because I am indeed his servant. That will stop me from going into a restaurant and buying some damn pancakes in the right manner. Buying pancakes. I'll eat no damn pancakes. If you could show me where Abraham made pancakes, then I would eat it. I'm not eating. You could eat it because he's a nigga. You're a heathen. You're a pagan. Paganos. That's what you call pagan in Spanish. Paganos. Paganos malditos. Maldito paganos. Yo no soy pagano. I'm not a pagan. I keep God command. I only eat the things that God tells me to eat in that Old Testament. I only do it. I was sucking on some candy. You like that ginger candy right up. You go back to the ginger. You try my son-in-law say, go back to the ginger. Go back there 5, 6 hours with the ginger. But they kept writing. Some came to me in that room. I didn't see nothing. You get me? But I didn't see nothing. I didn't see nothing, but it was mentioned telepathy. He said, let's speak that alone. That's the same vibe that got in them cookies, and I won't stop. He said, leave that alone. The father said, hate that. I look at the damn ginger candy, you know I love the ginger candy, right? Look at it in that there. I said, feel well. I said, the ginger candy? I said, feel well, my baby. Feel well. I love you. But I love this God more. Not even more son. That's what you eat, that's what you're looking for. This desire, you understand? I desire greatly. I desire it greatly, but I don't like it. And it tastes very good. And in time, I know I will get off. Because I know one thing. I know that Abraham didn't eat no candy. Isaac and Jacob didn't suck on candy. And if I tell God I'm his servant, and I've been walking his ways, and in the ways of Abraham, what in God's word, what in the hell I'm doing, sucking on candy? They didn't do that. So I gotta stop. I gotta be like them. That's what I want to do. I want to be like them. And that way when I die, when God takes the breath of life from me, I'm good. I'm good. I have a place down there I can go and rest in my bed and wait for God to wake me up and bring me back to life. I believe this so much that my pastor doesn't believe me, you hear me? That I know this. I know this to be a fact. Don't you love it? You know what I'm saying? I don't want to be a lieutenant. You know what I'm saying? The boss of the job, or be the boss, be the big supervisor. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm looking for, guys? I'm looking to get a promotion from God in the heavens to a saint, to be a saint, to be God. Get a promotion? Because when you pray, you could tell if God hear your prayer. You could tell if God hear your prayer. You ask for certain things to God. Ask God for certain things and then let it happen now. And it goes down. You will know when you tap into that plateau. You have tapped into that zone, the zone of the sainthood. You know what I'm saying? You will know. That's what I want. My only desire in life, look here, is not to go to Coney Island, not to do jujitsu, not to be a good boxer, not to be a good karate guy, you know what I mean? Not to be able to do good backflips. My only desire in life is to be righteous and holy before God and please God. Okay. That's what I want. That's what I want. So, though my eyes may be weak, but God don't smoke it because I did very bad things in my life. Very bad things, you hear me? Bad things so bad that gave me taking, man. I'm ashamed. You hear me? Very bad things. That caused God to smoke my eyes. But His chastisement, even in chastisement, He's very merciful. Because He smoked my eyes, right? But He did not leave me totally blind. Utterly blind. He didn't leave me utterly blind. So I love Him for that. Man, yo, man, I love Him, man. I love Him, man. Y'all don't even know the truth, man. I love Him, man. Because yeah, I could have been looking at blackness, you hear me, son? Even though sometimes, man, but now I see blackness and patches, but it's still good. Because I could still see when I'm scared, praise God. I could still see and say, well, that's a cheer. That's a cheer. I could still look and say, that's all a tissue. You know what I'm saying? No, man, praise God, man. Yo, it's good that God has pictured me, man. I've been good that God bust me down. Lick up the sight. Gave me 2 strokes in here. Heart attack. Well, guess what? He ain't killing me. He ain't killing me. He's my strider. He didn't kill me. What that's a love, nigga. That's love. God damn. If God could love me, a sack of dirt, why can't I love him back? Why can't I love him back? Damn, should love him back. Damn, should love him back. You want to leave? You got room back in the middle there? And all right? That's what we say, right? Yeah. The double kids, right? Kids double? Always double. You know what I'm saying? God will show me love like that. Why can't I love him back? You know what I'm saying? I could have been legally blind. Doctors tell me, you have glaucoma for 36, 37 years. He said, I don't believe that. You're supposed to be totally blind. I said, I know, man. The God that I serve is a merciful God. You know what I'm saying? And He showed mercy to His servants. I am the servant. I am the servant. I look at myself as a servant. And I see told me, and I tell them straight up, son. I told the judge that. I walk with debt. Your eyes is not open, your eyes is closed. I got debt right here with me. I sleep with it. Because I'm waiting.
That's right.
I'm waiting on God. Whenever God chooses to take my life, it's all good. I go to that long home, I wait till He wake me up. Wait till He wake me up. Because I am His God's saint. And I am godly. You know what godly means? You like God. Now you can't be godly, nigga, and eating spaghetti. You spaghetti eating bastard. You can't be godly and eating junior burgers. You can't be godly, yo, and eating something on candy. That's right, God stop me. You don't have to rebuke me. You don't have to rebuke me. Why y'all gotta rebuke me? God rebuked me. I don't need that, y'all. God rebuked me. He rebuked and correct me. And sometimes his rebuke is very hard. And all that stuff. They're harder, sometimes his body slamming. But you get, if he pick me up on body slamming and don't kill me, yo, I will be so damn good, you hear me? Because I showed that what? He loved me, man. He loved me, he loved me. I'm getting much attention from God, man. Do you know what that is? Do you know what that is, man? Get attention from God. I love it, man. Like David said, it's good that thou, O Lord, hast chastised me. Because he said, by God's chastisement, I mean, better. Good, man. I love it. I love it. I walked and said, my dream died, and I said, at least you still could see. When the sister came in, I knew it wasn't hard. You know what I'm saying? I didn't look around and say, who is that? Who is that, the Abraham? Nah, I ain't mistake she for Abraham. I could look around and see, I got what? I got some sight left. Some sight left. Not that the doctors don't give me. I don't go to the doctor. I don't would have been blind anyway. My doctor is God. My doctor is God. I get sick, I pray to God. God don't make me well, and I got my people will do it, but I don't think they will call the army. But when I get sick, I pray to God. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't worship like your people. Ooh, but this thing is no, life is good. No, life is too precious. They shut the hell up. To hell with life. I piss on life. You know what is good? God is good. The commandments of God is good. That's what I worship. God. I don't worship. I could die anyway. I don't give a damn. I give a damn about living. And I can't. Life is full of troubles in that life. Troubles. Nobody is faithful. There is none that is faithful in life. They're all sneaky. They all throw curveballs. Even your damn children, you will see that your child faithful to you, you know. So what is life? What is life? You don't worship life. You worship God and His commandments. That's what we live by. That's what we strive for. That's what I strive for. You know what I'm saying? And I live. When God put His hands on me and afflict me, and He don't kill me, oh God, I feel so damn good. Oh, I feel so good. Because He showed me His love. He said, chastise those who He love. So if He don't love you, He's going to let you go on in doing your stupidness.
Have it your way.
Have it your way until He gives us some. To the time appointed. Have it your way. But with me, it's not like that. I love it.
It's not so.
It's not so. I love it. I love it. God knows you. He knows that. And I would always serve Him. Keep His commandments. I would never eat anything that's not in that Old Testament. The only one. And I told this to a brother, I said, I'm part of the best diet there, best diet in the Old Testament. No, this is like David said, hey, that's what you think, that's in your mind. What do you think? You must disprove God. Because you don't know ground. You don't know ground. How you gonna know great the diet that God gave to man? And he knows what's best for you because he made your body. It wasn't Dr. Janga that you want to serve Dr. Janga. It wasn't Dr. Janga made your body. God made your body. And that's the diet that I follow. That's it. I don't look for the love of man. Who the hell I care if you love me, you like me, nigga? You don't like yourself. You don't care about nothing. You don't even care about God. You don't care about your own damn children. I don't care if you like me or love me. I am concerned for God to love me. That's what I want. That's what I want. And before I die, I want to earn that, the love of God. And I want to be a saint. And I want to be godly. Now, because with that, you're good. Surely you're right. You know what I'm saying? With God, everything is possible. Nothing is impossible with the Lord. And I will always walk in His ways, sir. I will always walk in His ways. Yeah. It wasn't my design to wear these robes. These designs God designed. The East side should wear these robes. And I wear robes. You know what I'm saying? And I will not take heed to none of the customs. Wherever there's a good spirit, there's a bad spirit. Evil spirit come at me like that. Evil spirit came. But the evil spirit not gonna come at me unless you serve me wrong. Because if you're evil, he has no reason to come at you. Because you're evil at the tree. You already? Spirit come at me in the room. I look and say, look at man. You're gonna think you're gonna die. And then you stop black. Everything black. Everything black. I said, that's not coming to my head, no, sir. I said, no, nigga. I'm not dying, no. I never read the book that is there. What the hell am I doing now? I ain't never read the book. God don't use that. He don't use that. And God have a full head of hair. And his hair is white. His hair is white. So dignity dying myself. Now me, I won't be a servant. I'm down my hair. I'm serving the community. I'm serving people. Chief, you look nice. You dye your hair, Chief. You look really nice. If I'm gonna look nice, I want to look nice with the gray hair. You know what I'm saying? Gray, with my gray hair. And with the robe that I wear, I gotta look nice with this. Because I would always eat the diet that God gave me. And I would always wear the clothes that God gave me. So if anyone of y'all streaming and you wear fitted pants or tight pants or fitted pants, you know where you at, nigga. You are in the home of queers. If you don't like it, then you got a problem. I go back up what I'm saying with wisdom or violence or action, whichever way it comes. I'm comfortable. I'm speak the truth. That's in my heart. You're wearing the clothes of queers. You get all the people that call themselves Israelites, they dress like queers. When you look at them outside, them and the tranny look the same. You can't talk about the tranny. You can't talk about the fags. Y'all look the same. No hair on your head. Some of them shaved right off. Right. And they got your fitted clothes. All the same. For me, he said, sanctify thyself and be ye holy. Be ye holy. For I, the Lord thy God, am holy. So if he's saying, no, if you will serve me and I'm holy, you have to be holy. That's the only way you can serve. Other than that, you're lying to yourself and setting yourself a dream. So I have came to the conclusion, but in order for me to be holy and set apart and separate, I have to walk in the ways, in all ways of God. Diet, thinking, parties, fears. The only parties and jolly time I have is what the military. Those those feast days in the book. I don't go to parties. I don't go to birthdays. I don't do gender reveal. I don't do none of that. I don't do paganism. I don't eat the diet of the world. I eat different to everybody in the world. Look here. This is my house, so ain't that right?
Right.
I eat different to everybody in this house. They can't cook for me. The only thing you cook for me in this house is some damn beans. Some lentils, red lentils, or some beans, some garbanzo beans or something. That's it. That's the only thing you can cook for me. And that right, so sure. Yeah. And no damn cakes. The cakes I eat is bread. You got my cakes in there, right?
Yeah.
You make my cakes. My cakes is just flour, and I bake it. Like these guys' cakes in the Bible. Their cakes are just flour and water. That's how I eat. Because I'm trying to, I don't know if you understand what I'm saying, sir. I'm trying to make a connection to the realm of God. I'm trying to get in there. So for me to get in there, I have to eat like them, dress like them, think like them. The hardest part is the thinking. That's the hardest part.
Keeps you.
Yes, it keeps it like that. That's the hardest part. That's what I want. That's what I'm on right now. That's what I want. So once I break that barrier and I get in, God will look at me as what He will embrace me in love. I'm one of His saints. I'm one of His saints. That's what I want. You go for job promotion. You go for job promotion and all that. I don't want that. I want to be a saint in God's eyes. That's what I want. That will make me manifesto, make me very happy. God accept me. God accept me. But I don't eat the things that people like to eat. I don't eat people's diet. I can't go to none of my family's house and eat. One thing that will cook for me in here is beans. That's it. And they make the bread. They cakes me. My cakes are just flour and water. What are you up to?
Second Ezra, chapter 7, verse 20. For there be many that perish in this life.
He said there be many, this is second Ezra, the apocrypha, okay? There be many that perish in this life.
Because they despise the law of God that is set before them.
Because they despise the law of God and is set before them. Because you despise God. When you despise the law, ain't no way you're going to despise the laws of God and you love God.
No.
No. You despise the laws of God, you hate God.
That's right.
And he said there be many that do what?
There be many that perish
in
this life because they despise the law of God
the laws of God
that is set before them.
that is set before you. Despise it. How do you show that you despise it? You don't do it.
That's what they despise.
He said, love me and keep my commandments. So if you despise it, you hate it. That's why he sees a dangerous thing that we that call ourselves Jews or Hebrews or God's servants and Israelites, whatever you call yourself, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's a very dangerous thing. Because the laws that you don't do, you show God that you hate it. He said it in the book too, all about it.
That's right.
You don't do it, you hate it. It is so dangerous. But you are so, you're in this docile, content zone that you don't even see the danger. You don't even feel the danger. He said, it ain't danger, man. It ain't danger. And God understands. That's a damn problem. You understand that one day He will have to break you down. You understand that? You hate Him. How you gonna love God and you don't do His commandments? And he said that love me and do what?
Keep my commandments.
And keep my commandments. Loving and being obedient goes together. There's no way you want to have a wife, she loves you and she ain't gonna be obedient. Now she's a wretch. You have a wife or a girlfriend and she care about you and love you, she gonna be there. No, I ain't doing that, man. I'm not doing it. My man, you don't like that. You get outside the frame. Because you got a bad heart. I don't want that to be. I ain't doing that. That's love. You don't show love with money. Treatments. Treatment. I know God loves me. You can't tell me God loves you. That's really proof that I'm keeping alive. Everybody alive, nigga. Water bug, rats, lizards, and the rest of us. Everybody. There has to be something unique in your life that happened that doctors and nobody could do, only God could do. You could say, God, how could you do that? That lady over there. That lady over there. Huh? You. Help me? Call herself my wife. I call her my wife. She could say God over there too. She should be dead right now. You're gonna get business being alive. Me too. Stop to look around and say, she gone. So whenever God do that, bring you back from the grave, save your life, you know He love you. But not because He love you and you and keep you, but that love for faith. God really book where He said, I will love you up.
No.
No more.
Mas.
No mas.
No.
That love for faith. So you find out that God love you, you was in a terrible car accident. You know what I'm saying? You could have been dead, you should have been dead or whatever. God spared your life. That's love that God is showing you. No, you in return have to behave yourself, behave yourself. When you find God, behave yourself and serve Him in His way, not your way. Your way is corrupt. Your way of serving God is corrupt. You ain't got no business doing on the 4th of July, Labor Day, Memorial Day, Christmas, New Year's. Those are pagan days that God know our times. None of those days, we have those days in the Old Testament here in the Bible. Your way of serving God is corrupt. It's corrupt. Read,
For God has given straight commandments to such as came.
You see? He said God has given straight commandments. The commandments of God are straight. They're so straight, they're perfect. He said, convert the soul. You know what he said?
That's right.
Convert your soul. Your soul is your spirit. So I think you grab a hold of God's commandments and you live it, it will change your spirit from an evil spirit to a loving godly spirit. From the spirit of a bag to a normal spirit. It will change it. God commandments. And that's right, brother.
That's right. What they should do to live.
You know what they should do. What we should do. What we should do to live.
Even as they came, and what they should observe to avoid punishment.
And what we need to observe. To do what?
To avoid punishment.
To avoid punishment. Ain't nobody being punished now. People will be alive, getting alive. But there's certain things in our life or in your life that you have to observe to avoid punishment when you leave here. When we all die, we go to the punishment. Praise God. I said, when we all die, we go to get punished. And that's the punishment that you don't want.
No.
I don't want because it lasts forever. So you don't want that.
Nevertheless, they were not obedient unto him, but spake against him, and imagined vain things.
So nevertheless, they were not obedient. But they did what?
But imagined vain things.
Imagine vain things.
And spake against him.
And spoke against God. And imagine vain things that don't exist. When you say vain things don't exist. And you speak against God. How can you speak against God?
Well, I don't agree with the commandments.
You don't agree with the commandments.
I don't like it.
You don't like it.
Or
See,
does
God
it say-
got to you in the middle of the tree. Hey, you. What are the middle of the tree? You stay right there. Right? You're not talking about that.
Okay.
You're not talking about anything?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
I'm not sure.
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
And the Lord spoke unto Moses, saying, read.
Speak unto the children of Israel,
He said,
saying,
speak to the children of Israel, saying,
and say unto them, concerning the feast of the Lord.
he said, concerning the feast of the Lord. Not concerning your birthday, not concerning your baby's birthday, not concerning your wife's birthday, not concerning your what do you call it? Not concerning the gender revealing for your child, not concerning your christening, baby christening, not concerning none of that. Read again, son.
Concerning the feast of the Lord.
Concerning the feast of the Lord, not holidays either. No. Let's not get these things confused. That's right. That's right. We don't celebrate none of those things, man. Gender revealing, public naming, none of that crap. All crap. We only acknowledge and celebrate the days that God gave us, appointed times that God gave us in that book, in that Old Testament of the Bible. That's it. That's it. I don't care how much birthday, people on my birthday, my baby's birthday, my anniversary. They make 50 years I'm married to my husband. I'm not an anniversary. You can go to hell with that. Read it, son. So these are the feasts
which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations. Even these are my feasts.
God said, these are the feasts that ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations. Even these are my feasts. Holy means holy, set apart. These are the separate convocations. You know what I'm saying? Is that what it means? That's what it means. Separate convocation. Because when you have a birthday party, that's a convocation. Yeah. It's a gathering. But this gathering for the Shabbat is separate. It's not like a birthday party. It's not like a freaked out business. So it's really so what we do now, we got the worldly things and the godly things in two different brackets. They're not on the same shelf. They're displays. Separate displays, what's on the back here. Displays. All right? Okay, so that's what I want to do.
Verse 47. For what profit is it?
In verse 47 in the Apocrypha, he said, for what profit it is.
For men now.
For men now.
In this present time.
In this present time.
To live in heaviness.
To live in heaviness. So you got trouble. Headache, sick, rent, behind the rent, behind the light bill, you gotta come put off the lights, you gotta come give this possession, you gotta bust in your head to get money to pay the rent, to buy the rent, and all right. Line of trouble.
They call it the struggle.
The struggle. The struggle. Struggle. Read.
And after death, to look.
When?
Now, in this present time.
In this present time.
To live in heaviness.
To live in heaviness.
And after death, to look upon.
And after death, to look upon. That is a guarantee that after you die, the wicked will be punished. Not the righteous in our life. That's why I'm trying to get that promotion from God before I die. I want to be righteous. And then I will know definitely I am not going to be punished. And to be righteous, we have this book right here called the Old Testament of the Bible, King James Version of the Bible. This book will instruct you how to become righteous. That's what I want. I don't want to win the lottery. I don't want to win that. You know what I'm saying? I want to be righteous before God. That's what I want, righteousness. And we pray every day, you know what I'm saying? Yep. We say Shakalit Minkat, we pray 3 times a day, evening, morning, or noon, right? Then we pray 7 times a day. But then, you know what it says? And then, he said, you know what kind of beings praise him? He said, holy beings. We are beings. He said, holy beings praise thee day. Which means to say, if you pray every day like that, you have some type of goodness in you. You have some type of goodness in you. That's what holy beings do. You're not doing everything what the holy beings do, you know what I'm saying? But you're doing this right here. So I mean, it's not hard for you to tap over to tap over into complete holiness and get into holiness, complete holiness. Because you think that you do right now, only beings does it. The angels pray, they have not set up the prayers to even the angels. You said evening, morning, and noon, they do nothing.
Yep.
Evening, morning, and noon. Because the evening is the offering prayer. Is the burnt sacrifice. The evening. In the morning, it's the morning sacrifice. It's all goes in the wilderness. He said, take two lambs, right? Sacrifice one in the morning, which is shabbat, the morning prayer, and one in the evening sacrifice. Then you have noon. Even noon is not in the sacrifice. But I've read in the Psalms where there's many evils come past at noonday. You remember read that song?
Yes. Yeah.
There's a lot of evils in the spirit world that goes on at noon.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why David prayed evening, morning, and noon. A lot of things goes on in the spirit world.
Right. Verse. Oh yeah. No, that's 48. Verse 59. But this is the life whereof Moses spake unto the people while he lived, saying, choose thee life.
He said, this is the life that Moses spoke to the people, right?
Right.
Saying,
choose thee life.
He said, choose thee life. That's what Moses told the people. He said, choose thee life. Choose life. Is that what?
That thou mayest live.
That thou mayest live. Choose life. And life is the commandment. We have to keep the commandments of God. You have to keep it. You don't need no company. You have to keep it. Eat the diet that God gave you and live the way God told us to live. Go into Genesis 1. We're going to back down stuff on the Apocrypha. We can go to Genesis 1. What time? We give it time. 2:20.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 29. Hey, God?
Yeah. It's almost there, right?
Yeah.
I ain't gonna break my word. Because in the night we got coming at a certain time, and you get to a certain time, and that by leave in my life.
Yeah.
That's how close knit it keeps us. So I have to come down a few times. I can't extend it. But then I run back and soul clean. I can't do it. If I say I'm gonna do something, that's what I'm gonna do. If I'm talking to you on the phone and I got to call, so listen, I'm gonna call you back. I have to call back. If I don't call back, I'm a liar. You know what I'm saying? Don't tell me you gonna call me back, my nigga. And then I don't hear from you the next day, my nigga. And then you come with an excuse. That's not good. You can't serve God. You got lies in you. That's lies. That's not good either. That's not good either. I fight myself to stop saying I didn't remember what I forgot. I've never read with these men in that books anything like that. Am I right or wrong? Even David said, I have not wickedly forgotten thy commandments. That means that when you forget, think that you're wicked. David said, I have not wickedly forgotten thy commandments, man. You know what I'm saying? And these are all my students. You come in and sit up on me, nigga, you my student. I don't care if you go to Bangladesh, I mean, you're still my student. Because you can't touch this. You can't touch this, my nigga. You can't touch it. I'll keep commandments, no, not like me. I made vows and I swear to God. I swore to my God, if I ever stop doing this, I'll take my life. Condemn me to the lower part. That's what I told you. You do that, nigga? No. You do that? No. I do that. You know why? Because I need something to keep me in range, in line. Because I am so corrupt And so many thoughts crossed my mind, you hear me? And before I came to this way of life, I have lived very vainly. And sometimes the thoughts come back. Thoughts come back. Evil thoughts come back. So I need something to restrain me from sinning, to stop me from going aside from my God. So I made that contract. So I made that contract with my God. So guess what, man? You can't touch this. You will always be my student. You will always be my student. I will never eat in the restaurant. I don't give a damn if all they sell is salad. Let him give it to his grandmother. I don't eat in restaurants. Because I am different to the people of the world. I am not like them. I don't eat in restaurants. I don't buy fish in the can. I used to buy salmon in the can. But God stopped me. He stopped me. When I get it, gotta get it out. Gotta get the skin off of it. Gotta wash it off because you got the blood in it. The salmon in the can or the fish in the can is cooked with the blood. You don't have no business eating blood. You don't have no business eating nothing that was cooked with the blood. You're supposed to be sanctified. Ain't that right, son? Oh, my goodness. All right, then. Let me shut it down. By shutting down, we'll go to Leviticus 11 at the ending. I think it's verse 47 or something. And this is me tell y'all something, man. Look at it. Come on. We Israelites. Forget that. Israelites no longer exist. Ain't that right? They don't exist. They have been what you call extinct.
They've been wiped out.
They've been wiped out.
Eliminated.
The last batch of Israelites was eliminated by God in 70 AD.
That's right.
There is no more Israel. The people that was brought in the ships, they are Canaanites. Okay? They're Canaanites. And the Hamites is a great possibility that we are those people. Canaanites and Hamites. But God don't care about that.
No, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Job was Babylonian.
That's right.
And God waged a bet to the adversary, to Satan and Job.
That's right.
So your place of your nativity is not what counts. It's the way you live.
That's it.
The way you live in the right. The law that you use to govern your life. So I've been a Canaanite, I don't do the things that Canaanites do. I live proper and upright before God. And I do my best to be an upright man before God. God said, give nothing to the wicked. So I will not give to the wicked. I'm not giving to the wicked. How do you know the wicked? People that don't keep thy commandments, the wicked. Isaiah that same book. They said the wicked keep not thy commandments. So I'm not giving them anything. So let me read that so I go and sit down and I'll make way with the private the other teacher and the last teacher. I'll make way sit down. Okay. You see how nice it is in here today? You know,
Yes, true.
you see how nice it is in here today?
Yeah.
Nice and smooth, honey. You know what I'm saying? You never see cheap angles. Am I angry? No, man. But look what's here. This is the dial, Shama, Josiah, you, Sarah, all right. When we started out this morning, it was only Mikael, Shama, and myself. Oh God, such a peaceful spirit. All of us are just gonna stay here. They ain't gotta come here, son. You go on Sunday, ain't gotta come here, son. When you don't come, it's peaceful. You know what I'm saying? And the people I'm talking about, they come here and there's not peace meeting of them. Now, God, young sons. Yes, most of my sons are devilish. The three best ones I got, they try to go out and do what God says. You can't be off and on with God. Right. Not off and on with God. Look at it. Look at it. My sons. Yeah. Miss all the convocation like it was all right. I came to this way of life in 1971. Yeah. I have never missed a convocation in 48 years. The only time I missed if I was hospitalized or locked up in prison. hospitalized. Not staying home. I don't feel good, man. Now go lay down. I'm not no punk. I ain't gonna be no punk before God. That's not enough to keep me in the house. That's not enough. That's not enough. You know what I'm saying, man? Forgive. We all do things. Ain't that right?
That's right.
Right? Ain't that right? That's right. Forgive. At one time, I was hooked very, very bad with that cut up for me, that drug that sell out there. You hear something? The big H. Heroin. I'm not ashamed. Ashamed of what, nigga? I'm ashamed God glorified for God for that.
That's right.
I'm testifying. Yes, I was hooked to that thing. I had to go and sign up, give me a barrel. I just sign up in the middle room for us, like Shabbat, I don't sleep, and I don't just sit like a dog. But one Shabbat, I ain't had no juice to drink. We call it juice. I ain't nothing to drink. And in my drawer there, every time I'm happy, I got like 4 pounds that I stuck inside in my drawer. You know what I mean? And I'm in there. And I'm bummed because I'm sick. I don't use it on Sabbath. The stuff is in the drawer. I'm sick. I'm on my knees. It's Sabbath now. Time to leave. I'm going to teach you. We had a camp on Ocean. I'm bummed. I'm bummed. Bummed. The next, the vomit and stop, vomit and stop. I said, the next time I stop, I'm gonna drive while we're moving up. Vomit, vomit, vomit. Speed up, speed up, speed up. I said, let's go. He's sure, I said, yes, let's go. And in my drawer, I have a lot of the medicine. I have a lot in my drawer, but they took it and stop. But I'm not doing that. And I'm not staying home. I'm not staying home because I'm vomiting or I'm sick. It's not enough to keep me home. To keep me home from Shabbat, I have to be either in jail, hospitalized, or dead. So I rock. So I rock. God know I'm real. It's not gonna keep going from Shabbat. Anymore. Oh, my stomach. My back, and they just vomiting. But nigga, if I'm vomiting, then I'm taking a can with me. But when I get there, I'm gonna find a bag or something. I'm gonna vomit in the bag. I'm not staying home. I'm not doing it. I'm on contract with God. That's why you understand me?
Yeah.
That's why they can't touch this, son. You will never see me shave or cut the hair off my head. You will never see me go out there dressing, putting on the same attire that faggots wear and Chinese wear, which is slim jeans and fitted jeans. I don't dress like that. Why? Because the punks of the world dress like that, and I ain't no punk. You want to cut your slim thing, your pants down? You go cut it down. Maybe that's the punk inside of you coming out. A lot of us got punks in us, so we hold it back. You hold it back. When you get to a time when you can't hold it back, and the punk breaks out, why? Yeah. So maybe that's that nigga coming out of you. Why you wearing slim pants now? Not me. Where you at, man?
Leviticus chapter 11, verse 47.
Leviticus 11, chapter 11, verse 11. We're not finished, I'm gonna sit down. I have a whole lot more to tell these people, you know what I'm saying? But time goes so fast, you hear me, son? I ain't spoken half of the things I want to speak on. I didn't get half ready. You can start from in the morning, 7 o'clock, and I got enough ammunition in my brain to speak until it get dark. From 7 in the morning. Yes, ma'am. So, Leviticus 11,
Verse 47.
verse 47.
To make a difference between the unclean and the clean. 44. Verse 44. For I am the Lord your God.
He said, for I am the Lord your God.
You shall therefore sanctify yourselves.
See, ye shall therefore sanctify yourself. Sanctify means what? Separation. Interesting word. Separate yourself,
and ye shall be holy.
Ye shall be holy.
For
So
I,
the only way for you to be holy, you have to separate yourself from wickedness, from abominations, from everything that God is against. You have to separate yourself.
for I am holy.
For I am holy, you know what I'm saying? Because He is holy. You can't serve God. You cannot be His servant if you're not holy. You cannot serve Him if you're not holy. You're just lying to yourself. He is holy. You're gonna be a servant. You gotta be holy. You gotta be holy, just like God. To serve a holy God, you have to be holy. The unholy cannot serve a holy God. All right? Let's get it straight.
For I am holy. Neither shall ye defile yourselves for any manner of creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth.
Neither shall you defile yourself in any manner of creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. Like what? Water bugs, roaches. You touch these things, you pick these things and they are clean. You have to wash. People don't do that. People don't do that. I know one thing that I respect that don't eat. I don't do that, man. Because I want to be holy. For me to be holy, I have to have respect unto all of God's commandments.
For I am the Lord thy God, that bringeth you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. For you shall therefore be holy, for I am holy.
You shall therefore be holy, for what?
For I am holy.
For I am holy, He is holy. And if you want to serve a holy God, you got to be holy. Just if you want to serve a God, let's say this God is a tranny.
Right.
You got to be turned tranny.
Right.
The God right there is a punk God. You have to turn into a punk. This God is holy, so you have to be holy to serve this God.
This is the law of the beast.
This is the laws of the beast,
and of the fowl,
and of the fowl,
and of every living creature that moveth in
and
the
of
water,
every living creature that moves in the water,
and of every creature that creepeth upon the
and
earth,
of every creature that creepeth upon the earth.
to make a difference
To make a difference
between the unclean
between the unclean
and the clean.
and the clean. Hold up there. Which other people make a difference? Nobody makes a difference between the clean and the unclean. Only in the laws of God. I'm not going to say only in Israel, because Israel, the nation of Israel, or the Israelites are no longer in existence. They don't exist no more. The people today are called themselves Israelites, they are Canaanites. See?
And between the beast that may be eaten
And between the beasts that may be eaten,
and the beast that may not be
and the beasts that may not be eaten, the beasts that may be lamb, sheep, goat. Then you have other beasts that you can't eat. Dogs, cats, you can't eat them. You know, like
right.
horses, you know what I'm saying? Giraffe, rabbits. One brother told me, say giraffe is pants. I never see that. He said giraffe, the crowman put it on part of the hook, and he chewed the cord. He said, God, that means that to make it clean. I ain't no giraffe, you know?
Africans.
Africans don't even need it. Read, brother. That's it. Okay, so I'm gonna let them. I split myself. I will find a way to sit down. I bring to you the last final teaching. Final teacher of today. That's the Shama Belawi. Did you organize this today?
Yep.
Have you seen that now? No combustible. And no, you don't see that. You don't see what nice it is today? The devilish bastards not here. The devilish bastards, the demonio mimo. The devil himself living there. They're not here. And they're so peaceful. You don't have to rebuke anybody today.
No.
You don't have to correct anybody today.
No.
Let me understand where I'm going about the damn business, son. I'm trying to tell you, son. You can share. Don't let them. Hey, don't sleep on me, son. You sleeping, man?
No, no truth.
Huh?
No truth.
What you sound that way?
Yeah, that was stolen.
Huh? You got people?
No, I got truth.
I don't want to hear that anymore. I'm calling nothing, son. You're a goon, son.
Right.
You eat that, man. What's up? What up, son?
Right.
What up, man? You understand? What is this, son? Yo, I thought you were goon. Yo, you know, she was. What? Yeah, goon. No, you're a goon, man. Get up over there, y'all look at sleeping. You're sleeping. You're sleeping. Listen now. He's like, oh. So, God.
First of all, give honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. The big-minded, the big God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness and justice all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs. The Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty. Visit iniquities of fathers upon children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect for all his ways of justice, and not faithfulness, and child iniquity. Just and right is he. Giving due respect and honor to head and Israel, chief of the chief man, princes, mothers in Israel. I see unto you the tongue of my forefathers. Shabbat shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
We're going to go into the law. Leviticus chapter 17. Leviticus chapter 17. We can't twist and turn the law to fit you.
No.
Or to fit me.
No.
Can't turn the law and twist it to fit you. We have to fit in with God's law.
That's right.
We have to fit ourselves with God's law.
That's right.
You can't twist and turn the laws of God for your predicament. The predicament that you put yourself into. The predicament that you put yourself into.
That's right.
By not ordering your life by the rules of God.
That's right.
Because if you order your life 100% by the rules of God, then you're going to be very circumspect by the things that you do. You're going to be very circumspect and careful by the things that you do in your life.
Yeah.
So now you done put yourself in a predicament or a circumstance, but you want God to accept it. We want God to accept it. But what am I supposed to do with this? Or what am I supposed to do with that? God don't care about none of that. I know what he said inside this book. I know what I read. I know what I look up and I study and I read. And this is what it says. And this is what we have to bind ourselves by. And guess what? When we bind ourselves by these things, by these words in this Old Testament, guess what? I'm going to make you respect it. You're going to respect what I live by. You're going to respect what I honor. This is how I live. This is what I go by. I shouldn't have to keep telling you over and over. Why do I have to keep repeating myself over and over about how I live? How I live. We have to make people respect this. We have to make people respect this. Because guess what? They're going to still come and try. They're going to still come and trying to get you to detour you away from God. Because the people who we live amongst, my family, my relatives, my cousins, I got brothers out there and sisters out there, they don't honor God. They honor everything else except for God.
That's right.
But you have chosen to serve this God.
Do or die.
To do these laws.
Do
these commandments. But they haven't. So now they're going to come to you with certain things. And you got to be on point. And by me doing this, or doing the other, or doing that over here, am I breaking or dishonoring God by doing this? So now you have to be careful with what you do. Because they ain't careful, or whoever you're dealing with ain't careful. They don't care about God and his laws. They don't care about none of this. They don't care about nothing. Leviticus chapter 17.
The Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and unto his sons and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded, saying.
This is the thing which the Lord has commanded, saying, read.
What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox, or a lamb, or a goat, in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp,
or that kills it outside of the camp,
and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation.
The door of the tent of meeting. The door of the tent of meeting, this is where all the offerings Whenever you was doing an offering, that lamb or that goat or that ox was brought at the door of the tent of meeting because this was dedicated to God. We cannot do our sacrifices whatsoever we chose. You cannot do a sacrifice wherever you choose. I can't do sacrifice here. We can't do sacrifice there or wherever you want to. Because then it ain't dedicated to God. All sacrifices that was for God was brought to the tent meeting. There is no tent meeting, so we shouldn't be doing no sacrifices.
They're dedicated to Satan.
We shouldn't be doing no sacrifices. There is no tent meeting. The only time incense was burnt was in the temple, dedicated to God. So therefore, I don't burn incense. I don't burn incense.
I don't either.
Just off the fact that incense were burnt only in the temple, dedicated to God. Nowhere else they burn incense. They didn't burn incense nowhere else. Nowhere in the book you can show me where they burn incense in their tents or where they lived at or they didn't burn incense nowhere. Only in the temple. So therefore, this is the reason why I stay away from incense. Because first thing I always say is every week, we gotta remember, man. We have to remember and keep this in mind. There is no Moses to inquire of God of these laws. So the only thing I can inquire of is go to this book. Go by exactly what the book says and do it. That's it. There's no one here to explain this. There's no one here to inquire of God of this. So therefore, I gotta keep it plain and simple, word for word, what the book says. If the book say A, I gotta go by what it says. A. Don't flip it and flop it and change it with buts and ands and ifs because God don't care about ands, ifs, or buts or your opinion or why you did it. He don't care about why you did it or your opinion. He don't care about none of that. Follow exactly what we read. Tom C.
And bring it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation to offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord. Blood shall be imputed unto that man. He has shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people.
Read that verse over.
What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox or lamb or goat in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer an offering unto the Lord.
To offer an offering unto God. There's no more offerings. So the importance of these offerings, that's why in Genesis it said Isaac went in the field to meditate. But when we look it up in the Hebrew, it don't say meditate. It says Isaac went in the field to bow down towards evil. Evening, Minka, Shakari, those times, those are appointed times that these people brought their offering, sent up their sacrifice. And those were the appointed times when we don't have no more sacrifices. So therefore, we give up the calves of our lips. We go and pray, hoping that God will accept it, hoping that God will accept my prayer. But for what I'm reading here, God is only going to accept your prayer if you're accepted. I have to be accepted by God. So if I'm not acceptable by God, then my prayers would not be accepted. How can I be accepted by God? How can we become accepted by God? By taking heed to the laws, commandments, and statutes that are in the book, not twisting it and turning it to fit you. See, one thing we gotta recognize. He said, these things be not thou ashamed of. The first one is of the laws of the commandments of God. So now, if I'm not ashamed of these laws, I don't have no problem telling you that I can't do this. Because by me doing this,
I am gonna sin against my God. Oh, I can't do that. Because by me doing that, I am gonna sin against my God. Then guess what happened now? Ain't no telling. The person who you tell that, he said, oh, well, God opened up their mind to inquire. He said, what do you mean by this? What kind of God do you serve? Show me in the Bible where it says that. And guess what? You never know. He or she may get hooked from that time forth. From that time forth, they read it and it becomes interesting. Wow. I've never read this before. I've never read where God said do this and do that and do. Wow, can I come? I want to hear more. But if you don't open your mouth and you really don't agree with it. Because if I really believe this and I agreed with it, I will speak this outwardly. And I won't be ashamed to speak of God and his laws. See, friends, relatives, people out there, they don't come, they already know how I walk. They know how I walk. They know how I live. They know how I walk and they know how I live. And they know my standards. And they know I don't play around with these laws. They know I don't play around with these laws. So guess what? My sister is not going to come to me, or friends, or nobody is going to come to me with nothing adverse or opposite to the way I live. Come see.
And bring it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer an offering unto the Lord.
Offering unto the Lord.
Before the tabernacle.
Before the tabernacle of the Lord.
Blood shall be imputed unto that man.
Blood shall be imputed to that man. Because you have called yourself sacrificing. And it wasn't dedicated to God. He said, so now you go and try to do an offering. It's like if you cut the dog's neck. That's what Isaiah said. Because if you didn't follow the order, there is an ordinance. Ordinance means an order. There is an order that we have to follow. And the order that we are supposed to be following is in the book. We can't flip and change the order. Come see.
Blood shall be imputed unto that man. He hath shed blood. That man shall be cut off from among his people. To the end, that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices.
And that man shall be cut off from among his people, from the midst of his people. We do a lot of things that brings about a cut-off state of mind. God cut you off and blind you. God in different ways. God cut you off from his truth. So when God cuts you off from these laws, you're never gonna understand this. You will always bump this. You will always argue this. You will only pick and choose what you want to agree with. You will always pick and choose what you like. You will always pick and choose what you don't like. Because we do things to cut ourselves off with God. And like the chief said, the only law, the only festivity or appointed season that is acknowledged here is the Shabbat. Right? Not the Feast of Unleavened Bread, because we got to be in Jerusalem to observe that. Not the Feast of Weeks, because we got to be in Jerusalem to observe that. Not the Feast of Tabernacles, Feast of Booths, because we got to be in Jerusalem to observe that. And they didn't observe those days nowhere else but in Jerusalem. But today, the only day that God acknowledged, we're going to play around with this day.
Downplay.
We want to downplay this day. We profane the day by not going and honoring the rules of the Shabbat. To profane means to make comment.
Right.
I do this today, I can't do this tomorrow. I do this today, I can't do this tomorrow. Because tomorrow is the Holy Sabbath. And if we read the book more like we're supposed to, then we will learn, and we will learn to fear God. God God ain't said, do you think the Most High said that and speak with water in his mouth? Yeah, this everything takes time. Because the grain of evil seed was sown in the heart of man to do wickedness and evil and sin against God. But I can detour it and fight that with the book. I can detour it and fight that by taking heed to God and his laws, by reading this every day, and by me reading and doing, by me reading and forcing myself. Because the evil and that seed, that grain of evil seed that's instilled in me, is going to tell me opposite. He's going to tell me opposite. He's going to tell me against God. So now, guess what? There are trials and tribulations that go on in men's life, in the lives of men, to try you against what God and his laws. And guess what? You slip. You slip to the left sometimes. And sometimes you slip off to the right. But guess what? Your mind is still determined to serve God. So I get back up and I walk straight. I get back on track. That's the difference between this one and that one. That's the difference between that and this. That's the difference between here and there. That's the difference between holy and profane. I know where I'm going to be at 10 years from now. I know where I'm going to be doing 15 years from now. I know what I'm going to be doing 20 years from now. I'm not going to be in the church, and I'm not going to be bound down to no idols. Right. I bet you I'll still be here. Right. I bet you I'll still be here pursuing and pushing for this. And that's what most people or most men have over you, or this one have over you. Yeah, we all sin, and we all violate. But I'm not going that way. I'm not going to go that way. I'm not going to sway off that way. I'm not going to sway off that way. I'm not going to back up. Back up, brush it off, and come back.
To the end that the children may bring their sacrifices.
To the end that the children may bring their sacrifices.
Which they offer in the open field.
Which they offering in the open field.
Even that they may bring them unto the Lord. And put unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest, and offer them for peace offerings unto the Lord.
Bring the offering to the door of the tabernacle unto the priest. There's no more priests. We don't have no more priests. Where are we taking this offering to? Where are we taking this offering to?
Downtown Brooklyn.
Where? There's no more priests to sacrifice this lamb or this ox or this goat. So where are we taking this offering to? There are not supposed to be no Kohens here. No, there's not supposed to be no Kohens here. That's right. Because number one, the Kohen or the priest don't leave the grounds of the temple. The priest had to be consecrated. So why do people get so infatuated and crazy over these titles?
Flattering.
Why are we so going nuts out of our mind with these titles? Why? Forget about the titles. Let God exalt you. And when God exalts you, he will exalt you in the heavens. When God exalts you in the heavens, then guess what? You had grabbed his attention. Just like Abel, you had been accepted. Abel, I don't know what it was with Abel, but it was something in these men. Just like with Jeremiah. He grabbed God's attention from in the womb. He said, I ordained thee to be a prophet from the womb. So when he told Jeremiah, he said, listen, go and see this stuff, saying the Lord. He said, I'm a child. Do we depict this? Do we understand what went on here? Do we understand what went on here? I don't care how bad these people is doing. I am in a child state. I can't go to this spirit talking about dust. They don't look at me and toss me. He said, say not I'm a child. Say not I'm a child. And that's what they did on that to Jeremiah. Jeremiah was a youngin'. They snatched Jeremiah, dumped him inside the pit. They did a lot to Jeremiah, man. They did a lot to Jeremiah, man. A lot. But these are the men that was accepted by God. These are the men that God has exalted in the heavens. So when God exalted you in the heavens, guess what? When you're exalted in the heavens, look at you with a certain look. And he's going to open you up concerning these laws, commandments, and statutes. It says, in order that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices, upon the open field, even that they may bring them to the Lord, unto the door of the tent of meeting, unto the priest, and sacrifice them as peace offerings to the Lord. And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord, at the door of the tent of meeting. And he shall burn the fat for a sweet savior to the Lord. This is where the fat goes. The fat goes and get burnt for a sweet savior for God. Because God loves the smell.
Like the smell.
This is what we are supposed to be getting rid of when we eat meat or consume meat, flesh. You get rid of the fat, you get rid of the blood. You gotta be nasty. You gotta be nasty to go to your store, order some greasy, bloody meat to consume. You better off just eating it yourself. That way at least you can get rid of the blood and the fat. But these people don't honor God. You're eating bloody meat, and these are the things that get you cut off. When you start, there are certain laws in this book that will cause you to get cut off from God. That will cause you to get cut off from God.
And the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Burn the fat for a sweet savior unto the Lord. They shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils.
And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils. Se'irim. Se'irim, when you look it up, Sa'ir is the goat, the demon, the goat of Mendel. This is the devil himself. So anytime we sacrifice or did sacrifices and it wasn't dedicated to God, it was hell. Country. That they commit whoredom. Whoredom, meaning to go astray. Country, read.
This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. And thou shalt say unto them, whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel or of the strangers which sojourn among you, that offer a burnt offering or sacrifice, and bring it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer it unto the Lord. Even that man shall be cut off from among his people. Whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, that eateth any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood.
I will even set my face against that person or that soul. To set means to set apart for a purpose. So when we do things that is contrary to God, and he said, I will set my face against you. To set means to set apart for a purpose, to put to a side, to dismiss or to discard. He will toss you to the side. He ain't gonna deal with you. You're not gonna have no dealings with God. So once God turns his back away from you, turn his back, guess what? We have to learn to start acknowledging, see, what did I do? What did I do that caused this? What did I do that caused the other? What did I do to cause this over here? What did I do? Because nothing happened for nothing. This happened because I have violated the commandments of God. Somewhere down the line, I have violated the laws of God. This happened over here because I violated something inside this book that caused God to turn on me, turn against me. Said,
Now thou shalt say unto them, whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, the stranger who sojourn among you, that offered a burnt offering and sacrifice, and bring it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer it unto the Lord, even that man shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, that eateth any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your soul.
for the life of the flesh is where? It's in the blood. And I had given it to you for what? To make a
Atonement for your soul.
atonement for your souls. To make atonement for your souls. To expiate, to get rid of iniquity. This is why God gave us. This is why God gave us this blood. Not to eat it, not to consume it. He said, every person that eats that which dies of itself, or that is torn of beasts, Nebela uterefa. Nebela is a carcass, terefa is a torn carcass. A torn carcass. Now, this carcass or this animal was torn by beasts. Torn by beasts. But we don't care about God and His laws and His commandments. So we continue to buy meats and buy meats out there, not knowing how it died. Not knowing what took place with this meat. If the meat died of itself, we
don't know how that animal.
We shouldn't be eating from it. We shouldn't be consuming from it. I don't know how the animal died. I don't know how it died. I don't know how it died. I don't know how it died, so I shouldn't be eating it. I can't take Purdue's word. I can't take your word. I can't take the other one's word. I can't take this one's word. I can't take nobody's word. I have to see that animal die or make the kill myself. Read.
For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement for your souls. For it is the blood that maketh an atonement for the soul. Therefore I said unto the children of Israel, no soul of you shall eat blood, neither shall any stranger that sojourn among you eat blood. Whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunted and catcheth any beast or fowl that may be eaten, he shall even pour out the blood thereof, cover it with dust. For it is the life of all the flesh. The blood of it is for the life thereof. Therefore I said unto the children of Israel, you shall eat the blood of no manner of flesh, for the life of all flesh is the blood thereof. Whosoever eateth it shall be cut off. And every soul that eateth that which died of itself, or that which was torn with beasts, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself with water, and be unclean until evening.
That's only if you ate or consumed this meat without knowing, unknowingly that this animal died. But if you knew that the animal died of itself and you go and eat it, that's presumptuous sin. That's presumptuous iniquity. Come see.
But if he wash them not, nor bathe his flesh, then he shall bear his iniquity.
What is Deuteronomy 27?
Deuteronomy chapter 27.
Cursed be the man that makes a graven or molten image. A fesel umaseka. A fesel is a statue or an idol. An idol is the likeness of anything. An idol is a likeness of anything. But God was very specific with the likenesses. Likenesses of male and female. We have a problem getting rid of these likenesses. We have a problem getting rid of these pictures. Pictures that this is not the person. This is a poor replica of who this person is. God was not talking about the likenesses in my phone. God ain't talking about the likenesses on that laptop. God ain't talking about the pictures and the images that's on the TV. They're pictures that we have in our house. That we have in our house. Those are the things that we need to get rid of. And we have to detach ourselves from these likenesses, from these images. Maseka, the mask or mask, right? Abomination to the Lord, the work of the hands of the craftsman, and set it, unset it, or put it in a secret place. That's what happened. You have these images, you go and you hide it, and you set it and put it, stash it. You done stashed it away. Because you already know you ain't supposed to have this. You know I'm not supposed to have it, so I put it away. When I get ready to look at it, I can go look at it. To worship it. You have it stashed away. But you have already esteemed this and admired these images, which goes into worship. He said, read the next one. Cursed be the he that holds in light esteem his father or his mother. Quelle, reclare. It means esteem. Esteem, to regard, to consider, a protective interest, or care. Consider, to think about with care or caution, to regard or treat in an attentive or kindly way. Regard or protective interest.
Attentive or kindly way. That's the way niggas do their parents today. Cause them all wild hard and don't want to go through the damn floors like that. Nigga, you going to the pig, you going to the punishment. That's where you going, nigga. I don't care which shabbat you come out there and sit down. You going to the punishment. I respect. I do all of God's commandments. That's what you want. He's dead for you, man. You, your children, everything goes there. That's what you want. Yeah?
Okay.
I'm not good with it. I'm good with God.
Cursed be he that removes his neighbor's landmark, and all the people shall say, so be it. His neighbor's landmark, that's the boundary. This is my land. This is your land. You come and remove the landmark 5 acres over, or 3 acres over, so that you, or 3 inches, so that you can have more land than this person. He said, cursed be that man that removes his neighbor's landmark. Cursed be he that caused the blind to wander out of the way. How do we cause the blind to wander out the way? By teaching them and telling them things contrary or opposite to what God says. This is not what I read in the book. Whatever you have, because what you tell this person, you have that person doing this, or living this way, or doing the other. Because I didn't read it in the book. Now you are leading the blind astray, right? By telling this person opposite to what's inside of this book.
There you go. I take that 2 fold. The other fold, he's a completely blind. Let me ask you, where is the street? You tell him this way. And that's the wall. He walks straight into the wall and bumps his head.
No, that's right.
I take that 2 fold. You know what I mean? For myself. So I ain't gonna guide a blind person saying you can cross now and the car's coming. You know what I mean?
That's right.
That's cool.
Thank you.
Cursed be he that maketh the blind to wander out of the way. Cursed be he that perverted the judgment of the
Cursed be he
stranger,
that perverted the judgment of who? Of the stranger,
the fatherless,
fatherless,
and the widow.
and the widow. To pervert means to change. To pervert means to change the order of. Once we change anything out of its original sequence, you are a pervert. You have perverted it. You have flipped it. You changed it. I can't flip the judgment because of my friend. I can't flip the judgment because of my son. I can't flip the judgment because of my daughter. I can't flip the judgment. The judgment has to remain the same. The same. Just like the laws of God. The law, we cannot allow or flip the laws of God to fit us in this here, in this place here. We can't flip the law for that.
Can't do that, son.
We can't. Come see.
Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife, because he uncovereth his father's skirt. Other people shall say, so be it.
Cursed be he that lieth with his father's wife. This is my father's woman. What am I doing sleeping with her? Come see.
Cursed be he that lieth with his mother-in-law. Other people shall say, so
His
be it.
mother-in-law.
That's your wife's mother.
Daughter. That's your wife and her mother.
Your wife's mother.
Can't sleep with her.
What do you want us to do here?
Come see.
Cursed be he that smiteth his neighbor secretly.
Cursed be he that smiteth his neighbor in secret. Secretly.
Other people shall say, so be it. Cursed be he that taketh reward to slay an innocent person. Other people shall say, so be it. Cursed be he that confirmeth not all the words of this law to do it. Other people shall
Cursed
say,
be he that does not confirm.
That's it.
Or fulfill.
That's it.
To confirm means to accept. To confirm means to accept.
don't accept.
Now there are laws. There are laws in the book that men and women don't accept.
Don't accept. Let me rise for that.
There are laws that men and women don't accept. You have cursed yourself. You curse yourself. Now, where am I at? It said to accept. To fulfill means to put into effect. What to do. To put to an effect means you gotta start doing these laws. I know what it is. I read what the law said. I have to start pushing. I can't wait. I have no time to wait. Because I know what it is. I already read it.
Don't linger.
I can't linger.
That's what they write.
So now, once I don't put these laws into effect, the curse is there already. It's already there. The curse is there.
You have to respect everything God said. If you don't, doing this here Shabbat, don't mean it. Don't mean a damn thing. You can't game God. Do this, I know you can get, when I give him credit for this, you don't get credit for that. This is like high school. This ain't high school. You do it all, you're dead.
Jeremiah
All
17.
commandments. That's what I would rise. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I respect the thing God said. God even I even need to do anything. I didn't like those foods, but I need that. That's right. That's why I start sleeping in PJs. And I start sleeping in my drawers. You don't play that. So I sleep in my robe. Like my forefathers did. Like holy men do. He said holy beings praise these things. You know what I'm saying? I'm happy. I'm happy right now. But yeah. When the sun go down, look at me.
You're not there.
Down. Because the Sabbath, I'd be happy. Last night I was happy. Yeah. I didn't even listen to stuff. Y'all don't all that after you left. So I'd be happy, man. But when the sun go down tonight, right now, I wish the Shabbat could last an extended time. And I really am fun.
You get tight. You don't get sad.
I get tight, man. really are fun, son. What?
Jeremiah chapter 17. The sin of Judah is written with a pen of iron, with the point of a diamond. It is graven upon the table of their heart and upon the horns of your
He said the
altars.
sin of Judah is written. It's written with a pen of iron,
We say it cannot be erased.
with a point of
You
diamond.
ain't gonna erase that.
Because I done exceeded and excelled in wickedness.
You ain't gonna erase
So
that.
now there is, guess what? There is nothing that you can do that's gonna remove that.
Can't erase that.
I done put myself into demarcation, into
Can't
that,
erase that.
to where God look at me and said, nah, you have gone too far.
Too far.
You know, that's how, there are times when God look at you and he hedge up the way. He said he blocked the way, he hedged up the path. He said, because I don't want you back. I don't want you to find your way back. Because you done dibbled and dabbled in too much wickedness.
Right.
You done went too far, violating and corrupting yourself, going against my law. He said, so now I put the block there.
That's right.
When you're gonna exceed and go get to a certain limit, to a certain distance. He said, what's the next one? What did it say? The same verse?
It is graven upon the table
He
of
said,
their
it
heart.
is graven upon the table of your heart.
Graven.
You know what graven is?
Okay,
An engraved means I have to carve this letter in this wood. Anything that is engraved in your heart is you. It is you. It's
Right.
actually, you can't get rid of that. You cannot stop that. I cannot get clean from that. I cannot change. I can't flip and change to be and flip. Because look, the book said, he said, man, how this guy here, he's crooked. I cannot straighten out this crooked person.
See, Thomas said that which is crooked
Cannot be made straight.
can't straighten it out.
Can't straighten it out. He said, this thing here is engraved on the tables of your heart. Your heart is your mind.
Right, your mind.
The way you
Your
think.
mind, not the organ that pump
The
blood.
way you
Your
think.
mind.
So now I cannot clean the way I think and channel my way of thinking to holiness if I don't know how these people is very important.
That's
Because
the way you will know.
the only way I can know how my forefathers, how the righteous and pious woman moved, how they walked, what they did to drag God's attention towards them for righteousness.
Right.
There is a certain way you can walk and grab God's attention towards you, look at you. The things that you do in your life has to be clean according to God, what God said. Not according to man.
No.
Not according to what you say. Not according to what you want to tell me.
No.
Oh, you sin. You ain't mind your business.
That's right.
Mind your business. I sin.
Again, when God's attention is drawn to you, He will make you know.
That's right.
Oh,
I
yeah,
said,
you're
God,
gonna
you will know.
You don't know.
You will know.
You will
You
know.
definitely know.
Unusual things.
Unusual things, son.
Definitely know. He said it's graven upon their hearts, upon the horns of their altars. Top sheet.
Whilst their children remember their
He said
altars.
their children remember their altars. Remember. We ain't remembering no more altars. Let me tell you, name one thing we remember. I remember the Thanksgiving. I remember the Xmas.
Christmas.
I remember
New
the
Year.
birthday party.
Yeah.
I remember how I used to live before I came here.
That's right.
I'm as bored now.
That's right.
I'm bored. I need to. I'm still young. I need to have some type of fun.
Yeah, ain't that something?
God dang.
You ain't that
I'm
something?
still
I'm still
young.
young.
I
You
need
just
to have
ready.
some type of
Ain't
fun.
Ain't that
So
something?
what you call fun? Going and partying with
On
you?
his body.
Going and partying with you?
Wickedness.
With during these people pagan festivities. You ain't gonna catch me in your house during your festivities.
No.
Because if I'm around you, to attend means to what? You celebrate. To attend means you're a part of it.
Enjoy yourself.
Join yourself.
You ain't got no
So
business
what am
there.
I doing attending or being around during these times? During their times?
Separate yourself.
You gotta separate yourself.
This is the time.
Celebrate.
When
Sanctify yourself.
these times come around, This is time when I separate myself so God can see the difference. So you can show God that I am different to you.
That's right.
I am different to the masses.
That's the
I
key.
am different to the people.
That's
That's what we have to grab. We have to, what's the word? We have to convince.
Have to convince them.
Convince God.
Yeah.
Convince him to show him that I
You ain't
am
like
different than the masses by not following after their ways, their customs, their traditions, their practices, doing what you do.
That's right. Only way. That is it.
Whilst their children remember their altars,
He said, while their children remember their altars,
their groves,
their groves.
by the green trees.
So guess what? I'm supposed to I gotta relinquish and get rid and stop thinking about my past. I have to tell myself, not you telling me. Not you telling me. I gotta acknowledge. Well, listen, I gotta turn over a new leaf. What? Because my parents did not know God. They taught me what they knew best or what they thought was good. But I have to denounce this. If I have never heard you denounce it, which means you don't denounce it. At any given time, you could flip right back. Because you haven't denounced that way of life. That's why you always return back to your gods. You always end up reverting back to your God because you have not denounced it. You have not denounced it. Tell me, see, read.
Oh, my mountain in the field, I will give thy substance and all thy treasures to the sport. And
He said, wait a minute, go back again.
Oh, my mountain in the field.
Oh, my what?
My mountain,
In the field.
I will give thy substance
I will
and
give your
all
substance
thy treasures to the
and all
sport.
your treasures to the spoils. I'm gonna make you you're gonna get robbed.
Right.
You're gonna get robbed.
They'll get you.
Listen here.
Get you.
Listen here. Naomi was a righteous woman. A righteous woman that did not only think about herself.
Yeah.
She also thought about her two daughter-in-laws, Orpah. She said, go on back. Because what? Because what she's thinking, they ain't gonna tell. Listen, let me tell you the situation though. Let me tell you, listen. They ain't gonna tell you that. So therefore, Naomi, and put yourself in the other person's shoes.
Oh, that's right.
Put yourself in the other person's shoes and say, would I like this? Would I take this? Boom, 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 boom. That's righteousness. And those are the ways of God that draw competition towards you.
This is right.
They had all those thou shalt not locked down. They had that lock. But God always looked at their ways. Those are the things that God looked at.
The door shall, that is locked down.
That's it locked down.
Well, guess what? People in this time, we gotta lock that down.
Right.
Do we have that lock?
No, that's why. They had that already. That was, that was easy work.
That was easy work, no?
Yeah, it was already done.
Right. Then the way to work on with the own spirit.
Yeah, inside.
Inside.
She said, go return east to her mother's house. The Lord deal kindly with you, dealt with the dead and with me. The Lord grant you that ye may find rest, each of you in the house of her husband. Then she kissed them and lifted up their voice and wept. When their husbands died, she remained their mother. She remained their mother-in-law.
That's right.
They wasn't going nowhere. I'm staying here. And they treated her like a mother. Okay?
People today are not like that.
No. They said to her, surely we will return with thee unto thy people. And Naomi said, turn again, my daughters. Why will ye go with me? Are there yet any more sons in my womb that they may be your husbands? Turn again, my daughters, go your way, for I am too old to have an husband. If I should say I have hope, if I should have an husband also tonight, and should also bear sons, would you tarry for them till they were grown?
That's a long time.
That's a long time. That's a long way. He said, would you stay for them from having husbands? He said, nay, my daughters, but it grieved me much for your sakes, that the hand of the Lord is gone against me. He said, it grieved me much for your sakes. I'm thinking about you. That's righteousness, man.
Yes, sir.
Those are the things that draw God's attention towards you.
Yes.
Most people don't think like that. They only think about themselves, me, and blah, 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 blah. But what about the other person? How that person feel, and put yourself in his shoes. Would you like it? Would you take it? Would you accept that? No, you won't. So therefore, you'll treat the situation completely different than the way you usually treat it. Right? It says, and they lifted up their voice and wept again. And Orpah kissed her mother-in-law, but Ruth clave to her. Orpah kissed her, and she left. She never denounced. Orpah never denounced that. She never denounced her gods. That's why she was always able and ready to go back. But what Ruth did, Ruth clave. She said, Ruth clave, and she stuck by her. But what Ruth said, and she said, behold, thy sister-in-law is gone back unto her people and unto her God. Return thou after thy sister-in-law. And Ruth said, entreat me not to leave thee. Stop telling me to leave you or to return from following after thee. But whither thou goest, I will go. Wherever you go, I'm going. Wherever thou lodgest, I will lodge. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. Where thou diest, will I die, and there will I be buried. The Lord do so to me, and more also, for death part be in me.
That's it.
That's it.
Right? She's a true friend.
That's right.
That's like Ushayaka told David. Ushayaka. You
can't get rid of me, man.
we just don't know recognize that they have a read down to heart friend. That's all.
Right.
Recognize.
Tell you, man.
Same thing I told my I said, you don't come back to me. So read right now, nigga. You hear me? Right here, you my friend. I'm not like you. I'm not like you. I'm not like the average hater. I'm gospel. You can't serve God if you're not loyal.
To be a friend, you have to have
I'm to serve this God because I'm loyalty in him. And then you're going to flip back and forth. I ain't got that in me. I'm just waiting on God. Final destination is what? Death. And that's what I'm waiting for. You know? I'm going out in style. Yes, sir. Then who's coming to get me? We're going to walk together like Samuel did. I'm waiting.
Oh, my mountain in the field.
Oh, my mountain in the field.
I will give thy substance.
I will give thy substance.
And all thy treasures.
And all thy treasures to the spoil.
And thy high places for sin throughout all thy borders.
Before, when we left to go to the appointed times, God protected our land and protected where we lived at.
Nobody
He said, not no more. He said, I'm going to give you up to the spoil. I'm going to give you up to the Bible. I'm going to give you up, Reed.
And thou, even thyself,
shall discontinue from thine heritage. The word discontinue is shamat. Sheen, mem, tet. You know what that means? What? To release, to leave, to let fall, to let go. He said, I will let you fall. He said, I'm going to release you. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you fall. That's what God did to us, man. So what do you mean about we are not his people no more?
Tell them to find the church. About Israel.
God.
They all died out. You probably harmed them. Jim was like one of them niggas. You ain't this. They die out. I don't care. Because I am godly. You ain't got me. Israel to be godly. Anybody can be godly. Ain't that right?
Right.
I follow what God said. Oh, I don't eat the food you like. I don't eat no goddamn pancakes. I don't eat ice cream. How do you do? How do you play? I was in that book. I was talking on candy. Box up in that room, man. Box in the head. And stop. Stop. Because I don't want to come to me. But they came to me at the time, but I'm cookies. So I stop. The Bible movie. Not miss.
Quick, right here.
Not miss. Bible. You can't do what God said without sacrifice. God's ways come before your ways, come before your wife's ways that you love, come before all of them. What? Come before your children. And you rock. That's what I'm confidently waiting to God. When he comes and then you the kid, come up in there, break my neck. She come and say, hey, wake up. I'm like, God. The kid last night and broke my neck. That's what I'm doing. That's the destiny that I said.
Yep.
Y'all got to go. I'll make sure I live right. So when that time comes, I'm going to get rocked and harassed. I've seen the harassment people go through. But the spirit goes through.
Hard harassment.
What hard? I don't want that question. I want that. Me.
And I will
If that was
to
serve
thy
thy
enemies
enemies in the land,
in the land which thou knowest not. This is why Israel ended up in the land of their enemies, serving these people. Because we turned against God. The reason why all this went down and happened, all the Atlantic slave, the slave trade, when they got to America, how they did this to the black people, and how they did this to this one, and how they did this to them, because God made it happen. The Most High told them to do it. God allowed it, because we turned against Him. Because we turned against Him by turning against His laws. So God, the Most High, gave us up to the spoil, gave us up and made all this go down, hoping that we will consider our ways. But nobody considered. Nobody considered. We continue in our wretchedness against God. Yeah. See, the whole duty and the whole what this is all about is acknowledging your ways and changing and flipping, acknowledging that what I did was completely wrong and out of the box against God and not doing it again. But no, there's no changes. No, there's no. See, the only thing that triggers change is good. If you have good in you, then you'll change. If you have good in you towards God, then you'll change. Not just any good, not what you tell me is good. Good that link that's with God. A good old-fashioned buck looking from God. That will change you.
For he hath kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever. Thus saith the Lord.
So we kindle a fire in God's anger that's going to burn forever. Forever. Let all down forever, man. What we did, we must really got the Most High angry. We must really got him so angry that his fire is still burning. Who's to say it's still burning? It ain't stopped burning. He hurt. Some shit.
Cursed be the man that trusted in man.
Cursed be the man that trusted in man.
And make it flesh his arm.
Make it flesh his arm. Make flesh his strength.
Whose heart departed from the Lord.
See, this is the actions of a person, of a man that his heart has departed away from God.
Because these are actions.
Yeah. Well, when your heart depart away from God, then you start putting your trust in other things instead of God. Read. But
These shall be like the heath in the desert.
It
shall not see when good cometh, but shall inhabit the parched places of the wilderness in a salt land and not inhabit. Blessed is the man that trusted in the Lord, whose hope the Lord is. For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, and that spreadeth out her roots by the rivers. He shall not see when heat cometh, for her leaf shall be green. It shall not be careful in the year of drought, neither shall cease from yielding fruit. The heart is deceitful.
The heart is deceitful above all things.
And desperately wicked.
That's the heart. The heart is deceitful above all things. The most deceitful things. You speak things that you don't mean. You say things that you don't really mean. Oh man, I love you. I love you. You my brother. But deep down inside, man, you got a hatred. You say things, and it's not from the heart. And once you say things, the person easily flips. That means you didn't really mean it. How you flip that quick? How in the world you gain so much hatred for this brother after you just finished telling him you love him, but because one thing he didn't do that you don't like, that's the thing. We're men. You're gonna do things that I don't like, and I'm gonna do things that you don't like. Because I'm not supposed to love everything about you. And you ain't supposed to love everything about me. When I love everything about you, better watch me. You love everything about me, I'm gonna watch you too. Don't love everything about me, brother. The only person that's supposed to love everything about me is my woman.
Right.
My woman's supposed to love everything about me. That's what links.
Maybe they don't want to be a woman. The punk nigga. There's a lot of punks out there. Man, the punks, and you already know this.
Low.
And the low.
Some shit. The heart is deceitful above all things.
It's desperately
Wicked. The word for desperately, it says above all is incurable. Anush. It means incurable, frail, or weak. You know what incurable means? Cannot be cured. Cannot be healed. You're not going to change. You will remain the same. You're not going to flip. There's no changing in you. There's no changing in you. Most time doesn't. We look at people and say, man, why this one ain't doing this? And I get mad because this person ain't doing what you expect or what you think he's supposed to be doing, he or she. But God gave this man or this woman a choice. How am I going to make what you do bring me out of this world? No.
God don't tell me to choose.
God said choose. Oh, that's why you want to live. Then you go ahead and live. Do what you want to do. I know I'm going to go. Now that's when the separation got to come. That's how you're going to live. I can't walk with you no more. Because God's going to look at me as the same. So I got to separate. I got to separate and put distance between me and you. Because you're living one way and I live opposite to you. Right? He said, "In desperately wicked, who can know it?"
I, the Lord, search the heart.
I know search the heart.
I try
God tries the heart. You don't know man's heart. I don't know your heart. But God knows your heart. I only know by what you show me. I only know by your actions, the things that you do. That's the only thing that I know. That's the only thing that I know. By what you show me. If I never showed you that, don't tell me that this is what I'm going to do. Don't speculate and say, this is what I'm going to say. I never showed you that type of action. I never did this. I never showed you this. But yet, you're going to tell me that I'm this or I'm the other. I never showed you that. So why are you saying this? He said, I, the Lord, search the heart. I try the reins. You know what the reins is? The reins, it means to control or direct with, or restraining influence, to pull you back, to refrain. That's right. To control or guide, a guiding power. See, the Most High.
I try to reign.
You got it rain.
Search the heart. Try to reign.
See, he's going to show control you have with yourself. When he tried the reins of each and every one of us, he wanted to see how much control you have over your damn self. Your damn self. He want to see how much control you have with yourself. So guess what? Whatever you like, I'm gonna put it right in front of you to see if you can control yourself and refrain yourself from doing it.
I know I got good.
That's why he said, try the reins in the heart of man. God gonna try you, man. He gonna try your heart, and he gonna try the most thing that you like. So I'm gonna put it right there.
Most thing that you love.
That you love.
What do I love?
And he put it right before
I
your
want to get
face.
everything.
He put it.
Ginger can.
He put it right before.
Give me 6 hours work. Back foot up.
He put it right before your face to see if you can control yourself from doing this or doing the other. If you can refrain
yourself.
That's what he means when he said try to reign in the heart of man. Come see.
According to his ways.
What verse you at?
10.
Go ahead, read.
Even to give every man according to his
ways
and
according to the fruit of his doing.
The
The fruit of his doing, the effect, the fruit of his doing is the effect. What happened after you did this?
That's the fruit that you do.
The consequence of one's actions. That's the fruit of your doing. This is the consequence.
This is
the consequence. This is what I get for doing or violating this. This happened.
That's right. It's not right.
Oh, this is happening now. I don't know. Where is it? I don't know. But that happened because of this. Oh, this is happening because of the other. Oh, this is happening because of this over here. Nothing happened for no reason. Everything has a reason. Positive reaction is every action has a positive, a negative,
every action
I don't remember
has
when-
a positive
and negative reaction.
has an equal.
Yeah.
Positive or negative
Sorry.
reaction. You're gonna get
No. To every action, there's an opposite, an equal reaction.
Reaction. That's right. That's a true saying, right? You're right. Come see. As the partridge sit on the egg. As the partridge sit on the egg.
Then hatch it. Then
She's sitting on the egg. That's where the egg goes, underneath the partridge, waiting for it to hatch. That is the embryo.
that's the process.
That's the process. Right? Read. So he that getteth riches
That getteth riches
and not by right
shall lead them.
in the midst of his days,
That
never
is it.
end shall be a fool.
A glorious high throne from the beginning is the place of our sanctuary.
Uh-huh.
O Lord, the hope of Israel, all that forsake thee shall be ashamed.
Oh Lord, all that forsake me shall be ashamed or disappointed. Feeling shame, guilt, disgrace, feeling disappointed. Disappointed meaning to fail to meet the expectations or hope of. To frustrate. To frustrate means to induce feelings of discouragement. Induce means I put those feelings there. That's what God did to us, man. That's what God did, man. All that forsake me shall be disappointed. So when you get disappointed or frustrated, God is going to discourage you. He's going to put discouragement in you. Not to continue following this. Now, because you forsook me, because you abandoned my laws, so now I'm going to turn you away. Now I'm going to turn you away. You can never come back. See?
And they that depart from me shall be written in the earth.
And they that depart from me shall be written, kata. It also means to be recorded. It also means to be recorded.
Going on.
Written or recorded. Everything is being recorded and written down.
They got the records down there.
Records.
Everything is being recorded and written down. Everything that I did, everything that you did, everything that we did, everything that the people did is being recorded and written down. You see, it shall be written in the earth.
Because they have forsaken the Lord, the fountain of living
The
water.
fountain of living waters.
Heal me, O Lord,
He
and I
said,
shall
heal
be
me, O
healed.
Lord, and I shall be healed. Because God don't heal you.
That's
Nothing
it.
is gonna heal you. Come see.
Behold, heal me, O Lord, and I shall be healed. Save me, and I shall be saved. But thou art my praise. Behold, they say unto me, where is the word of the Lord? Let it come now. As for me, I have not hastened from being a pastor to follow thee.
He said, as for me, I didn't stop being a pastor. I ain't stopped being the head. I ain't stopped being the leader. That have I desired the woeful day.
Thou knowest that which cometh out of my lips was right before thee.
Now, he said, thou knowest. He said, you know. Whatever I said out of my mouth was right. Whatever I said out of my mouth was righteousness. That's another thing that you can voice, and if you stand strong and continue to man, go, God, you know, whatever I said out of my mouth was righteousness. I ain't never said nothing contrary or opposite to what you said in this book. I ain't never, even look, even good things. I never speak about nothing that you're against. Everything that I spit out of my mouth was right. You gotta be able to say those things. Some shit.
I can't say those things. Don't get me.
Some shit.
You know what I'm saying? No,
Be not a terror unto me.
You right?
17.
Oh, okay, right.
Be not a terror unto me. Thou art my hope in the day of evil. Let them be confounded that persecute me.
Let them be confounded that persecute me, that pursue me, that hunts me. To persecute means to harass in a manner designed to injure, grieve, or afflict.
who's saying that? David, huh?
Jeremiah.
David said that too in the song.
Same thing David said.
When David said that, we think that for who was persecuting David? God damn sons.
That's not.
His sons and the crew of living, that was his sons. You gotta watch yourself. You persecute your father, your mother, and let them cry out to God. He's gonna come right back on you. But you are the persecutor. You are the troublemaker. You are the problem. Sons, not even daughters. Daughters are easier to manage than these rocket niggas. The girls are easier to manage. These niggas got to put lead in them. Make it real.
Tell you. See, but let not me be confounded. Let them be dismayed.
But let bring them upon the day of evil and destroy them with double destruction. Thus saith the Lord unto me, go and stand at the gate of the children of the people, whereby the kings of Judah come in, and by which they go out, and in all the gates of Jerusalem, and say unto them, hear ye the word of the Lord, ye kings of Judah, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, that enter in by these gates. Thus saith the Lord.
Thus saith the Lord.
Take heed to yourselves.
Take heed to yourselves. Meaning, watch yourselves. Be on point with yourselves. Be on point with yourself. Which means we gotta watch ourselves, man, because
Be aware of what's changing.
we wanna flip the laws of God to fit us,
Can't do that, man.
to fit my situation, and to fit where I'm going through, to fit what happened. But God's words don't change. It reads the same. It does say, well, take heed to yourselves and do what?
And bear no burden.
And bear no burden on the Sabbath day. To bear means to carry. To bear means to carry. It never depict the load or how heavy it was. Or how heavy it was. So we are not supposed to be carrying nothing. Don't carry nothing. Anything that you carry, or if we happen to carry something, the only person that's able to carry anything is who? The mother and her baby and her child. If this is not your child, and you're carrying it, then you're bearing the burden.
All right. The mother can carry, right? Mother carry the baby, the baby bottle, the pampers, okay. Can the father do it?
No.
So what's wrong with these niggas? What's wrong with these niggas? We got 4 organs. You got a G and a womb womb. You got 2 organs, nigga. What's wrong with them? Anytime you look in the street, see me got a baby bottle, see me the baby bottle. What's wrong with these niggas? And then you got 4 organs, you know?
Yeah.
You have a G and a vagina, you got both. So you got more for that. Oh, man, look. That's why I don't have it in here. I mean, I don't see no nigga giving no big about it. I'm not having it. Hey, put that baby don't do it anymore. If I have it, then what? I am what? I'm
You
saying.
just say.
Prince Yako wasn't having that either. Ain't it like that, homie? Prince Yako, he ain't having it, and I have it either. Come in here, like I mean, forget carrying babies, bottles, and all that. Not here. You want your brother, you go somewhere else, not here. You want to take your son, the nigga gonna be walking. Like Peter. You know what I'm saying? Like Peter. My man Peter, no. You don't have to pick them up and do some things. Not here, son. Not here. That's the way of the world today. Let me take care of babies in that right. Let me take care of babies. One nigga said he got breasts in his leg, he got breasts in his chest, yo. His chest big like hell. He got milk.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
I said, thus says the Lord, take heed to yourselves and bear no burdens on the Sabbath day. No, bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem. Not to carry forth a burden. Talk to you. Talk to you.
Don't see you going.
Means to exit or to go out. You shouldn't exit or go out with a burden out of your houses.
Right. On the Shabbat.
On the Sabbath day. Not to do you any work, but hallow ye the Sabbath day.
Right.
To hallow means to separate,
Separate.
sanctify.
Sanctify.
Let's go to the Apocrypha. Apocrypha, Ecclesiasticus, chapter 19.
You see how far we came, we Shabbat.
Right.
Amen.
Yeah.
When we used to leave here and go down to the North Shabbat camp. We leave here with our lunch in our pocket. We leave here with burdens right around, huh?
Right.
That's where where they became from. You are growing. This is how you show that you grow in the Lord. You grow, you don't go backward. And we steady growing. Steady growing. Because God show we do. Steady growing. Steady growing, son. I don't be on the fight, man. Steady growing. You know what I'm saying? Steady growing, man. You used to leave there running our pocket. Sir.
Right.
Send you the pocket juice and black coffee.
Yeah, we have to tell them.
Yeah.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 19. A laboring man that is given to drunkenness shall not be rich.
A laboring man means a working man.
Yeah.
That's always getting rich, always getting drunk and drinking, ain't gonna be rich. Cause that's where all his money is going. Right, Reed?
And he that contemneth small things shall fall by little
To
in
contend means what? Huh? Argue.
Debate. Go back.
This is a little, this is a small matter. This is nothing. This ain't nothing for me to get angry about. He that contendeth small things shall do what?
Shall
He gonna
fall.
fall little by little.
See.
Reed.
Wine and woman will make men of understanding.
Wine and woman. That's
Combination.
a combination.
Combination.
Because once you start to drink and you got women around you, then guess what? Certain things, your morals goes out the door. Goes out the door. And then guess what? When the action goes on,
Going to a different mode.
going to a different mode. When the action goes on, then afterwards you think, you say, wow, what did I do? Why did I do this? Like, that's a bad mix. Wine and woman?
Yeah, not good for that.
Wine and woman.
Don't even know how you.
Next name is
Wait, I don't drink in the street. If I'm gonna take a drink, I'm drinking a Guinness drink here. If I'm out in the street and I'm drinking Guinness, or I say, well, let me go chill with my brother. I'm in the lounge. I'm taking something. Something's coming home.
Yeah.
Because I'm drinking.
Yeah.
So therefore,
It opens
I don't
up.
go out and drink. If I'm going out, I don't drink. If I feel like drinking, I come home and I drink a Guinness, take a little cup, and then when I finish, I go lay down for the night and I go to sleep. Why? Because what God said, what the book said, He said, whatever you know is wicked or evil for you, He said, don't give it that. Don't give it to it. Don't do things that you know you're gonna fall in. So I know I'm gonna fall here, and I'm gonna get trapped off in this doing this. I don't do it. I don't do it. I stay away from that. Read.
One thing Paul decided to do, you take one of your brother, you take three. You got three girls with him in the room. What are you doing?
Irregular thing.
What's wrong with you?
That's a big quote. Irregular.
Some shit. Yeah.
And he that cleaveth to harlots will become impudent.
Impudent. He that cleaveth to harlots will become impudent. What is impudent? Look it up. He that cleaveth to harlots will become impudent. He said, moth and worms shall have him to heritage, and a bold man shall be taken away. You're too bold. You bold for your own hurt. Sometimes you gotta know when to step down.
Fall back.
Sometimes you gotta know when to fall back. You gotta know when to fall back and not play that tough role all the time. Because you get hurt. You gotta be wise. Found it? Very.
Impudent. Lacking modesty.
Lacking modesty.
Cocky.
Cocky.
Boldness.
Boldness.
Disregard of others.
Disregard of others.
Insolent.
Insolent. Say he that is hasty is light-minded. Always ready to give credit. Quick to give credit. All because of one thing this person did. See, this person did this. Oh, you ready to give him credit?
No, but you're not like-minded. That's the grease job.
That's what that
The nigga not like-minded, holding you down for a certain purpose.
Butter up.
Butter you up. But it's not like-minded. He's greasing you for a job. People today can't even picture this, huh? The like-minded thing is for the people back then.
Yeah.
They niggas became hard, holding you down. You go for it because you like flattery.
He that is hasty to give credit is light-minded. He that sinneth shall offend against his own soul. To offend means to violate.
Violate your own stuff.
Violate. To cause difficult discomfort or injury by using thoughts or words. Your thoughts and words. Discomfort. He said, whoso taketh pleasure in wickedness shall be condemned. Read.
But he that resisted pleasures,
Found it right. You are able to pull yourself back from the things from your desires, from things that pleases you, your pleasures. You're able to pull back what you like. Come see.
Well, you get what we just doing something. Your own desire. You haven't worked, but nobody did with you. But you and the party, but it's one people or two people. That's it, right? Nobody else. You hear a voice out of nowhere. So you can stop until you say, well, you're my key. Yeah? What you call it? What you say? No. Thank you. He didn't even kill you, man. He said, yo, what the fuck? Bust you off now. From who? From God. So when you say that thing you read there, boy, I mean you read say cockiness. Remember she said cockiness? Impudent, right? Cockiness, do you know that people today get cocky with God. They get cocky with God. They get cocky like hell with God. Especially the Israelites. People call it separation. I'm gonna stop Israelites because there ain't no more Israel. They died out. We straight up niggas, son. We straight up Canaanites. I'm a servant. I'm a servant.
Verse 6.
Verse 6.
He that
As
can
for
rule, he that can rule his tongue shall live without strife. He that can rule his tongue,
I can rule my mouth. I can rule my tongue. I'm not gonna say and just blurt out and say just every and anything.
Nah. You're gonna be G'd up, man.
I'm not gonna say
Right.
every and anything.
You're gonna get G'd
He
up.
said, "He that hated Babylon shall have less evil." See,
rehearse not unto another that which is told unto thee.
that which is told thee. I thought we had a conversation, and I'm telling you something. Next thing, you get angry at me and repeat what I told you.
Good.
Now, guess what?
Wait for people like
I bet you I won't talk to you again. I bet you I won't tell you nothing
that.
again. Oh, man, let me keep this to myself. Because the last time I spoke to you, you go and repeat the same thing that I told you.
You revealed it.
Certain people you can't talk to
Water now.
because there is no
There's no breaks on their mouth.
no breaks.
No
There's
restraint.
there's no restraint, but there's no good in that person.
No.
The
That's
good that you have in you you will refrain yourself from repeating what I told you to me. Or what this person told you, you go and repeat it to me. I don't want to hear that. Why are you repeating this to me? Why are you saying this over?
I told you something about that around
Right.
Next thing you go and tell you
And
what
tell him what you
I
said.
start to walk.
You start walking.
It's behavior.
He said, rehearse not unto another that which is told unto thee, and thou shalt fear.
never the works.
See?
Whether it be to friend or foe, talk not of other men's lives.
Whether it be friend or foe. He said, your friend or your enemy. But how in the world is your life and the way you live and things that you're doing bothering me so much? That's that man's life. He said, why are you talking? Leave him alone. That's him.
He's chilling right here.
He chilling and relaxing. You sitting here pulling out your hair, stressing yourself. He said, whether it be friend or foe, talk not of other men's lives.
And if thou canst,
Without offense, reveal them not. Means you can't talk about this person without offending them. Then don't even talking about it. Leave it alone.
Let it reveal
Don't reveal it.
Keep it to
Keep
yourself.
it to yourself. He said, for he heard and observed thee.
And when time cometh, he will hate thee.
I heard about it. It got back to me. And now guess what? Now I despise it. You can't blame that person. See?
If thou hast heard a word, let it die with
If you heard the word, let it die with you. There are certain things that I heard and people told me, and guess what? I done forgot about that. I done forgot about it. So my intention is not to remember it, but ammunition to repeat it again. This is not to be remembered or mentioned. Certain things are not to be mentioned at all. Certain things ought to die with you. Certain things, certain information ought to die with you, man. You're supposed to keep it with you. Come see. We heard.
A truth, when thou hast heard a word, let it die with thee, and be bold. It will not burst thee. A fool travaileth with the word, as a woman in labor of a child. As an arrow that sticketh in a man's thigh, so is a word within a fool's belly. Admonish a friend, it may be he hath not done it.
Probably didn't do it.
And
He said
then,
admonish. He said admonish
you don't
him.
even know.
He said he probably didn't do it.
And if he had done
And
it,
if he did do it,
then he do it no more.
then he do it no more.
Admonish thy friend,
Admonish thy friend.
it may be he hath
He
not
didn't
said
say
it.
it.
And if he has, then he's speaking now.
let us speak it out again.
Admonish your friend.
Admonish your friend.
For many times it is a slander.
Admonish your friend, because many times, many things that you heard out there, it ain't true. It's a slander. It's a rumor. It's a slander. It's a defamation of character that has been spreaded, and people saying about this person, and you believe it. Read.
And believe not every tale.
Who doesn't even care? Read.
There is one that slippeth in his speech,
There is one that slippeth in his speech.
but not
There
from
is
his
one
heart.
that slippeth in his speech. People say things,
So,
and he slip up,
Expose
and they end up
themselves.
saying it.
He didn't really mean it.
He didn't really mean it, but it's not from his heart.
Just slip.
I can only base that with my people in here. I can't talk about what this person said, or this other person said, or he probably don't mean it. No, he meant it. I gotta take that only for him.
100%.
I really, that happened to me at that. Walk around to that. Let me take it. Talk to myself. Mommy, you what have you said? In some situation, you can't even go back.
No.
You can't even go back and make it right.
Right. Set off fire.
And said, who is he? You get all bent out of shape when someone say things against you. You did it before.
It works.
You did worse. You did worse. Tom G.
Admonish thy neighbor before thou threaten him.
He said, admonish your neighbor before you threaten him.
And not being angry,
And not being angry,
give place to the
give
Lord.
place to the Lord and the Most High. Always keep that in mind.
Hold on.
Always keep that in mind. The laws of God. Always. Come, she. Come, she.
There was one. The fear of the Lord is the first step to be accepted of him.
Huh?
The fear of the Lord is the first step to be
To be
accepted
accepted
of
by
him.
him.
And wisdom
Uh-huh.
obtained his love.
In his love. Read.
The knowledge of the commandments of the Lord is the doctrine of life.
Is the doctrine of life.
And they that do things that please him shall receive the fruit of the tree of immortality.
What was that, man?
That was 19. I'm at 20 now.
Okay. The fear of the Lord is all wisdom. What is wisdom? The laws of God.
And in all wisdom is the performance of the law.
All wisdom is the performance of the law. Read.
And the knowledge of his omnipotence.
Omnipotency.
If a servant say to his master, I will not do as it pleases thee.
If a servant say unto his master, I will not do as it pleases thee,
Though afterward he do it,
so afterward he do it. Read.
he angereth him that nourisheth.
He angry him that nourish him, that raised him up, that trained him up. Why you want to go do it after you done told me you ain't gonna do it? Oh, you don't want to do it? Now I don't want you to do it.
Right.
Read.
The knowledge of wickedness is not wisdom. Neither at any time the counsel of sinners.
Read.
There is a wickedness, and the same an abomination. And there is a fool wanting in wisdom. He that hath small understanding and fearing God is better than one that hath much wisdom and transgressing the law of the Most High. There is an exquisite subtlety.
There is an exquisite subtlety,
And the same is unjust.
and the same is unjust.
And there is one that turneth aside to make judgment appear. And there is a wise man that justifieth in judgment. There is a wicked man that hangeth down his head sadly, but inwardly he is full of deceit.
Hang his head, hang his head down sad, oh, I'm sad, I feel remorse, I shouldn't have did it, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have did it. But it's all in deceit.
Yeah.
Because guess
Don't
what?
mean it.
You don't mean it because you end up returning and doing the same thing over that you did. You return back to your vomit. And then you're gonna come back, oh, I'm sorry. This is not a game. To where you do things. You feel sad about it. Apologize. I'm sorry. All right, you stop. Then you go back and do it. And then you want me to accept it. You keep doing. How many times you gonna keep saying I'm sorry and hanging your head down in deceit like you sorry, but you keep going back. You keep going back. You keep going back. You keep doing it over and over. So every time you do it over and over, you want to be accepted. No.
Trying to break you.
No, you were reading that book. Somebody offend somebody.
No.
Because they reject. Paul offend you, we can fight it out and leave the road. I'm sorry. Games. We're in the world of games. Everybody got games. Everybody got a lot of games. Black people, white people, Chinese people, Vietnamese. Everybody got a game. Everybody. With the baby, little baby like Ora, Lord, they just come out the booth, they learn game. You think they learn from the people. You think they ain't listening, they listen. They listen and they look at you. They listen and look at you. The next thing you see them. Game. Oh, no.
First Samuel chapter 15.
Samuel also said unto Saul, the Lord sent me to anoint thee to be king over his people, over Israel. Now therefore hearken thou unto the voice of the words of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, I remember that which Amalek did to Israel, how he laid wait for him in the way when he came up from Egypt.
This was years and years, hundreds of years done passed. And God never forgot what Amalek did to Israel. What Amalek did. When we left out of Egypt, Amalek was slaying us from behind, hitting the weak from the hindmost, from behind. The ones that was dragging behind started hitting them. And God never forgot that. Most I never forgot that. Read.
Now go and smite Amalek and utterly destroy all that they had. Spare them not.
Spare them not.
But slay both man and woman, infant and suckling, ox and sheep, camel and ass.
Slay everything. No, I want you to bring nothing back. Don't bring nothing back. Slay everything.
Read. And Saul gathered the people together and numbered them in Tel Aviv, 200,000 footmen, 10,000 men of Judah. And Saul came to a city of Amalek and laid wait in the valley. Saul said unto the Kenites, go, depart, get you down from among the Amalekites, lest I destroy you with them. For ye showed kindness to all the children of Israel when they came up out of Egypt. So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites.
So the Kenites departed from the Amalekites. They never forgot the good that people did for you. You don't forget those things. No matter how long it's been, that stands with you. That stands with you until you die. When that goes, is when I die. The good that you did for me stands.
It's not forgotten.
It's never forgotten. It never get old. It's like it's fresh in my mind. And there could never be nothing in between me and you because of the good that you did to me. Come see.
Oh, yeah? So, I mean, if you take me in your house,
Okay.
I live in your house for 20 years. Could I find some evil to say about you now?
No, that would be evil. That would be.
Just your experience today with these bastards. You know what I'm saying? Niggas live in your house, you feed them, and they still have negative, evil thoughts about you. Till you ain't so. I'm talking about niggas that call themselves Israelites. Niggas that say they're really smart and they're all funny. You can't serve God. You can't serve God. What are you gonna do that, man? How are you gonna do that? You live in my house. You ain't comfortable for 20 years. No, I ain't Zohar. Now you find all kind of faults on me. Why you didn't find those faults before? Nigga, when you was zombie. Those guys that did that, they're still alive today. Still alive. keep talking. I look at them at times. I look at them and go, yes, you guys. You live in mine. I ain't never live in yours. You live in mine. Every food you ate, every beans you ate, you get it. You get it. You came out of this house. But they don't remember that.
No,
They don't remember that.
that's, yeah. Get that. So the Kenites departed from among the Amalekites, and Saul smote the Amalekites from Havilah until thou comest to Shur, which is over against Egypt. And he took Agag, the king of the Amalekites, alive, and utterly destroyed all the people with the edge of the sword. But Saul and the people spared Agag and the best of the sheep, of the oxen,
And the oxen,
of the fatlings, the lamb, and all that was good.
all that was
Would
good.
not utterly destroy them. But everything that was vile and refuse, that they destroyed.
He went against the commandment of God, the order of God. God said, don't bring nothing back. He went, brought back the king and the best of the flock and everything that was good. Read. See, when we do things that is contrary to what God says, this is what brings an evil spirit. This is why Saul, throughout his life after this, had an evil spirit that clung to him. That clung and stuck to him because he did wrong with God.
Then came the word of the Lord unto Samuel, saying, it repented me that I had set up Saul to
He said,
be king.
repented that I set up Saul to be king.
For he has turned back from following
Turn
me,
back from following
and
me
not performed my
and
commandments.
not perform my commandments.
And it grieved Samuel, and he cried unto the Lord all night.
Samuel ain't God, but Samuel and God is one. So whatever grieved the Most High grieved Samuel. And Samuel cried and cried all night. It grieved Samuel. Read.
I don't know a man that will cry all night today.
All night.
He's gonna bust
Yeah,
a
you gotta
man.
stop.
He's gonna bust a man. Head trouble.
Yeah.
I know a man alive to do that and walk away with woman. Well, you gonna bust him. But Samuel was no regular man. And he's a regular dude, son. Thank you.
And when Samuel rose early to meet Saul in the morning, it was told Samuel, saying, Saul come to Carmel, and behold, he set him up a place, and is going about, and passed on, and gone down to Gilgal. And Samuel came to Saul, and Saul said unto him, Blessed be thou of the Lord. I have performed the commandment of the Lord. And
That's how you
Samuel,
know he's losing it now. He said, I perform the commandment of God. But he brought back Agag and the best of the sheep. Read what Samuel told him now.
and Samuel came to Saul and said to him, Blessed be thou of the Lord. I have performed the commandment of the Lord. And Samuel said, What meaneth then this bleating of the sheep?
And why
in
do
my
I
ears?
hear these sheep in my ears? I'm not supposed to hear no sheep. I'm not supposed to be hearing none of this. Read.
And the lowing of the oxen which I hear. And Saul said, They have brought them from the
Now you put it on
Amalekites.
the people said they have bought who?
Brought them from the
From
Amalekites.
the
For
Amalekites.
the people spared the best of the sheep
The best of the sheep
and of the oxen
and of the oxen.
to sacrifice unto the Lord God.
But God just said destroy everything. I don't want nothing from that. I don't want nothing back. We brought back. Read.
And the rest we have utterly destroyed. Then Samuel said unto Saul, Stay, and I will tell thee what the
See, you
Lord.
stay right there. And I'm gonna tell you what God gonna tell. What God said to me.
And I will tell thee what the Lord had said to me this night.
This night.
And he said unto him, Stay on. And Samuel said, When thou wast little in thine own sight, wast thou not made the head of the tribe of Israel? The Lord anointed thee king over Israel. And the Lord sent thee on a journey and said, Go and utterly destroy the sinners, the Amalekites, and fight against them until they be consumed. Wherefore then didst thou not obey the voice of the Lord, but didst fly upon the spoil? Verse 19. And didst evil in the sight of the Lord. And Saul said unto Samuel, Yea, I have obeyed the voice of the Lord, and have gone the way which the Lord has sent me, and have brought Agag, the king of the Amalek, and have utterly destroyed the Amalekites.
See what happened here? You see what happened here? We can go and we went too far. We went and delved in too far into iniquity and violated the commandment of God. that he done blocked you. So now, you, in your mind, you think you're right. You don't lost your wits. You don't lost your understanding. So the Most High thing, so you think you're right in your doings and things that you're doing. Because you're not gonna be able to see your law. Because we went too far. You went too far in your sins, read.
But the people took of the spoil, sheep,
Verse
oxen.
23.
For the rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
For rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft, and stubbornness is as iniquity and idolatry. Stubbornness. Stubborn means persistent in doing and wrongdoing. I won't stop. I continue to do wrong, do the things that is contrary against God, right? There's another, it said hardened in feelings. Hardened in feelings, unyielding. You won't yield. You won't stop. Deep from being king. So when we reject God, He will reject you. He's gonna reject you. He's gonna despise you. And Saul said to Samuel, I have sinned, but I have transgressed the commandment of the Lord. But he acknowledged that he had transgressed and broken God's law. I acknowledge that I have violated. Now, once you come into acknowledgement, you're supposed to stop. Right? It says, in thy words, because I feared the people and obeyed their voice. Now, therefore, I pray thee pardon my sin and turn again with me that I may worship the Lord. And Samuel said unto Saul, I will not return with thee. Why Saul? Why Samuel didn't walk with him? Because God rejected him. So once God rejected him, guess what? He's rejected. You become rejected. There's no way I can continue walking with you and the Most High has rejected you. So once God rejects you, I gotta reject you. Okay. And with that, I got all his word. I'm gonna say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom Lekah.
God is faith Jerusalem. And listen, guys, just remember, today's the Shabbat, right?
Right.
The Shabbat is over now, right?
Right.
We're gone, right? We usually, when we leave, Shabbat going, we leave, we forget the Shabbat. We don't remember it again until next Friday comes. We have to stop that. Remember this day every day. Every day, and to help you conduct your life in a better life. You know what I'm saying? You must hate the things of the heathen. You gotta hate that. You gotta hate dressing like that. Wearing their clothes.
Right.
It attracts certain spirits.
That's right.
So Elisha, took off his mantle and told Elisha, we became a different man. Clothes do have something to do with it. So we have to make it to try our best to promote them young heathen clothes. They love people. You know what I'm saying? Women like wearing the clothes, the scurvy type clothes and what they promote that. The women in Israel didn't wear tight clothes.
No.
If there was clothes or tight, you know, Noah, when he went into the ark landed on Mount Ararat. They had to walk down that hill. Noah's wife would have broke her neck. She had a tight dress on. Walking down the hill. We didn't wear tight clothes, men or women. Ruth, she had to go there and she picked up her nail and put the wheat there. I don't know.
Right.
But right now, the woman dressed today, you can't pick it up and put no wheat in there.
You're behind women out. But it's too close to you. You don't have to make it close that close. Your man there. You want your man to see you, you ain't gotta make it close that close. When you go home, you will get buck naked. You walk in the damn house buck naked all day long. Only for your man to see. You gotta put on them goddamn tight stuff, man. We gotta get on that. You know, we gotta stay on ourselves. But if you don't stay on yourself, you ain't gonna get it all right now. All right. The spirit is rebellion. Very rebellion. Niggas a good day. That right there. Goddamn troublemakers ain't anything. Troubleshooters, problem starters. Nigga make you have to review the nigga 10 times. You know what I'm saying? You have to review the nigga 10 times. Then it's still on this, and now you think you can get it. Thank God the bad spirit is coming in. I don't want to be around. Yeah, he's not right. All my sons don't think to this. I ain't got what else you got to think to this. Listen, them out there worshiping the devil. They say, well, no, I don't worship no devil. On Shabbat, I shut everything down, and I sit down on that stream. You ain't doing nothing, nigga. You ain't doing nothing. You're there screaming. You ain't doing nothing. You ain't doing nothing. Ain't no when the book said thou shalt scream. Holy convocation, my nigga. They say holy scream. You have to congregate. Get together. You need to get together with two first. You know what I'm saying? You and your mind sit down. It's good. You know what I'm saying? No damn stream. All right. Huh? No. I ain't no shower had enough, baby. I was like, what's going on? You shut it off, man.
Umsagere ako kabinde nishkonte barafia fezo no ore no mata na ore mo bine chebe chebe ne ho umami o umami era umami yo mube na gasha ne ho shimo umami yamdani no tare no ore para ta shaya mari mari ara ona me shara reka patora tumizo kuki umesh patino tanu marita Okay, national the chapter the Venishma the Torah Yemena beyamen woteneken betora teka shama mageta yakilo na mushani kwa komio yaribana na imikate uga mushani kilio na mushani kwa komio arisheleka arishemega na barutuna teka barutusha teka Elshadai mama Elshadai mama Elshadai ndo ola mai Alishemka bora kutoka mali. Alukabora na hili kumoma.
Hey guys, that what you were hearing last night. What the man said? The man said straight up. Straight up, bro. The Israel Israel, died out. Died out. Well, the people can die out. You can die out. You will be a person. You can die out.
He said, most I said, if the nation that was destroyed before you, so shall ye perish. Meaning, you see a lot of nations get
That's the point of scattering.
yeah, scattering.
Scattering ain't gonna be hard to find.
Yeah. Yeah, what, 30 more days? Yeah. It'll be a big push.
Yeah. No, yo. I gotta do that. I gotta do
Don't touch the baby. Back up.
I'm gonna go with the baby out. Make sure the baby out right there.
Yeah, stop walking in the bathroom chair. I want both of y'all to go and sit. Sit. I just said don't walk it.
I ain't gonna keep up with it.
Get away from the baby.
They ended up getting here behind them cookies. They want to smoke fish. You hear me?
I'm not gonna do the same thing.
No, you're gonna drop it.
Everybody get out.
You're gonna drop me, son. No, you're gonna drop me. You're gonna do work. You're gonna do work.
Who's that, your cousin? No, that's your brother.
You're gonna drop me, son.
That's your brother. That's not your cousin.
Yes, ma'am. You know what I mean? Drop me. Yo, I'm in yo, I watch the baby. I said everybody has some. I'm not too, baby. Where that baby at?
Boy or girl?
And
Boy or girl, I did.
where little boy at?
Boy or girl? So move from the baby.
Yeah,
Move from the baby. Leave that to girl. You move from the baby. Boom. Hover in the damn thing. Sit. Wait for the food. Sit down and wait for the food. No, sit down.
You still want to baby, you know? You're a man, son.
I watch them. Yeah, she don't take on that.
so low. That's what you now she's gonna be in.
You make her because you don't want no man.
She don't. I used to want her. Now she's
You don't want that shit. You don't want that shit.
She trying to don't walk anywhere.
Even if you fall down and doze off, you still don't want it. You don't want that shit. Who is this here? Who is that beside you? Yeah, all right.
So right back here with the baby.
Right there. Where the baby is?
In the car. It's in the car seat.
You want to see her?
Cradle.
No, I don't want to see it.
Please.
I don't want to see it. I want to see a baby. I don't want to see it. Growing up baby. Yo, Mick, what up, bro? Father, all right?